Preface of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Preface. The papers composing this volume were prepared in response to urgent request as a popular apologetic series in defense of the Bible from the attacks made on it from different quarters. They are now published in the hope that they may do something to steady the minds of those who are in perplexity owing to the multitude and confusion of the opinions that prevail in these times regarding the sacred book. The papers are written from the standpoint of faith in the Bible as the inspired and authoritative record for us of God's revealed will. The author has no sympathy with the view which depreciates the authority of Scripture in order to exalt over against it the authority of Christ. He does not acknowledge that there is any collision between the two things, or that they can be really severed the one from the other. He finds the Word of God and of Christ in the Scriptures, and knows no other source of acquaintance with it. As designed for the general Christian reader, the papers make no pretense to exhaustive treatment. They confine themselves to tracing broad outlines of defense and vindication. For fuller discussion, from his own point of view, of the topics dealt with, the author may refer to his books on The Christian View of God and the World, 8th edition, The Problem of the Old Testament, 4th edition, and God's Image in Man and its Defacement, 3rd edition. His earnest prayer is that these pages may be found of assistance to some who may feel that their feet have been sliding beneath them. The author acknowledges his indebtedness to Ebenezer Russell, Esquire, Glasgow, for valuable aid in the correction of the proofs. End of Preface.
Section 1 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Present-Day Trial of the Bible. It may be a suitable opening for these papers to consider how the case stands today with the trial of the Bible as the written Word of God. There are misconceptions and alarms prevalent which a calm outlook on the actual situation may do something to remove and abate. I would fain speak a word to remove the disquietude under which many labor, as if Christianity and God's Word were at length about to be engulfed in the encroaching waves of skepticism. There is conflict enough, but no such consequence as this is going to follow. The word of the Lord, the psalm says, is tried. Psalm 18, verse 30. Again, the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace on the earth, purified 7 times. Psalm 12, verse 6. The Bible, least of all, need shrink from this ordeal of trial, nor does it. God never asks his people to put their trust in, or stay their souls on, that which cannot endure the most searching fires of trial. The supremest test, of course, to which the Bible can be put is the test of experience. Does its message commend itself on personal trial to mind and conscience and heart? Does it verify itself when accepted in heart and life? Does it prove able to bear the weight which innumerable souls through long ages have rested on it? Does it show itself historically possessed of the properties which, as an inspired word, are claimed for it? Those, for example, in Psalm 19, 7 and 8, of converting the soul, making wise the simple, enlightening the eyes, or in 2 Timothy 3, verses 15 and 17, of making wise unto salvation through faith which is in Christ Jesus, of being profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Quote, that the man of God may be complete, furnished completely unto every good work. Unquote. He that has this witness of God's word in himself, 1 John 5, verse 10, need fear no assault from without. We move here in a region high as heaven itself, above all debatable questions of science and criticism. It is not this test of experience, however, I mean to dwell on at present, though it will often recur in our discussions, but rather the outward trial to which the Bible in our day is exposed, the trial of opposition, of conflict, of controversy. Part 1. And here the first thing we need to remind ourselves of is that this trial of God's word by outward assault is nothing new. God's word has been a tried word in all ages. There never has been a time in history when it has not had to encounter fierce and persistent opposition. If, then, we see unbelief lifting up its head in many directions in these latter days, we need not be perplexed and dismayed, as if some strange thing had happened to us. It lies in the nature of things, and is God's will that it should be so. It is part of the fiery trial of our faith. 1 Peter 1, verse 7. And the chief way by which the imperishable truth of God's word is made manifest. People are astonished that if Christianity be true, it should be impugned by multitudes as it is. They forget. In Isaiah's day, God declared that the stone he would lay in Zion as a sure foundation would be a tried stone. Isaiah 28, verse 16. God did not anticipate that this stone being planted there would remain there without being put to test or trial. It was not a stone which God was to lay, and no one dispute the laying of it. Not a stone that God was to lay, and no one refused to build upon it. Not a stone that God was to lay, and no one contest its right to be there. If it was a foundation stone, it was at the same time to be a tried stone, and in the trial was to be proved to be the stone of God's laying more clearly than ever. He who realizes this, the prophet says, will not make haste, will not readily be thrown into panic or anxiety when new forms of opposition make their appearance. As the Apostle Peter gives the sense of the words, he will, quote, not be put to shame, unquote. 1 Peter 2, verse 16. This fact, that God's word has been a tried word in all ages, would admit of easy demonstration were this the place to trace its history, and in it lies strong encouragement for our faith today. The Lord himself was continually met in the preaching of his gospel by the hostility and opposition of scribes and Pharisees, who thought finally they had got rid of him by condemning him to the cross, which proved to be his throne of empire. The ministry of the apostles was a continual experience of opposition and persecution. And what of after times? We are apt to think that in an age like ours, with its formidable new weapons of assault on revealed truth, the conflict of faith with unbelief is far keener and more deadly than in any previous time. But this is largely due to lack of perspective. Does anyone, for example, who knows the conditions of the 2nd century, think that the skeptical and subtle pagans of that age had not their eyes on all the weak points, or what they took to be the weak points, of our religion when they wrote those books and satires, some of which still remain as clever and witty, relatively to their time, as anything in the artillery of unbelief today. The 2nd century was indeed, to an extent not always realized, an era of strenuous conflict for the truth. It was marked not only by the outward martyr conflict with paganism, and by the keen literary attacks just referred to, but by the all-pervading influences of a subtle Oriental theosophy, which, had they prevailed, would speedily have dissipated historical Christianity into empty fantasies. The controversy with Gnosticism was largely a conflict about Scripture. The Scriptures were the direct object of attack. The Old Testament in its entirety as being, so it was held, the revelation of an inferior and immoral deity. The New Testament, in considerable part, and wholly as regarded its historical truth. This, too, in an age when the Church was yet young and feeble, and its canon of Scripture only yet in process of formation. When the era of pagan persecution closed, it was again with a determined effort to crush out the life of the Church by compelling the surrender and destruction of its Scriptures. Or glance at the Middle Ages, the latter part of which witnessed the attempt of the Roman Church to suppress the reading and circulation of the Bible among the laity. It is customary to speak of these ages, of the ascendancy of the Church, as the ages of faith, quote unquote. But does anyone think that there was no skepticism in Europe as the result of that great outburst of learning and of new ideas that broke upon the world in that period? Dr. Liddon has justly said, "It may fairly be questioned whether the publicly proclaimed unbelief of modern times is really more general or more pronounced than the secret but active and deeply penetrating skepticism which during considerable portions of the Middle Ages laid such hold upon the intellect of Europe." Unquote. The renaissance of paganism in the 15th century literally honeycombed Europe with new and bizarre forms of unbelief, while the Church, which should have resisted it, was sunk in deadliest corruption. Yet in pious circles the study of God's Word never wholly died out, and translations into the speech of the people were made and circulated, mostly secretly, in the chief European countries. Thus was prepared the way for the grand revival of the Reformation, flinging open once more the gates of the knowledge of Holy Scripture, and great was the joy with which the enfranchised Church entered on its inheritance. But soon the sky was again clouded. Philosophy and science made rapid advances as the result of that very emancipation of the human intellect which the Reformation had fostered, and ere long the seeds of a new rationalism began to be sown in the bosom of the Church, with effects disastrous to reverent faith in the Scriptures. The 18th century was the peculiar era of this older rationalism in all the countries of Europe and in its various forms of a rampart deism in England, of Voltaireism in France, of the superficial rationalism of the Illumination in Germany. It ate into the vitals of these countries, and for a time made Christianity almost a name of mockery in cultivated circles. What religion was in England in this period may be learned from the often quoted passage from Bishop Butler's advertisement to his Analogy of Religion. "It has come," he says, "I know not how, to be taken for granted by many persons that Christianity is not so much as a subject for inquiry, but that it is now at length discovered to be fictitious, and accordingly they treat it as if, in the present age, this were an agreed point among all people of discernment, and nothing remained but to set it up as a principal subject of mirth and ridicule, as it were, by way of reprisals, for its having so long interrupted the pleasures of the world." Unquote. Will it be said by the most pessimistic that there is anything like this among us today? On the contrary, we have today, I dare to say, more aggressive work on the part of the Christian Church than almost in any previous age. The Church of Christ today, notwithstanding all these forces of unbelief we hear of around us, has more members, is circulating more Bibles, is doing more good, is extending itself more widely in the world, is cherishing in its heart more earnestly the dream of universal empire than at any previous period of its history. Only it is doing this on the ground of the old evangel, not on the ground of the new theories of religion and of the Bible. Let us thank God for it, and not be downcast. Part 2. In this connection, it is interesting to recall the causes which, in these different ages, brought about the deliverance of the Church from an enthralling skepticism and irreligion. The present age has abounding faith in scholarship. When a scholar speaks about the Bible, let no man peep or mutter, and I should assuredly be the last to seem to throw any slight on sound and accurate scholarship. Let scholars be fought by all means with the weapons of scholars. But it is very much to the point to observe that it has never been by learning, by philosophy, by science, by scholarship, that the Church has been revived and saved in eras of great religious laxity and abounding infidelity. When Jesus introduced his religion into the world, he did not choose scholars, but humble, simple-minded men attached to himself by a living faith, and endued with power from on high to do it as witnesses to his words, works, and resurrection. Quote, "The base things of the world and the things that are despised did God choose, yea, and the things that are not, that he might bring to naught the things that are." Unquote. 1 Corinthians 1, verse 28. And what has been the verdict of history on this method? Has it not justified it in the most emphatic way? Surely it is the greatest thing we can say about these first disciples of Jesus, the most convincing testimony we can bear to their own greatness, that they had the eyes to see, that when the wise men of the world of that time were blinded and could not see, they had the power to discern something of the meaning, the importance, the worldwide significance of this great appearance in their midst, that they had the power to take, in some degree, the measure of that great spiritual movement which the heads of the people, the Caiaphases, Pilates, scribes and Pharisees, rabbis, were all blind to, and could only set down to some passing spasm of superstition. They took in some degree the measure of the spiritual greatness of the Lord Jesus Christ, and saw something of what his person and work really meant for men, saw that there was laid in him the foundation of a great worldwide religion, that bound up in him were hopes grand and glorious beyond expression for the individual and the race. This is their eternal title to honor. By means of it they became the instruments of a revolution which changed the face of the world. God hid it from the wise and prudent, but revealed it unto babes. Matthew 11, verse 25. So when we come to the later age of the Reformation, what brought the remedy for the unbelief and spiritual evils under which that age groaned? Not scholarship or science, but the discovery in Scripture and faithful proclamation of the living gospel of the grace of God by Luther and his fellow reformers, men who had felt its power in their own souls. And once more, what rescued the Church from the torpor and death of the negation of the 18th century? The deliverance came not from philosophy or learning, not even from the works of able apologists like Butler, but from the tides of the spiritual revival that swept over Britain and were felt in other lands, under the preaching of such men as Whitefield and the Wesleys. This it was which gave evangelism the victory once more over indifference and unbelief, and breathed the new breath of life into society, which introduced the era of missions to the heathen, Bible diffusion, home evangelization, and the innumerable social reforms of the last century. It is to a like outpouring of the Spirit of God upon his Church, and to the same divine energy manifesting itself in holy lives and practical work, far more than to learned confutations, however valuable these may be in their place, that we must look for the overthrow of the forms of unbelief that lift up their heads among us today. The owls vanish when the daylight reappears. Part 3. The assaults upon the Bible, which cause most anxiety at the present hour, it will be generally agreed, are those which come from the newer schools of Old and New Testament criticism, from a popular monistic philosophy, from evolutionary theories in science, and from the absorbing interest which has recently been displayed in the study of comparative religion and mythology. The two subjects which are most to the front are criticism and science, though signs are not wanting that the foremost role may soon be taken by the comparative study of religions. Of course, it is recognized that mistakes may be made, and old controversies on all these subjects carry in them lessons to be wisely laid to heart by both the assailants and the defenders of the Bible. Voltaire was confident that Christianity would be overthrown by the discovery of the law of gravitation, and would not survive a century. Yet Sir Isaac Newton, who discovered the law, was a humble Christian man. Strauss boldly affirmed that the Copernican system gave the death blow to the Christian view of the world. But what Christian today feels his faith in the slightest degree affected by the discovery that the earth goes round the sun, and not the sun, as was once believed, round the earth. There were many vauntings that the Bible was discredited, and many shakings of heart on the part of believers in the Bible themselves, when geology made it certain that the world was immensely older than the 6,000 years assigned to it since the creation by the current chronology. The saintly Cowper could poke his gentle satire at the geologists. Quote, "Some drill and bore the solid earth, and from the strata there extract a register by which we learn that he who made it and revealed its date to Moses was mistaken in its age." Unquote. But few are troubled at the present time, or feel that even the days of Genesis are put in serious peril by the discovery, through the same drilling and boring, of the magnificent procession of the eons through which the work of creation actually extended. On the other hand, as we shall see by and by, science also has had to lay aside many extreme hypotheses, and abandon or modify theories which created or seemed to create difficulties in comparison with Scripture. One is taught by these things to avoid dogmatism, and wait patiently for the progress of discovery, when many things which present difficulty at a cruder stage of science will clear themselves up of their own accord. Yet there are limits, as everyone also must admit, set by the nature of the case to this process of conciliation. Because good Christian men once mistakenly contended for the inspiration of the Hebrew vowel points, it does not follow, as seems sometimes to be argued, that the most radical results of a destructive criticism are compatible with faith in the Bible's inspiration and authority. Because people once believed that the sun went round the earth, and shook their heads in alarm at geological discoveries of the age of the earth, it does not follow that spiritual religion, not to say Christian faith, can ever reconcile itself to a form of theory that declares mind to be a mere function of brain, denies free will, and pours scorn on belief in immortality. Because there are different views on evolution and creation, it does not follow that any and every account of the mode of man's physical and spiritual origin leaves intact the Bible doctrine of sin. There is need, I grant, for caution, and for wise and charitable discrimination between essentials and non-essentials, in belief as in practice, but there are none the less great and vital issues between truth and error about the Bible which no sophistry can obscure, and no juggling with words efface. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Present-Day Trial of the Bible. Part 4. The Church is deeply concerned at the moment with the bearings and issues of what is called the higher criticism. it is well to understand what the feeling really is which lies at the bottom of this anxiety. It is not at all, in the first place, a feeling as to the general legitimacy of criticism. I do not believe, and the reception given to my own volume on the Old Testament confirms me in this opinion, that any really devout student of the Bible desires to tie up honest inquiry on any question of author, origin, date, or mode of composition of the biblical books, which does not involve clear contradiction of the Bible's own testimony on these subjects. By all means, if any traditional opinion can be shown by valid reasoning on sound data to be in error on such points, let it be corrected. The feeling as to the type of higher criticism now in vogue goes much deeper. What is felt is that this newer school of criticism, commonly known as the Wellhausen school from its most distinguished representative, really subverts the basis of a reasonable faith in the Bible and of a revelation of God contained in it altogether. There are moderate and devout men in this country, men whom personally one must honor, who seek to tone down the negations of the theory and breathe into it a more believing spirit. But for the exhibition of its principles, one prefers to go to the originators and accredited representatives of the school. And even in the works of the moderate critics, one soon discovers that the best efforts cannot remove the taint of rationalism, which inheres in its very essence. It is not extravagant to say that on the most favorable showing in this theory, little is left of the patriarchal and Mosaic history, that the Bible's own account of the origin, nature, and course of development of Israel's religion disappears, and an entirely different account, resting on different premises, is substituted for it. That till the times of the prophets at least, the supernatural recedes very much behind the natural, and miracle is hardly recognized. That practically all the legislation is taken from Moses and ascribed to a much later date, while the Levitical system in its main features is held to be a post-exilian invention, imposing on the returned Jewish remnant a code of ritual which the prophets of an earlier age, had they known of it, would have vehemently denounced as dishonoring to Jehovah. Those who are acquainted with the literature of the school will admit, I think, that this is an exceedingly mild account of its general teaching, but if it is accepted, it surely sufficiently explains the repugnance with which the immense mass of Christian people in our churches regard this strange method of dealing with God's holy word. If, in their denunciation of it, they sometimes say and feel that it is really asking them to accept another Bible, they are not without justification for that opinion in certain utterances of the school itself. Here is a recent pronouncement by a distinguished representative of the more moderate wing of the school, Professor A. Westphal of Montauban. It is not in vain, he says, that the internal ferment provoked by the old struggles has troubled the Church for long years, if it has not succeeded in furnishing the theological renovation which was expected from it. The work of dislocation of traditional ideas is none the less accomplished. little by little the abyss has been dug between the Catechism of the Church, de Temple, and the theology of the school. The day is coming when we shall be faced with two Bibles, the Bible of the faithful and the Bible of the scholar." End of quote. It would be easy to multiply quotations to the same effect, but this is sufficient at present to show the gravity of the issue by which the Church is today confronted. It adds to the gravity of the case that, according to the school itself, the critical views represented by it, so writes one, are at present all but universally held by Old Testament scholars. This, like many other statements of the school, requires, as we shall afterwards find, to be taken cum grano. But there is no doubt that for many years the Wellhausen school has been the dominant one, and has, in more or less pronounced forms, attracted an ever-increasing following to its banner, and that in Britain and America it is distinctly the ruling school still. Writers have almost ceased to argue about it. They are content to repeat its shibboleths and register what they are pleased to call its settled results. It might appear as if the representative of the traditional view had nothing left for him to do but to pull down his flag and gratefully accept what crumbs of history, law, and prophetic teaching, the last in larger measure, the critic is able to rescue for him from the general wreckage. Part 5. Before, however, giving way to undue alarm, the believer in the Bible, as we have been accustomed to understand it, will do well to place before his mind certain reassuring considerations which may help somewhat to modify a desponding judgment on the situation. I mention here only 2 or 3 of these, reserving further survey of this and other forms of trial of the Bible to succeeding papers. Number 1. One preliminary consideration of some importance is that, after all, very much in the contentions of the Wellhausen school is not new, and what is new has not yet, as theories go, had a very long time to thoroughly test and establish itself. Dr. Schoene, in his book on The Founders of Criticism, draws attention with justice to the great indebtedness of the earlier critical schools to English deism, pages 1 and 2. One is continually struck in reading the attacks on and defenses of the Old Testament in the old deistical controversy, with the surprising anticipations of the difficulties, errors, contradictions, imperfections, immoralities served up today as the newest learning in Old Testament criticism. Not a little on these subjects in modern books is already to be found as vigorously stated in Morgan and Bolingbroke and Payne, and in the older rationalists like Vatke and Van Bolen. Yet faith in the Bible withstood the shock then, gave, moreover, exceedingly good reasons for doing so, and is not likely to be overturned by the reproduction of the same things now. On the other hand, what is new in the Wellhausen theory, particularly the post-exilian dating of the Levitical law, has not yet had a very long period of trial. The critical theory of which it is the outcome has been maturing for more than a century, but this part of it, though advanced tentatively by earlier investigators, met with little or no favor till 25 or 30 years ago, when in the wake of Graf's book in 1866, it caught on through the able advocacy of Kuenen and Wellhausen. Previously to that, it had been generally rejected as an incredible folly. Kuenen himself, in 1861, spoke of its grounds as not worthy of refutation. While therefore the Wellhausen theory has more recently had a remarkable success, it is still, as such things go, a comparative novelty, and it is quite too early yet to speak of it as a settled result. The history of the Tübingen school in New Testament criticism holds out, as we shall by and by see, a warning here. There were causes in the state of thought of our time which favored the rise of such a school. It was imported as a novelty and rushed in this country by certain very able scholars. Adventitious circumstances gave it an artificial éclat, and predisposed younger scholars in a chivalrous spirit to adopt it. As its influence spread, it became a kind of tradition, a fashion of thought, and was often assented to because scholars said it without much independent examination of its grounds. Its somewhat gourd-like popularity is itself a good reason for being chary in yielding to it an unqualified assent. Number 2, there is, however, a second consideration, which strongly fortifies this moral of the first. The school in question has had an astonishing success, but it is by no means the case that it has had all the field to itself, or that it has it now, or has it in any increasing degree. It is a fact that in every age excesses of criticism tend to work out their own cure. It was so in the Tübingen school, and so it is proving itself to be here. Scholars may talk as they will of settled results, but it is undeniable that extraordinary changes are taking place within the critical school, which augur ill for its future ascendancy. The Wellhausen theory applies the principle of evolution to the religion of Israel, but its own development is a remarkable illustration of the same principle. I shall have occasion later to speak of some of these developments. Enough at present to say that they run the theory into such excesses in multiplication of sources, minute dissection of documents, extension of time in the process, complicated operations in combination and redaction, that the theory literally breaks down under its own weight and becomes incredible to soberly thinking minds. I have compared it in my book to the constant adding on of cycles and epicycles in the Ptolemaic astronomer's chart, till it became a huge maze of confusion which defied belief. The theory, in my humble opinion, is rapidly running to seed. By its very excesses, is digging its own grave. Number 3, this leads me to say next that, in point of fact, great changes are already apparent in influential quarters in the state of opinion on Old Testament questions, and greater changes are surely imminent in the near future. I do not refer to the still powerful body of opinion on the continent that refuses adhesion to the Wellhausen program, a great deal more powerful than many imagine, or to the changes in individual opinion that occasionally occur. though these also are noteworthy as signs of the times. One may notice, however, as of special significance, the decisive break of leading archaeologists as Sayce, Hummel, Haleve, Ditlev Nielsen, with the Wellhausen theory, which most of them had earlier accepted. My own conviction is that there is, at the present moment, a considerable and growing amount of distrust of the methods and conclusions of the reigning critical school in the minds of both clergy and laity in our own country. It is but a straw showing which way the wind blows, but one cannot but be interested in the statement made by Dr. Robertson Nicol in his notice of the late Dr. George Matheson, that after a period of sanguine acceptance of the processes and results of the higher criticism, as expounded by Professor W.R. Smith, and of the doctrine of evolution, he came in later life, quote, to disbelieve in the higher criticism and in the doctrine of evolution, at least in its extreme form, unquote. It is, however, something far more wide-reaching I have in view in the remark just made as to impending revolutionary changes in critical opinion. The truth is, the placards are again changing, and a new school has already arisen. The so-called historical-critical school, which is gathering to it the younger generation of scholars, and which in its heart regards Wellhausenism as pretty much obsolete. It is not on that account more believing, but is in some respects more destructive. Yet its critical positions show a marked return in a conservative direction. I might illustrate from H. Gunkel, the influential professor at Berlin, but prefer to take a single example from an address delivered recently at a conference at Eisenach by the learned Orientalist Hugo Winkler, a leading representative of this tendency. This remarkable address is nothing less than a vigorous assault on the whole foundation of the Wellhausen theory of the religion of Israel, in its advance from a tribal god to ethical monotheism in the age of the prophets, and in its alleged successive stages of nomad religion, agricultural religion, prophetic religion, and legal religion. Winkler assails the theory root and branch, and boldly declares that there has been no development of the kind. He decisively rejects the cardinal Wellhausen tenet of the origin of the Levitical law in the exile, and contends that law and prophets must have been present from the beginning. He mentions that he also is here recanting an earlier view. Here is a revolution indeed, one prophetic of much more. In how curious a light, after such a pronouncement, appears the talk about settled results. Number 4. One other circumstance I would mention as tending to a recoil in many minds from the prevalent methods in Old Testament criticism, and I refer to it only in a word. It is the spectacle afforded in recent works of what these methods really mean when applied with like unflinching boldness to the documents and history of the New Testament. It is a remarkable feature in the existing critical situation that the critics, having apparently sucked their orange well-nigh dry in the Old Testament, are now precipitating themselves in increasing numbers on the New Testament, with the result that its texts, narratives, and portraiture of the life of Jesus and of the early church are being subjected to the same treatment as had laid in ruins the patriarchal and Mosaic history. Here, however, the matter touches the Christian conscience too closely. Abraham and Moses may go in fidelity to the historical method, but if Christ is to be taken away, there is a start of shocked surprise. A halt must be called, and the methods that lead to such a result must be carefully looked into. Here, the new historical critical method is in its element, with its comparative mythology and reduction of the narratives of the Nativity and Resurrection into legends. One is interested in this connection to see the strenuous protest being made by so convinced an Old Testament critic as Professor C.A. Briggs in defense of the virgin birth. Again, perhaps only a straw, but a significant one. This rejuvenation of assault upon the New Testament will also occupy us later. Scope of the papers. The purpose and scope of the papers collected in this volume will now, I hope, be sufficiently apparent. Written from the standpoint of assured faith in the revelation of God in the Scriptures, they are intended to remove disquietude, confirm faith, and set forth considerations which may serve to show that, severe as the trial is to which the Bible is at present subjected, it will emerge from the ordeal as heretofore unscathed, and may be depended on to retain its place in the devout regard of Christian people as the repository of the living oracles of God for the guidance and salvation of mankind. End of section 2.
Chapter 2 of the Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Wiebe. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Chapter 2, an instructive object lesson. The past is a great instructor as to the power that resides in the Bible to survive the assaults made upon it even by the most skillful adversaries. I referred in the previous paper to the keen literary attacks made on Christianity by its pagan opponents in the 2nd century. A special object of assault was the Gospels. One of the most keen-witted of these assailants was the clever Epicurean Celsus, of whom the German Bauer does not hesitate to say, in acuteness, in dialectical aptitude, in many-sided culture, at once philosophical and general, Celsus stands behind no opponent of Christianity. Church History of First 3 Centuries, Volume 2, page 141. His book, called The True Word, abundant extracts from which are preserved to us by Origen, is in its way a masterpiece of attack upon the evangelic records. It is the book of a man of undeniable acuteness, of wide reading, of philosophic culture, of exceptional literary ability, who, after a minute study of the Christian writings, of deliberate purpose sets himself to assail, undermine, and overthrow Christianity by all the resources of knowledge, argument, and raillery at his command. Scarcely anything escapes his eye of which a point could be made against the new faith. Yet the book failed. So far as we can see, it had absolutely not the slightest effect in stopping the triumphant progress of Christianity in the empire. It is doubtful if we should ever have heard of its existence, but for the fact that Origen, in the following century, composed a reply to it. And the reason is not far to seek. Mockery and ridicule were no effective weapons against the holy power which men felt had entered the world in the religion of Jesus Christ. Christian men and women needed no argument to refute Celsus. They knew from their own experience that he did not do justice to their books, their religion, their morality, their lives. He might see nothing of the transcendent moral and spiritual glory of the Christian gospel, but others were not so blind. His spirit would not attract them where Christ's failed. He might cavil and misrepresent, but he had no substitute to offer for the salvation which men knew Christ had brought them. The case of Celsus is typical and preludes the whole history of the conflict of faith with unbelief. Voltaire was the keenest and most unsparing assailant of the Bible in the 18th century. He is credited with the saying that it took 12 men to found Christianity, but he would show the world that one man was sufficient to overthrow it. Proud but vain boast. The Bible, which Voltaire labored to destroy, holds on its career of conquest unchecked. The records of Bible societies show that last year, 1905, was actually the largest in the circulation of the sacred volume ever attained. But Voltaire's own books, some score or two of them, stand piled, dust-laden on the shelves, and save for some literary or historical purpose, whoever thinks of consulting them? Why again this difference? Simply because the Bible has a message for the world, which the world feels it needs. Voltaire's books had not. 1. These are instances from centuries gone by. I propose now in this paper to sketch the history of a school of criticism in the immediate past, which has, I think, valuable instruction for us in the present time of trial for the Bible, and is besides, in important ways, linked with living controversies. I refer to the famous historical and critical school commonly known as the Tübingen School, from its connection with Ferdinand Christian Bauer, professor in that university. It was a New Testament, not an Old Testament school, but its lessons are as applicable to the one school of criticism as to the other. It had a great prestige about the middle of last century, attracted to itself a band of able scholars, men like Schwegler, Zeller, Hilgenfeld, A. Ritschl, and ruled the critical world for over a generation. Dr. Samuel Davidson became a convert to it and advocated its theories in this country. It proclaimed itself, in the usual style, to be the critical, as opposed to the uncritical, view, and looked with scorn on those who rejected its conclusions. Bauer says in a note in his church history, "Here, if anywhere, is a conflict of principles, which cannot be carried further. The two views simply confront each other as the critical view and the uncritical." Volume 1, page 53. Its temporary vogue markedly resembled that of the Wellhausen school today. Yet little by little its influence ebbed, till now the tide is completely turned, and hardly any among critical writers is found so poor as to do it reverence. A glance at the fortunes of such a school can scarcely fail to be educative. Bauer, the founder of this school, was a man of great learning, ability, and conscientiousness, and had a power which few have surpassed of giving the novel theory a look of plausibility, and even of demonstration. His theory, like Wellhausen's, fascinated by the skill with which it grouped its materials in support of a central thesis, and by the easy key it seemed to afford to many difficult phenomena in the apostolic and post-apostolic ages of the Church. Briefly stated, the theory turns on one great antithesis, which is the pillar of the whole, the alleged existence of Petrine and Pauline parties in conflict with each other in the early Church. We look in vain, Bauer thinks, for a correct picture of early Christianity in the book of Acts, which is a composition of the 2nd century, written expressly for the purpose of glozing over the differences between the original apostles and Paul. The true state of matters is mirrored in the contemporary and undoubtedly authentic epistles of Paul, of which he acknowledges 4, the epistles to the Galatians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Romans. Just as in the Old Testament school we are taken for our starting point from the historical books to the prophets, or such portions of them as the critics are pleased to allow to be genuine. Here, and in the Apocalypse, accepted as a work of the Apostle John, we see the Church rent by a schism which threatened its very existence. The primitive believers at Jerusalem were far from having the enlightened views ascribed to them in the book of Acts. They were rather Jews of the most exclusive type, who differed from the rest of their countrymen only in believing that the Messiah had already appeared in Jesus of Nazareth, and who thought of nothing less than of breaking with Judaism or relaxing the obligations of the Mosaic law. When now Gentile churches were founded, it was inevitable that a conflict should arise. Stephen, the Hellenist, was the precursor of the new doctrine, but it was Paul's labors and his success in founding churches among the Gentiles which brought matters to a crisis. Jews came from Judea to Antioch, insisting on the circumcision of the new converts as a condition of salvation. Acts chapter 15, verse 1. This Paul and the Gentile Christians strenuously resisted. To try to come to some understanding on the subject, Paul and Barnabas went up to Jerusalem to meet with the original apostles. The book of Acts, in the account it gives of the great council at Jerusalem, Acts chapter 15, represents the older apostles as on the side of Paul in principle, a representation, according to Bauer, completely contradicted by the narrative in Galatians chapter 2, which besides knows nothing of a public meeting, and speaks only of a private interview with the three of chief repute, Peter, John, and James, the Lord's brother. It is quite a mistake, Bauer holds, to suppose that the so-called Judaizers were only a troublesome party or faction in the church, and that the original apostles had no sympathy with their movement. The real heads of the opposition to Paul, according to his reading of the facts, were the original apostles themselves. In his own words, who were the opponents to whom Paul and Barnabas had to offer so strenuous a resistance? Who else than the elder apostles themselves? Church History, Volume 1, page 52. The result of the conference with the three, on Bauer's theory, was a patched-up agreement, according to which each went his own way without any real harmony in principle. This became evident shortly after when Peter came to Antioch and a collision occurred between him and Paul. Peter, influenced by his surroundings, had so far modified his Jewish strictness and had begun to eat with the Gentiles. This continued till a deputation came from James at Jerusalem, Galatians chapter 2, verse 12, when heat once returned to his former practice and drew down upon him the sharp rebuke of Paul. According to Bauer, Peter and Paul never after this were reconciled, and the Jewish legalists, on their side, never forgot the slight put on their great apostle. From this conflict at Antioch dates the final break of Paul with the Jewish party. Thenceforth they set themselves, still with the concurrence of the older apostles, to oppose and frustrate Paul wherever he went. In Galatia they succeeded in subverting his work, and in bringing back his converts to circumcision and the law. In Corinth they introduced divisions, and set up a Petrine as against a Pauline party, which boldly challenged Paul's right to regard himself as an apostle at all. These opponents, as Paul admits, brought with them letters of commendation, 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 1. The apocalypse is interpreted as breathing throughout an unmistakable spirit of hostility to Paul, who is declared to be expressly excluded in the mention of the 12 apostles of the Lamb, whose names are in the foundations of the holy city, Revelation chapter 21, verse 14. The book of Acts, written towards the middle of the next century, seeks to conceal this chasm. But even in it, it is said, the traces of this fierce controversy cannot be altogether effaced. According to its own showing, the first apostles made no attempt to carry out any mission to the Gentiles. Paul met with keen opposition in his work at Antioch and elsewhere, and when at length he returned for the last time to Jerusalem, he was met by the statement of James, "Thou seest, brother, how many thousands there are among the Jews of them which have believed, and they are all zealous for the law." Acts chapter 21, verse 20. Here, it is contended, we have pictured the true state of the case, a church at Jerusalem composed of zealots for the law. Paul, on the other hand, preaching freedom from the law, and between the two parties, a bitter and irreconcilable opposition. The tension thus created, however, could not remain permanent, and we have next, according to Bauer, new developments tending to lessen the sharpness of the opposition, and to draw the parties closer together. Approximations began to be made on either side, the stages of which reflect themselves in the literary products of the time. Gospels and epistles were composed from a party point of view, each seeking to commend its own standpoint, and to conciliate opponents. The Gospel of Matthew, for example, represents a modified Jewish standpoint. The Gospel of Luke and the Acts are Pauline, but written in the interests of conciliation. Mark is a neutral gospel based on Matthew and Luke. The newer criticism precisely reverses this relation. Epistles like Ephesians and Colossians represent the same conciliatory tendency. While finally, the Gospel of John brings up the rear with its Christian Gnosticism, pointing to a date somewhere between AD 160 and 170. I need not follow the further steps by which, in Bauer's view, after mutual concession, Jewish and Gentile Christianity got blended together towards the end of the 2nd century in the unity of the Catholic Church. Such in its main features was Bauer's theory of the apostolic age, stated and defended with marvelous acuteness, and wrought out with undeniable plausibility and skill. For a time, as I have said, it quite captivated the advanced spirits in theology, just as the Wellhausen theory is doing now. The method seemed the right one: to start, not with documents of a later, or at least uncertain age, but with undoubtedly contemporary first-hand writings. The proofs seemed clear. The contradictions between Acts and the Epistle to the Galatians, the antagonism of Paul to the three as shown in the same epistle, the emissaries who came from James to Antioch and compelled Peter to renounce his more liberal practice, the conflicts with the Judaizers in Galatia and other churches, the Petrine party in Corinth and the letters of recommendation they brought with them, evidently from some influential quarters, the fact that the early apostles themselves never attempted a Gentile mission, the thousands of Jews who believed, who were all zealous for the law, in Jerusalem. How could it be doubted that the true key had been found to the many perplexing phenomena in the apostolic age which the old theory ignored, and that the eyes of the world had at length been opened to the actual course of events in that greatly misunderstood period? The Wellhausen theory of the three codes as the key to the religious history of Israel could not be clearer. 2. What now, it is instructive to inquire, has been the verdict of history on this ingenious and imposing theory, promulgated by Bauer with so much éclat? I have already hinted that it has not been favorable, but it is well to watch the process. The theory, as above sketched, was not long able to hold the field in its integrity. After a little time had been given for consideration, it became evident to unprejudiced minds that it had at least been pushed much too far, and that, in the form in which Bauer had presented it, it was little more than a caricature of early Christianity. Some of Bauer's ablest disciples, accordingly, ere long felt themselves compelled to part company with their master on essential points, and gradually the party was under the necessity of greatly retracting its position as a whole. Two causes mainly led to this result. 1. It was soon seen, and had to be acknowledged, that, granting him his own data, Bauer had greatly overdriven the evidence, and that on purely historical grounds his contentions could not be maintained. It was early pointed out, for example, by Lechler, that the text in Galatians chapter 2, verses 1 and 2, so far from confining Paul's visit to a private conference, expressly implies the larger meaning within the church. I went up again, Paul says, to Jerusalem, and laid before them the gospel which I preach, but privately before them of repute, etc. Here, them, in the connection, can only be the believers in Jerusalem, the church itself, and the but marks the transition to a private interview. Lechler in this had the rare good fortune of convincing his opponents, for the point he raised has been conceded by Zeller, Holsten, Ritschl, Pfleiderer, Royce, and most others. It is not otherwise with the alleged opposition between Paul and the three in Galatians chapter 2. It has long been shown that this chapter, so far from proving antagonism in principle, proves agreement. Paul speaks of false brethren privily brought in, verse 4. But the very mention of privily shows that they were not a majority in the church, and the express statement of the chapter is that when the three heard Paul's account of his work, they gave to him and Barnabas the right hand of fellowship, verse 9. Here again there has come about a consensus of leading critics, as Holsten, Ritschl, Royce, Pfleiderer, etc. It is evident again in Galatians chapter 2, verses 11 and 12, that in withdrawing from eating with the Gentiles, Peter was acting in weakness, against his own better convictions, and the after hostility of Peter to Paul is a simple myth, now also generally abandoned. Among other indications in the history, an undeniable evidence of the good feeling which subsisted between the church at Jerusalem and the Pauline church is the collection for the poor saints in Judea, with which Paul so honorably busied himself. Difficulty has been raised as to the silence of the later history and the epistles on the decree of the Jerusalem Council, Acts chapter 15, verses 23 and following. A. Ritchell has probably given the true explanation in showing that, in the conditions, the decree necessarily fell early into desuetude. The decision of the council was of the nature of a compromise. It settled that circumcision was not to be enforced in the Gentiles. It was not settled whether Jews were at liberty to dispense with the customs of their nation. The difference on this point was one bound to emerge in mixed churches, especially in eating, Galatians chapter 2, verses 11 to 14. The question of principle, once raised, could only be settled in the interests of a liberty which made the decree obsolete. But, 2, there was yet another cause which inevitably led to the abandonment of the extreme positions of Bauer, namely, the progress of criticism itself. Bauer's school was nothing if not critical. In the opening of his book on Paul, Bauer says, "It may be justly said of the present age that its prevailing tendency is critical. Thought has now, after the laborious toil of many centuries, emancipated itself and thrown away its crutches." This was in 1845. It was with critical weapons its battles were fought, and on critical grounds it claimed acceptance. But it was just here, by the continuous application of the same methods, that the leading postulates of the school were overthrown. It was an easy way to gain a victory to make a clean sweep of nearly all the books of the New Testament, thrusting them down to the 2nd century. Old Testament criticism substitutes the exile, and accounting for them by deliberate use of fiction. Yet if this was not done, the theory would not stand for an hour. The late date of the New Testament writings is not an accident, but an essential part of Bauer's theory. So too in Old Testament theories. Yet the progress of the same careful, thorough criticism which, be it conceded, his own school did so much to foster, has rendered it impossible to maintain this late date for the documents on which he founds. With this, as an invaluable auxiliary, the Old Testament parallel here is archaeology, has gone the progress of discovery, compelling in many instances the driving back of the date of the New Testament books to a much earlier period than Bauer would allow. Bauer, in other words, needed for his purpose to make a clean sweep of the great bulk of the literature of the New Testament. Criticism and discovery combined to show that this could not be done. One by one, Paul's epistles have had to be given back to him, till it is chiefly on the pastoral epistles, in whole or part, that in advanced circles doubt is permitted to rest. The first 3 Gospels have been carried back by stringent processes of criticism to dates well within the apostolic age. Even the Gospel of John is put by the opponents of its genuineness, a diminishing number, fully half a century earlier than Bauer would acknowledge. More will be said of this revolution in opinion immediately. I take here only an instance or two in illustration of the effect of discovery. Bauer would fain put the Gospel of John down to about AD 170, but in 1842 discovery was made of a long-lost book of Hippolytus, about AD 200, a refutation of all heresies, which dealt specifically with the Gnostic systems of Basilides and Valentinus, and made it perfectly clear that these systems were founded on the teaching of the 4th Gospel. As Basilides flourished as early as AD 125, the inference was obvious. Here is one passage. "And this he, Basilides, says, is that which has been stated in the Gospels. He was the true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world." No candid mind will deny that this quotation is from John chapter 1, verse 9. Another example. In a curious heretical production of the middle or latter part of the 2nd century, the Clementine Homilies, there were numerous clear references to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and some which any ordinary mind would have thought clear enough to John also. It did not, however, suit the critics to admit this, and the alleged absence of any references to John was turned into an argument against the existence of the Gospel before AD 160. Up to that time the manuscript was imperfect. the last homily and half of the one preceding being wanting. In 1853, a complete manuscript of the homilies was discovered, and there, in the part formerly missing, was a reference so clear to the story of the man born blind in John chapter 9 that doubt was no longer possible, and the critics yielded up the point. The more recent discovery of translations of Tatian's famous Diatessaron, or Harmony of the Four Gospels, made soon after the middle of the 2nd century, at once establishes the existence of that harmony, which had been keenly disputed, as by the author of the book called Supernatural Religion, W.R. Cassels, and the place of John's Gospel in it. It begins with the sentence, "In the beginning was the Word," John chapter 1, verse 1. End of sections 1 and 2 of chapter 2.
Section 4 of the Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. An Instructive Object Lesson, Parts 3 through 5. Part 3. It will hardly now be wondered at that, pressed by these difficulties, the school beat a retreat. A. Ritschl, at first an expounder of its critical views, he wrote to prove that Marcion's mutilated Gospel of Luke was probably the original, a position afterwards surrendered, gradually broke with its positions, and finally, in 1857, in the second edition of his book on the origin of the Old Catholic Church, wrote one of the ablest refutations of it. The full extent, however, of the breach of critical scholars with this once honored school is only seen when we come down to recent times. On the actual situation, I shall cite a few sentences from one who will not be regarded as unduly biased towards conservatism, Professor A. S. Peake of the University of Manchester. In a recent inaugural lecture on The Present Movement of Biblical Science, Mr. Peake signalizes as one of the two features in recent New Testament introduction, the general break with the Tübingen tradition. He remarks, "All that profound learning and brilliant genius could do for the theory was done by Bauer and the band of scholars he'd gathered round him. But, as is well known, this criticism has not held its ground. In the first place, it rested too much on a theory of what the history must have been not to have presented a distorted statement of what it actually is. In the next place, the radical criticism of Bauer has been almost entirely abandoned by those who would now be regarded as radical critics. The theory is taken piecemeal, and almost all its contentions are shown to be now surrendered, e.g., with the exception of Hilgenfeld, practically all critics are agreed that Mark is the earliest of the synoptists. In other words, what Bauer declared to be the latest because of the most neutral of the Gospels is now placed first of all. The theory entertained by this school as to the Acts of the Apostles has also been abandoned. The conciliatory tendency which was detected in it is seen to have been greatly exaggerated. It is added, apart from this abandonment of Bauer's New Testament criticism, there are other objections to the theory which have contributed to its surrender. In short, no shred is left that one can discern of the Tübingen theory at all. The few scholars that adhere to it, as Van Manen, have developed its criticism into an extremely negative form, leaving not a single New Testament writing to its traditional author. Their exploits, the delirium of hypercriticism, awaken only amazement. I agree, but wonder in turn that Mr. Peake, in view of all this, should write as confidently as he does of assured results in the field of Old Testament criticism. Part 4. Later Discussions. The Tübingen tradition is broken, but we have not yet reached the end of our developments. To abandon Bauer's view of Luke's Gospel and of the Book of Acts was not yet to admit Luke's authorship of these two works, or to concede to them a high historical value. It was a great step in advance when Professor W. M. Ramsay of Aberdeen, himself formerly an adherent of the Tübingen school, came out some years ago as a thoroughgoing defender of Luke's title to the rank of a first-class historian. The continent, however, seems comparatively unmoved. Now there is a change, and within the last few months criticism has received a new surprise. and something not unlike a shock to its nerves, by the entrance into this field of controversy of no less redoubtable a champion of the traditional view of Luke's authorship of the Gospel and the Acts than the brilliant and learned Professor A. Harnack of Berlin. To realize the significance of this fact, one has first to remember that the non-Lucan authorship of these two works was a point which criticism had entirely settled to its own satisfaction long ago. It was a settled result, as much so as the Old Testament J, E, and P. And next, to hear what Harnack has to say, not only on this particular question, but on the value of tradition, and on modern methods of criticism in general. On the first point, it is worthwhile listening to a colleague of Harnack's, Professor Schurer, apropos of this same book, if only to note the reason he gives for rejecting the unity of the Acts vis-à-vis its unhistoricity. The linguistic unity of the work, he says, has been already hitherto recognized, and still all representatives of a critical view of things were at one in holding that the author of the we source and the author of the Acts are to be distinguished, because the latter, on account of the glaring marks of unhistoricity in his work, cannot be a companion of Paul. All representatives at one cannot be. How familiar are the phrases. But Harnack is not dismayed, and does not bate his breath in speaking of the critics. He reckons up the forces against him, and thus pictures the temper of the reigning school. In spite of the contradiction of Credner, B. Weiss, Klosterman, Jahn, etc., the untenableness of the tradition of Luke's authorship is held to be so completely established that one hardly takes the trouble any longer to prove it, or even to give any attention to the arguments of opponents. Indeed, there seems no longer a willingness to recognize that such arguments exist. Ulliker believes he is compelled to see in the ascription of the book to Luke only an adventurous wish. So quickly does criticism forget, and in so partisan a spirit does it stiffen itself in its hypotheses. Cannot, he says again. Why not? Whence have we so sure a knowledge of apostolic and post-apostolic times that we dare oppose our knowing to surely attested facts? He does not believe there ever was a separate we source at all. Harnack claims, accordingly, in his preface, I hope to have shown in the following pages that criticism has gone wrong, and that tradition is right. And he reminds his readers that 10 years ago he told them, in the criticism of the sources of the oldest Christianity, we are in a movement backward to tradition. Something, he says, has certainly been won back in the fact that we are able to circumscribe more precisely the ground and the time of the oldest foundation-laying formation of tradition, by which not a few wild hypotheses are excluded. In the years 30 through 70, and indeed in Palestine, more exactly in Jerusalem, everything really came into being and happened, of which what followed was simply the unfolding. The third chapter of his book is headed, On the Pretended Impossibility of Vindicating the Third Gospel and the Acts of the Apostles for Luke. Harnack was never a believer in the Tübingen theory, and now he sees in it the fundamental error in New Testament criticism. All mistakes which have been made in New Testament criticism gather themselves to a focus in the criticism of the Acts of the Apostles, and the root error in Bauer's theory of the relations of Jewish and Gentile Christianity. One is reminded how certain scholars are now beginning to liken Wellhausen's dogma of the centralization of worship to this exploded dogma of the Bauer school. All this is very instructive. The cry of settled results, the proof of how far criticism, when most sure of itself, can go astray. The certainty that a change will come, and flouted tradition will reassert its rights. How the credit of books most assailed is by and by rehabilitated. We seem to hear the echoes of Old Testament discussion at every step, and are grateful for the encouragement the retrospect yields. Luke as historian. Yet Harnack, while assailing the critical views on Luke, is very cautious about committing himself to the entire historicity of the Book of Acts. He retains his liberty to pick what holes he pleases in the narrative on its historical side. His own demonstration of the Lucan authorship and of the soundness of the sources Luke employed will make it increasingly difficult for him to do this. Here, however, Professor Ramsay comes to the rescue, and on the question of fact is much the better judge. It was not the application of literary criticism which convinced Professor Ramsay that he had here a first-class historical source. His calling took him to Asia Minor on exploration war, and in the course of his researches he was so much impressed with the minute accuracy of the Book of Acts that it led him bit by bit to recast his whole opinion, and he has now become one of the ablest defenders of Luke's accuracy as a historian. In addition to his works on Paul, he has written a very able defense of the narrative of the Nativity in the Gospel of Luke. Part 5. It would unduly extend this paper to go into many details, but one illustration may perhaps be given of the extreme carefulness of Luke's statements in Acts. I choose the example of his references to governors. It will be remembered that, in giving an account of Paul's visit to Cyprus, Luke introduces us to a Sergius Paulus, proconsul, of that island. Acts 13:7. A proconsul was a yearly officer representing the Roman Senate, but Cyprus, in the time of Augustus, had been an imperial province, governed by a different class of officials, proprietors. How then comes Luke to give the governor the title proconsul? An ancient historian solves the difficulty by telling us that Augustus handed Cyprus over to the Roman Senate in exchange for another province, so that, in the words of the historian, proconsuls began to be sent into that island also. The fact is further established by a coin representing a Cyprian proconsul of this very reign of Claudius. A similar, yet more singular proof of Luke's accuracy occurs a chapter or two further on. Luke calls Gallio proconsul of Achaia, Acts 18:12. Now Achaia had been governed by proconsuls, but Tiberius had made it an imperial province, governed by proprietors, and so it remained till 5 or 6 years before the time of which Luke speaks, when the Emperor Claudius restored the province to the Senate. Then proconsuls began again, and Luke is perfectly exact. But may not the explanation be that Luke had the loose habit of calling all governors proconsuls, and so got right by chance? No. For when we come to Thessalonica, we find Luke using another name altogether, the name Politarchs. Acts 17:6-8. The title, singular to say, is found nowhere in literature but this chapter. But here discovery comes in to supplement what history does not tell. An inscription is still legible on an arch of Thessalonica, which gives this very title to the magistrates of the place, informs us of their number, and mentions the names of some who bore the office not long before the days of Paul. The last example I take relates to Paul's stay in Malta. Here Luke says were lands belonging to the chief man of the island, named Publius. Acts 28:7. The word, translated chief man, is literally protos. Now, as has been ascertained from inscriptions found in the island, protos was the, probably, official title of the governor of Malta, and Luke designates him accordingly. Such instances of minute accuracy are worth a bushel of literary arguments in proof that the author of the Acts was a man well versed in contemporary history, and had personal knowledge of the facts he wrote about. Thus much for Acts. I add one illustration in conclusion from the Gospel. Perhaps the strongest case of inaccuracy objectors have ever been able to urge against the Gospels is the mention of Quirinius in Luke 2:2. This was the first enrollment made when Quirinius was governor of Syria. It is the same Luke who wrote the Acts who makes this statement, and the accuracy he shows on other occasions might warn us not to assume too hastily that he was in error here. Yet there did seem to be something like a mistake. It is quite true, as we know from Josephus, that Quirinius was governor of Syria, and that he conducted a census of Judea, but this was 10 years later, about AD 6. It was indeed pointed out that Luke speaks of it as a first enrollment, and this of itself suggested that he knew of a second. Still, the difficulty was not satisfactorily solved. Meanwhile, in a German study, a learned author, Augustus W. Zumpt, was working away at a book on Roman antiquities, in the course of which he was led to investigate the subject of the Syrian presidencies. His treatment was purely antiquarian, yet Zumpt, working with his own materials, made the interesting discovery, in which most now acquiesce, that Quirinius must have been twice governor of Syria, once in BC 4-1 and again in AD 6. This practically solved the difficulty, though it still put the first governorship a year too late if Christ's birth is correctly dated in the end of BC 5. For the census may well have been begun by his predecessor in the end of his term of office and completed under Quirinius, with whose name it is connected. Indeed, Professor Ramsey has now established the fact of such periodical enrollments and census papers from Egypt have actually been recovered. End of Section 4. Read by Dan Coleman, Houston, Texas, October 4th, 2022.
Section 5 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Presuppositions in Old Testament Criticism, Parts 1 through 3. I have indicated that the severest trial to which the Bible has been subjected in recent years has come from the side of Old Testament criticism. To this phase of the trial, therefore, I shall now, in a few papers, address myself. So wide is the field, and so complex the subject, that it will be understood that I must content myself with touching only the larger issues. But I shall try to glance at most of these. Part 1. The higher criticism, it is well known, professes to dissect the Bible into its elements, to determine approximately the dates and circumstances of the composition of its component parts. Then, from the materials thus analyzed and readjusted, to construct a living picture of the history of the people of Israel, and of the development of their religion, laws, and institutions. It has already been made clear that not one word will be said in these papers against legitimate criticism. Provided it be done reverently, by all means let the Bible be subjected to the most careful scrutiny anyone can apply to it on its literary and historical sides. And if any light breaks out from the process, as, under God's guidance, there is every reason to hope it will, let it be faithfully followed, even if old ideas and time-honored conclusions have, to some extent, to be modified or abandoned. This is not, indeed, the highest way of studying the Bible. Taken by itself, it is poor fare, this critical business, for any human soul to nourish itself upon. Still, criticism has its rightful and necessary place, and I have not been stinted elsewhere in my acknowledgment of the gains we owe to it. I gladly own that, as the result of criticism, many things in the Bible are far better understood than they were before, and that the study of the Old Testament, especially in its historical and prophetical parts, has undergone a remarkable freshening. Only it is fair to note that many other causes in the progress of knowledge and in the spirit of the time have contributed to this result, and criticism must not be allowed to carry off the whole credit of it. It is not, therefore, every criticism, but this criticism, which has for many years almost exclusively usurped the name, which is impugned as injurious to faith. It is often said, when attention is called to the minute dissection of the books of the Bible and to theories of age and authorship, What, after all, does it matter? Is faith bound up with questions of doubtful disputation like these? Frequently the remonstrance is added that in any case it is wrong to appeal to the harmful consequences of a theory in disproof of its truth, when the sole question should be, is it true? It is necessary, however, very carefully to discriminate. It is freely granted that there are many inquiries in criticism which faith can afford to look on with equanimity. Footnote. It is at the same time only superficially plausible to say that, in almost any department, criticism does not matter. It is the case, for example, that the more nearly we come to contemporary sources in history, the better is our foundation. Who will deny that this fact lends importance to such questions as to whether Moses was concerned in the composition of the Pentateuch, or whether Luke wrote the third Gospel and the Acts, or whether Paul was the author of the epistles that bear his name? End footnote. There are books in the Bible, for example, Kings and Chronicles, compilations from earlier materials, and admittedly of late date, the authorship of which is unknown. Yet their authority is not destroyed, and it is a legitimate question how far this process of compilation may extend. Or take the question of the Pentateuch. I myself take a high view of the connection of Moses with the Pentateuch. I believe this to be the view borne out by internal evidence, by the later testimony of the Old Testament, and by unbroken tradition since. Yet there are parts of the Pentateuch which we know Moses did not write. For example, the account of his own death, Deuteronomy 34, and if it should prove, as I think probable, that different hands cooperated in the composition of this large work, that it embodied older or later records, and that it underwent repeated revision and re-editing, our faith in its essentially Mosaic character and truthfulness would not be sensibly affected. It is a very different matter, as pointed out at the commencement, when the late dates assigned to documents are employed as leverage to destroy the credibility of the history and to upset at almost every point the Bible's witness to itself. How, a reasonable mind will inevitably ask, can anyone regard as the Word of God a book which confessedly is largely composed of fictions and incredibilities, which degrades and dishonors God by its representations, which is full of contradictions, in which its most solemn "Thus saith the Lord's" are denied, which does not scruple on occasion to employ the methods of fraud? Criticism of this kind does emphatically matter. It is the armory in which popular infidelity finds today its most effective weapons against the Bible. This is not a matter which appeals only to academic interests. The argument from consequences needs, indeed, to be handled with caution. But in no sphere of life does any sane man close his eyes to the nature of the consequences of the theory he is opposing or defending. Is it a fiscal controversy? The stake is held to be the prosperity or ruin of the empire. Is it a question of personal conduct? The beneficial or harmful consequences of a particular line of action are never forgotten to be urged. Grave or hurtful consequences are, at least, always regarded as a reason for the narrowest scrutiny of the principles or theories that lead up to them. They are often more. By their fruits ye shall know them, is given as a test bearing directly upon truth. Footnote. Hence the ineptness of such criticism on this point as the following. The real question is, are the generally accepted results of biblical criticism substantially correct? If they are, we must accept them, no matter what consequences they involve. Let's have the light, even if we perish in it. Is it probable that the true light will issue in destruction? End footnote. It is carefully to be observed in entering on the inquiry about criticism that the book proposed to be subjected to this ordeal does not come to the trial without having something to say for itself on the points directly at issue. The investigation does not take place in vacuo. The slate is not clean at the commencement of the critic's proceedings. The Bible has a character, an identity, a witness of its own, which must be taken account of in any examination of its claims. It comes into court with very distinct claims. It professes to be a history of revelation. It gives itself out as a record of God's dealings with man in revelation from the beginning. It unfolds the course of that revelation through its successive dispensations. It has its own account to give of the origin of its laws and institutions. Its narrative is connected with great historic personages: Abraham, Moses, Samuel, David, the prophets, culminating in Jesus Christ, the goal of the whole. The history, accordingly, has an organic, progressive character, is charged with deep ideas, moves forward under the impulse of an indwelling divine purpose, which cannot be eliminated from its parts without destroying the significance of the whole. More even must be said of it than this. The Old Testament abounds in claims to be or convey the Word of God to its own time and people. Jesus accepted it as such. For example, Matthew 4, verses 4, 7, and 10, 5, verses 17 and 18, 15, verses 3 and 6, Luke 24, verses 26 and 27, John 5, verses 39, 45 through 47. He appeals to its narratives, even the earliest, in proof of the great principles of his religion. Matthew 19, verses 4 through 6, 22, verses 31 and 32. The New Testament declares this to be its character, and in the essentials of its message, affirms it to be the Word of God to Christians still. For example, Romans 1, verses 1 and 2, 3, verses 1 and 2, 1 Corinthians 10, verse 11, 2 Timothy 3, verses 15 and 17. The Old Testament gives, besides, good reasons for these claims in the spiritual powers with which its revelation is shown to be charged. The onus lies on the critic, if he will, of disproving this character of the Bible. Many, of course, do not desire to disprove it. It cannot be simply ignored, or treated as if the claim was not there. The critic cannot be allowed, in oblivion of all this, to start theory building on the origin and course of Israel's history and religion, as if nothing already was given. Yet, as we are soon to see, this is precisely what the modern criticism, in its most eminent representatives, does. It will, in truth, become apparent, as we proceed, that nearly everything in this critical study of the Old Testament depends on the principles by which we are guided, and the spirit in which the study is conducted. Criticism is like the fiery, cloudy pillar which led the Israelites through the Red Sea. It has a double aspect: light to the hosts in front, darkness to their pursuers. To one man, imbued with the psalmist's love of God's law, Psalms 119, verse 18, criticism discloses endless harmonies and agreements. To another, it discovers nothing but difficulties, incredibilities, contradictions, moral monstrosities. It follows that we cannot be too careful about our starting points and methods. Part 2. This brings me to a closer scrutiny of the methods of the newer criticism, of whose procedure I complain. Criticism, I know, is for the present so settled on its lees, in its confidence in its immovable results, that little that anyone can say will make any impression on it. It points, in the familiar phrase, to its assured results, and there is held to be an end of it. There are, however, several questions which press for answer here. A first is, are the results settled? Next, if they are, how are they settled? And yet another is, should they be settled? And the middle question of these three, the question of the how, is as important as either of the others. It is the one I propose to look at to begin with. The story of how criticism has come to reach its present advanced position is too long to be here even entered on. Two periods in general may be distinguished. First, there was the period of the literary criticism, with its results in the analysis of the documents of the Pentateuch, now commonly accepted, JEDP, with their developments, the assigning of Deuteronomy to the age of Josiah, the attributing of the second part of Isaiah to the exile, of Daniel to the age of the Maccabees, etc. Next came the period of the so-called historical religious criticism, inaugurated with some precursors by Groff in 1866 and carried forward by Kuhnen, Wellhausen, and others, till it has become the reigning school. In its hands, history, laws, religion, all go into the melting pot, with consequences that will afterwards become apparent. Its distinctive and most plausible feature is the theory of the three codes, namely, the Book of the Covenant, the Deuteronomic, and the priestly codes, assumed to correspond with successive periods of the history. The Levitical code, assigned by the Bible to Moses, is post-exilian. The order of Levites takes its origin from the degraded priests of Ezekiel 44. If now the question is asked, by what method are these results obtained? The answer will confidently be given by careful literary and historical investigation. And I have no disposition to deny that honest and careful investigation has played a large part in the history of criticism. Critical theories are often hypotheses to explain real phenomena and it is only fair to give careful attention to any facts they bring to light and seek to account for. But is this all? If it were, it is safe to say we should not have the results now shown. But it is not. There is a deeper force at work whose action has profoundly controlled and directed the operations of Old Testament criticism from the first. The force I speak of is the rationalistic conviction that a supernatural explanation of facts cannot be admitted. From the beginning, Old Testament criticism has been committed to this idea, and it is under its influence, very largely, that the modern theory we are now discussing has been built up. This preconception, connected with what is called the modern view of the world, enters deeply into both Old Testament and New Testament criticism at the present hour. I take here a striking illustration from the New Testament, which applies with equal force to the Old. Germany and other countries have been flooded of late with books, some of a popular order, setting forth the lineaments of a non-supernatural Jesus, and of a Christianity divorced from Pauline ideas. Against this so-called religious historical view of Jesus and Christianity, as represented by two writers, Bousset and Vrede, the Richelian professor Julius Kaufmann of Berlin utters himself in a trenchant pamphlet, Jesus und Paulus, which in its own way is a sign of the times. His words are weighty. This new theorizing, he declares emphatically, has its roots in quite other soil than that of method. It is, he says, put briefly, the so-called modern view of the world, moderne Weltanschauung, which stands behind it, page 4. He shows how this leads to a quite unhistorical representation of both Jesus and Paul, and concludes a searching investigation with the judgment, quote, I conclude, therefore, that this Jesus religion is an affair without roots, as it has points of support neither in the gospel of Jesus nor in primitive Christianity, so it will never approve itself, not today and not in the future, as a possible form of Christianity. End quote. Page 77. Footnote. I have been criticized for saying in my book on God's Image in Man that the Christian view of the world is not the modern view, and that we ought to have the courage to declare this. Kaufmann utters himself in much stronger language than I have cared to use. I am no lover, he says, of the modern view of the world. Rather, I find it astonishing that so many thinking men should be led astray by this bugbear. Page 72. See page 151. End footnote. Exactly the same thing is true of the modern theorizing on the Old Testament. It has its roots not in method, but in an anti-supernaturalistic presupposition. De Wette, in his introduction, laid it down that the miraculous narratives of the Old Testament have their foundation partly in the deficiency and narrowness of human knowledge at that time, and partly in the distance of time between the event itself and the written account of it, and held that they were to be treated as historical myths. Volume 2, page 25. The criticism of Kuhnen and Wellhausen is ruled by this idea. Professor G.B. Foster of Chicago University declares, with the endorsement of that body, in his recent book on the finality of the Christian religion, that to the scientific understanding of the world and to the intellectual aptitude superinduced by science, a miracle cannot be admitted, page 130, and devotes a large section of his work to the proof of this thesis. I know, of course, very well that many who have adopted and work with these theories retain their faith in the supernatural. Their reason for doing so is the very just one, that they perceive quite clearly that, with any amount of critical violence, you cannot get the supernatural out of the Bible. It is there and will reassert itself. Their problem, accordingly, is to work these two things together, and the result is a compromise which will not stand, since the things attempted to be combined are opposite in principle. Fruit grown upon a tree of such pronouncedly rationalistic root does not become good simply by being served up in a Christian basket. Footnote: the reply sometimes made to an argument of this kind, namely, that the believer also has his presuppositions, is, in this connection, without force. The difference is that the believer's presuppositions are those which the Bible itself yields. The critic's are not, but the negation of the Bible's postulates. The believer accordingly interprets the Bible along the Bible's own lines. The opposite view can only be maintained by continual drafts on the historic imagination and by bold and arbitrary treatment of the text and history. End footnote. Part 3. The truth of what is now said becomes more evident when, from its underlying principle, we look to the working out of this modern critical theory. The Bible is a book full of the supernatural from beginning to end. It is the history of the development of a supernatural purpose, issuing in the incarnation and in a supernatural economy of redemption. It is a story, from the call of Abraham downwards, of the entrance of God into history in supernatural word and deed. It is clear that the critical view, having as its postulate the denial of all this, has no alternative but to begin by sweeping the whole of it away. This, accordingly, is what it actually does. The process has two stages, in each of which the characteristic vice of the method is laid bare. The method, first, compels rejection, almost in toto, of the history we have. Next, it invokes imagination to fill up the blank by devising a new history fashioned on its own principle of religious evolution. As to the completeness of the sweep made of the existing history, there can be no question. Mr. Addis has just published a volume on Hebrew religion, in which the patriarchal age is not so much as mentioned. Footnote: the criticisms on Mr. Addis here and in later papers are allowed to remain, but I desire now to say that I have no doubt of this writer's full acceptance of the great doctrines of our common Christian faith. I cannot change my view on the consistency. End footnote. To use a phrase of Doom's applied to the Mosaic period, it is simply wiped out. Footnote: Doom boasts in his work on the prophets, page 19, that by the transference of a single source, the priestly law, into the post-exilian time, at one stroke the Mosaic period is wiped out. End footnote. The same is true of the age of Moses, even where the lawgiver's personality and religious leadership of Israel are admitted. The history as we have it disappears, but some go further. In an important work lately published by Professor Edward Meyer of Berlin on Israel and its neighbors, the thesis is laid down and defended that Moses is no historical personality, page 569. This will comfort Dr. Chain, who cannot believe that Moses was even, like Sargon, a historical personage with mythic accretions. The book of Joshua is a romance. I gave in my volume on the Old Testament a typical example of this historical method from Buddha, which I may here reproduce. He is explaining how the Canaanite God of Moses became transformed into the Yahweh of a later period by the absorption of other gods into himself. Yahweh had not expelled or annihilated them, the Canaanitish gods, but had made them subject. He had divested them of their personality by absorbing them into his own person. To be sure, neither the law nor the historical narratives nor the prophets say a word of all this, yet it can be proved, etc. Footnote. Religion of Israel, page 41. Italics are mine. The above is a suggestive commentary on such panegyrics on the newer criticism as those in Professor Kant's Origin and Permanent Value of the Old Testament. Not a grain of truth which the Bible contains has been destroyed or permanently obscured. Instead, the debris of time-honored traditions and dogmas have been cleared away, and the true scriptures at last stand forth again in their pristine splendor, etc. Page 16. End footnote. Another branch of the same procedure is the removal by critical expurgation of any passages or references in the history or prophets which do not suit the critical scheme. The high priest, for instance, Wellhausen tells us, is a creation of the exile. He is unknown even to Ezekiel. Yet the high priest is mentioned at least 4 times in the preceding history. 2 Kings 12, verse 10, 22, verses 4 through 8, 23, verse 4. And the texts are sustained by the parallel passages in Chronicles and by the Septuagint. What is to be done with them? They are simply struck out as interpolations. The passage above quoted from Buddha serves equally as an illustration of the counter process of filling up from imagination the blanks created by this annihilation of the existing history. Examples would be endless. The whole critical theory of the evolution of Israel's religion from a primitive animism to the creation of the priestly code in the exile is, in my judgment, a case of it, and it was seen in a previous paper that Hugo Winkler, the Orientalist, is of the same opinion. Only an instance or two need be given. It was mentioned before that the Levites in the priestly code are supposed to have taken their origin in the degradation of the unfaithful priests of Ezekiel 44. There is no evidence that such a degradation was ever carried out, much less that the Levites already found at the return from exile, Ezra 2, verse 40, 3, verse 8, etc., were the creation of any such ban. Yet we are treated with imaginary pictures of the vehement struggles adumbrated in the story of Korah, of these degraded priests in the exile to regain their lost privileges. Nothing could be more baseless. Again, the Decalogue is denied to Moses, but the fiction of a second Decalogue, which is supposed to be more primitive, is extracted from Exodus 34, verses 14 through 26. Yet Mr. Addis, who serves up this earliest Decalogue without demur in his Hebrew Religion, pages 117 through 119, had himself told us in his larger work on the Hexateuch, Volume 1, page 157, in this agreeing with very many critics, that the disentangling of the alleged 10 words is mere guesswork. In the same writer, a proof that the doorposts in Israel were under the protection of Penates, or spirits of the household, is found in the fact that the master took his bondsman to the doorpost and pierced his ear with an awl, by that act bringing him to Elohim. Page 37. Compare Exodus 21, verse 6. What can be clearer than that Elohim here means simply judges? English version, shall bring him unto the judges, as unquestionably it does in 1 Samuel 2, verse 25. More examples will be found when we come to deal with worship. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Presuppositions in Old Testament Criticism, Parts 4 and 5. Part 4. To prove the Wellhausen theory, however, to be arbitrary and fallacious would avail little, if it were not possible to put some positive construction in its place, and to show that the biblical representation to which the Wellhausen conception is opposed is capable of vindication on its own account. It has been pointed out that the most fundamental and plausible part of this hypothesis, that which has gained for it undoubtedly most acceptance, is its skillful theory of the 3 codes. It may serve a useful purpose at this stage, therefore, briefly to bring the biblical and the critical views on these codes into contrast, and to test their respective merits. The comparison is crucial in other ways. It is sometimes said that there is no claim in the Pentateuch itself to Mosaic authorship. But is this the case? Does not the Decalogue claim to be Mosaic? Does not every code of law in the Old Testament claim to be from Moses? Moses is said to have written down the laws in the Book of the Covenant, Exodus 24, verses 3 through 7. He is expressly said to have written the law in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 31, verse 9. He gave the Levitical laws. The arguments against the Mosaic authorship, formerly drawn from the absence of the art of writing and the state of culture of the time, are vanishing with better knowledge, and objection now chiefly turns on the supposed incompatibility of the codes with each other and with the history. critical theory of the codes. Criticism undertakes to show that the three codes in question, the Book of the Covenant, the Deuteronomic Code, and the Levitical Code, are non-Mosaic, partly on the ground of their internal incompatibility, but chiefly because they can be proved to belong to successive periods of history by their correspondence with the conditions of these periods. As Professor Peake, in a lecture before quoted, succinctly puts the matter, by proving that these codes arose in different ages and were elicited by different social and religious conditions, criticism, has removed the great stumbling block presented by the spectacle of radically inconsistent codes given by the same legislator with an interval of a few months at most between them. The interval between Deuteronomy and the other codes, it may be remarked, was nearly 40 years. The law in Exodus chapters 20 through 23, it is held, with its provision for a multiplicity of altars, chapter 20, verse 24, ruled till the age of Josiah. Then came the movement for the centralization of worship inaugurated by Deuteronomy, taken to be a prophetic program. The Levitical Code is post-exilian, as is thought to be proved by the absence of all reference to its characteristic institutions earlier. So it used to be shown that the fourth gospel could not be earlier than the middle of the 2nd century, because it reflected the conditions of the conflict with Gnosticism. Historical and legal details will be considered in another connection. I wish now to try to show that, from the Bible's own point of view, the whole theory rests on a fundamental oversight. A constant assumption of the school I am criticizing is that the Levitical Code is put forth as a fixed, immutable system of laws given once for all in the wilderness, and intended to regulate the life and practice of the Israelites without change or modification in all future time. The late Professor W.R. Smith makes this, which he calls the traditional theory of the Old Testament history, the basis of his whole exposition of the theory of the codes. As soon, he says, as we lay down the position that the system of the ceremonial law, embracing as it does the whole life of every Jew, was completed and prescribed as an authoritative code for Israel before the conquest of Canaan, we have an absolute rule for measuring the whole future history of the nation and the whole significance of subsequent revelation under the Whole Testament. Footnote: Old Testament in the Jewish Church, pages 298 and following, first edition. Even on this showing, does the conclusion follow? How would it fare with the New Testament Church if tested by the absolute rule of Christ's teaching? How many epochs and passages in its history would have to be ruled out as unhistorical? End footnote. Now look at the facts. Two things are clear as day in the history of the Mosaic times. The people looked forward to Canaan, yet the ceremonial legislation, in its immediate form, was all but wholly adapted to the conditions of the wilderness. Let anyone read carefully the laws and narratives attributed to the priestly code in Exodus chapter 25 and following, Leviticus and Numbers, and he will see that, throughout, the arrangements described are adapted to the wilderness. and that many of them have no meaning except there. The arrangements, for example, for the consecration of Aaron and his sons, the census lists of the tribes, the arrangements for the disposition of the tribes in their several camps around the tabernacle, the elaborate instructions for the march of the host, the choice of the Levites and details of their duties in the charge and conveyance of the tabernacle in its journeyings, the directions for the making of the tabernacle itself, for the tabernacle in its nature was a structure which was bound in time to wear out and need replacement. Even the laws and ritual of the sacrifices and feasts, where there is obviously more that is intended to be permanent, are, in the first instance, cast into the wilderness forms. We have, for example, the direction for the carrying forth of the bullock of the sin offering without the camp unto a clean place, and burning of it there, Leviticus 4, verse 12, which so stumbled Bishop Colenso. Evidently the whole cast of such legislation would become unsuitable on entering the land. Only the principles in many cases would remain. An observance in the letter would be a manifest impossibility. A vast mass of the Levitical legislation, therefore, is, on the face of it, of a temporary character. It corresponds with the description of it in the Epistle to the Hebrews as an economy that decayeth and is ready to vanish away. Hebrews 8, verse 13. This is a fact of weighty importance in its bearing on the difficulties which the critics raise about the codes. Two things, apart from the very direct presumption it affords of an authorship in the Mosaic age, follow from it. Footnote: Bleek, one of the older critical writers, made good use of this in his Introduction, as proving that an important part of the laws and ordinances of the Pentateuch is of such a nature that, judging from their purport and form, it is impossible that they could belong to any other age than the Mosaic. Also, that the historical part of the Pentateuch is generally confirmed by them, since they relate so clearly to the circumstances contained in the history. Introduction, Volume 1, page 225, English translation. He says that when we meet with laws, as those mentioned above, which refer in their whole tenor to a state of things utterly unknown in the period subsequent to Moses, and to circumstances existing in the Mosaic age, and to that only, it is in the highest degree likely that these laws, not only in their essential purport, proceeded from Moses, but also that they were written down by Moses, or at least in the Mosaic age. Page 212. End footnote. First, it explains why the traces of this Levitical code are relatively scant in the periods that succeeded Moses. They are not nearly so scant, it will be discovered, by any means, as the critics try to make out. Great allowance must also, in fairness, be made, in Hebrew as in Christian history, for times of religious disorganization, for example, the Judges, corruption, and declension. But it is not always sufficiently considered how large a part of the Levitical legislation was necessarily left behind in the simple transition from life in the wilderness to settled life in Canaan. Priests and Levites, for example, are no longer found grouped in their tents around the tabernacle, but a quite different provision is made for them in the institution of the Levitical cities. Numbers chapter 35, Joshua chapter 21. Footnote: It is possible that, like many other laws, this law of the Levitical cities was never very strictly carried out, though there are instances implying its existence. Compare 1 Samuel 6, verse 15, 1 Kings 2, verse 26, Jeremiah 1, verse 1. But is it credible that Ezra should have given to the people for the first time a law declaring that 48 cities had been set apart from time immemorial for this purpose, when everybody present must have known that no such cities ever existed? Yet such is the critical theory. End footnote. The ritual law was carried forward as far as practicable, yet under new forms and conditions, which made reference to the laws in their wilderness forms unlikely. When the temporary part of the legislation is stripped off, the laws that remain are of a kind which it would be very difficult to prove were not always of validity in Israel. Besides this, it seems to me quite a mistake to suppose that the godly in Israel ever were, or were intended to be, slaves to the letter of the law to the extent that many suppose. 1 Samuel 15, verse 21. The moral law was ever above the ritual. Compare Matthew 12, verses 3 through 7. As necessity arose, laws were freely altered or modified, of course under proper authority. David, on the testimony of the Levitical chronicler, reorganized the whole worship of the tabernacle. 1 Chronicles chapter 23 and following. The tax imposed by Nehemiah was the third of a shekel instead of the half shekel of the law. Nehemiah 10, verse 32. When all the circumstances are considered, we may begin to feel with Dillman that the allusions, even to ritual, in the history are as numerous as we had any right to expect. Second, it leads us to anticipate that, later, new laws modifying the old would be given in prospect of entering the land. If the Levitical law, as just said, at once looked forward to entering Canaan, for example, Leviticus 25, verse 2, yet in its immediate shape was wholly adapted to conditions in the wilderness, it is only what we might expect that, as the time for the change approached, new or supplementary ordinances would be given, for example, the directions for the Levitical cities, Numbers chapter 35, laws of inheritance, Numbers chapter 36, and that in any rehearsal or re-promulgation, certain changes, readaptations, and modifications of laws would be made. This last is precisely what we find in the book of Deuteronomy, which looks forward not only to life in Canaan, but to a future settled place for God's house, in room of the shifting tabernacle, and to a stricter centralization of worship than was then possible. Chapter 12. It will be seen afterwards that there is in this no radical inconsistency with the older legislation, which also has the unity of God's worship as its ideal. So, far from Deuteronomy contradicting the law about the altar of earth or stone in Exodus 20, verses 24 and 25, it directly falls back on that law in ordaining an altar to be set up on Mount Ebal, Deuteronomy 27, verses 4 through 7. Part 5. Here, then, it seems to me we have in great part the real secret of the peculiarities of the three codes, on an illusory interpretation of which the new theory of Israel's law and religion is made to hinge. When the right perspective is attained, the radical inconsistencies of the critics' imaginings largely fall away of their own accord. The oldest code in Exodus chapters 20 through 23 cannot stand in essential disagreement with the Levitical ritual law, for, except in the law of the altar, Exodus 20, verses 24 through 26, which is quite general, and probably embodies old usage, and one or two other points, the feasts, Exodus 23, verses 14 through 19, it deals, as civil law, with a different class of subjects altogether. Footnote: in form and character, as shown by the recently discovered code of Hammurabi, the Amraphel of Genesis chapter 14, this code has on it the impress of great antiquity. End footnote. As little can radical inconsistency be alleged between this code and Deuteronomy, seeing that, apart again from the altar law, the Deuteronomic code is, by all but universal admission, based on this older legislation. The supposed discrepancy on the central sanctuary will be discussed after. The only crucial question, then, is as to the relation of the Levitical law to Deuteronomy, and on this point the Bible and the Wellhausen criticism do stand radically opposed. The Bible makes the Levitical law the earlier, representing it as the product of the wilderness, with which its form agrees. Criticism, on the other hand, as we have seen, tears it away from its Mosaic basis and carries it down to post-exilian times, puts it after the prophets. Instead of the order law and prophets, we have now the order prophets and law. But apart from other objections, is this likely? It is the favorite theory at present, but is it natural or reasonable? As we formerly saw, Hugo Winkler, who knows as much about Oriental codes as most, decidedly rejects it on historical grounds. Law and prophets, he tells, are present from the beginning. Footnote: the opposition of priestly and prophetic tendencies may easily be exaggerated. Isaiah received his call in vision in the temple. Jeremiah was of priestly descent. Priests and prophets acted together at the finding of the law in Josiah's reign. Deuteronomy is marked by both tendencies. Ezekiel was a priest, Joel, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi do honor to the law, etc. End footnote. But is it reasonable in itself? Is progress backward? Which is the more natural order, from outward to inward, or from inward to outward? From rudiments to more spiritual teaching, or from spiritual teaching back to beggarly elements? The law has a suitability and value in its own place as a stepping stone to something higher, a prefiguration of more spiritual blessings to come. But how shall we regard it as any part of the Word of God if it represents an unspiritual lapse from prophetic teaching to an infinitely lower level, is, in truth, a concoction of exilian priests who know no better way of commending their fictions than by passing them off in the name of Moses. Having begun in the Spirit, was it God's will that his chosen people should be made perfect in the flesh? Later Judaism, no doubt, represents a descent into an exaggerated legalism. But was this the proper order or outcome of God's dispensations? How, finally, does it stand with the codes themselves in the relation of dependence? It is not difficult to show that, in manifold ways, as scholars of the highest standing maintain, the Levitical law, or portions of it, are implied in Deuteronomy. On the other hand, the peculiarities of Deuteronomy are not reflected in the Levitical law. There is allusion to the priestly law in Deuteronomy. Compare Deuteronomy 14, verses 4 through 20, which Dr. Driver admits is, in great measure, verbally identical with Leviticus 11, verses 2 through 23. But the priestly law shows no acquaintance with Deuteronomy. What conclusion is reasonable but that the priestly law is the earlier of the two? End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Settled Results in Criticism, Parts 1 through 3. Roman numeral 4. No argument is more frequently employed to silence objection to modern critical theories than the alleged agreement of competent scholars as to the main results of their criticism. The labors of over a century have issued in certain settled results, which it is held to be folly and presumption for non-experts any longer to question. Harnack's words, quoted in a previous paper, show that the same temper is carried into New Testament criticism and embody his vigorous protest against it. I have ventured to enter a demurrer against this summary method of foreclosing a controversy of such magnitude. I have pointed out that, even if the results could be regarded as settled, there is a prior question to be answered. How are they settled? I have tried to show that, from the first, a pronouncedly rationalistic strain has entered into this criticism, and that the methods it employs are not such as to command our confidence. If further proof were needed of the predominantly rationalistic character of the movement, it could be furnished abundantly from the historical sketches in Professor Foster's recent work on the finality of the Christian religion, in which the fact is dwelt on with approval, pages 94, 114, etc. Without dwelling further on this, I come now to deal with the other two questions I proposed, which raise a direct issue. Are the results settled? And if they are, should they be settled? Part 1. It is desirable first to have one or two specimens of the kind of assurance expressed. I take these from recent writers already cited. Mr. Addis, in his book on Hebrew religion, under the heading of Results of Criticism Assumed, writes, on many questions of capital moment, such for example as the dates at which the documents composing the Pentateuch were written down, the date and authorship of most of the prophetic books, there is practical unanimity among men whose knowledge entitles them to judge. This agreement has been slowly attained. It has been severely tested by discussion, nor is there the slightest ground for thinking that it will ever be seriously disturbed. Pages 11 and 12. He admits that there are other matters, as for example the extent to which the genuine works of the prophets have been interpolated by the scribes, which are still shrouded in uncertainty, a serious qualification of the alleged agreement. Let us listen next to Professor Peake in his Manchester lecture on The Present Movement of Biblical Science. We need not hesitate, he says, to claim that many assured results have been reached which the future is not likely to reverse. After giving an enumeration which includes the analysis of the Pentateuch into 4 main documents, the identification of the law on which Josiah's Reformation was based with some form of the Deuteronomic Code, the compilation of that code in the reign of Manasseh at the earliest, the fixing of the priestly code to a date later than Ezekiel, the highly composite character of some parts of the prophetic literature, especially the book of Isaiah, the post-exilian origin of most of the Psalms and large parts of the book of Proverbs, the composition of Job not earlier than the exile and probably later, the Maccabean date of Daniel, and the slightly earlier date of Ecclesiastes, he adds, on all these points it would be possible to name dissentient voices, but, speaking generally, these results would probably secure the adhesion of most Old Testament critics. This no doubt looks imposing. The simplest way of testing it, I think, will be to give a brief, unvarnished sketch of the actual course of development and present position of criticism on the subjects named. I have noted already the judgment of Winkler and his school on the Wellhausen theory of religion, on which so much of the criticism depends. But I take here the literary criticism on its own merits. Probably at the end of the survey, the reader may be less reminded of assured results than of the famous picture in Dante's poem of an eager crowd circling round and round in pursuit of a whirling flag, which perpetually eludes its grasp. The critical chase of certainty in results seems to me well nigh as hopeless. Part 2. Criticism began, as is well known, with the observation of the alternation of the divine names Elohim, God, and Jehovah, e.v. Lord, in certain sections of the book of Genesis up to Exodus 6. Soon, literary peculiarities were discovered distinguishing these sections, named respectively Elohistic and Jehovistic. By and by it was noticed that this distinction did not cover the whole field. Certain parts of the Elohistic narrative lacked the literary marks of the other parts, especially after chapter 20, and closely resembled the Jehovistic portions in everything but the use of the divine name. Criticism now took the bold step of separating these newly distinguished parts and erecting them into a separate document, known thenceforth as the Second Elohist, or E. Hitherto, the Elohistic document had been regarded as a complete, continuous history, and the Jehovistic parts had been viewed as fragmentary and supplementary. Now these also were regarded as forming a continuous document, thenceforth designated J. As far back as the days of Deveta, Deuteronomy had already been separated from the rest of the Pentateuch, and, on grounds of style and law, relegated to the age of Josiah. This is known as D. Criticism had now fairly entered on its speculative stage, and the 4 documents, which rank among the assured results, are well in sight. There is the original Elohist, latterly known as P, a priestly work, to which the framework of the narrative in Genesis and the Levitical laws belong. There are the popular so-called prophetic narratives of J and E, and there is the Josianic prophetic law book, D. As to age, up to this time the Elohistic work, P, was regarded as beyond question the oldest of all, either Mosaic or, in its legal parts, largely Mosaic, at latest of the days of Samuel or Saul. J and E were dated about the days of the undivided kingdom or shortly after. Then came the volte-face of the Graf school, by which the settled results of the previous period were precisely reversed, and the whole Levitical code was lifted down bodily from the beginning to the end of Israel's history, the narrative part with which it was connected soon following. The Elohistic document, from being the oldest of the four, now became the youngest. It was as if a man who before stood on his feet was suddenly turned over and made to stand on his head. The result was naturally a considerable internal derangement. Vision was affected, and things generally took on an upside-down look. The history was reconstructed in a new perspective. The Mosaic period, as Doom said, was wiped out. Mosaic laws, the tabernacle, the Aaronic priesthood, the Levites, Passover laws, etc., became fiction. As Colenso put it, for all those who are convinced of the substantial truth of the above results, the whole ritualistic system, as a system of divine institution, comes at once to the ground. The whole support of this system is struck away when it is once ascertained that the Levitical legislation of the Pentateuch is entirely the product of a very late age, a mere figment of the post-captivity priesthood. J and E were now commonly put in the time of the divided monarchy, say from 850 to 750 BC, according to which was put first, i.e., before Amos. Further, as the two were so closely united, they were assumed to have been combined into one work, J.E., sometime before their final union with P after the exile. It might be supposed that, having reached the bottom in this inversion of previous theories, criticism would now indeed settle and be at peace. We are only, however, as we soon discover, at the beginning of new developments. The 4 documents, which we are told are among the assured results, begin themselves to split up and detail into a series under each denomination, which effectually disposes of their unity. The original J disintegrates into a J1, J2, J3. E similarly into an E1, E2, E3. P in Cunan's hands gets the length of a P4, and there is needed for the processes of union a like series of redactors, R1, R2, R3, etc. As history knows absolutely nothing of these hypothetical entities, they can be multiplied to any extent at pleasure. The paragraphs, verses, or fragments of verses to be assigned to each are now picked out and exhibited as they are, e.g., in the Oxford Hexateuch. It is easy to see as this process goes on that we are on the verge of fresh transformations. The members of the series so flow together that it speedily becomes impossible to maintain their identity. Accordingly, as the next development along this line, we have the dropping of individualities altogether and the courageous conversion of the J, E, P, D, and R series, our 4 documents, into schools, which extend downwards no one can quite tell how far. Thus, as in the ancient Heraclitean philosophy, all flows. How any reasonable mind is to figure to itself these various schools, of whose existence, remember, we have no evidence, with their several characteristics in the use of the divine names and otherwise, flowing on side by side, without mingling, within the narrow limits of Judea, the northern kingdom is out of the question after 722 BC, and afterward in the exile, for some centuries, is not explained, and I do not stop to inquire. Is the end even yet reached in this singular evolution of assured results? It does not appear so. At an early stage, the J and E analysis was carried forward from the Pentateuch into the book of Joshua, and for the criticism of the Pentateuch was substituted that of the Hexateuch. But might not this process be carried still further, into the book of Judges, into Samuel, into Kings, when schools come on the scene even through the whole Old Testament? So many scholars think, and this seems to be the direction in which Old Testament criticism is now moving. I cite in illustration a significant passage from the able Montauban theologian before quoted, M. Westphal. He is speaking in the name of Old Testament science on the application of the historical method. All the documents of the Old Testament, he says, will be submitted to a rigorous exegesis and criticism relative to their contents, their date, and their author. This work will lead to our establishing, for example, that the historical books of the Old Testament, from Genesis to Nehemiah, are not, as it seems after the division introduced by the rabbis, a series of 16 or 17 distinct works, written successively by different authors, but that they constitute in reality two great sources of history, ceaselessly amplified, enriched, and extended, which in their first pages blend their narrations and proceed, both of them, from the recital of the creation of the world to the last tribulations of the kingdom of Israel and of Judah. The two sources are the prophetic and the priestly. Part 3. Still, within even these very wide limits now reached, may it not be affirmed that there is, after all, a large basis of agreement among the critics? To test this, I propose to look at some of the crucial points more closely. I may, however, here reproduce from my own volume 2 sentences from leading critics which are as eloquent on the point as anything I can hope to advance. Professor Couch of Halle, in the front rank of Old Testament scholars, makes this remarkable statement. In the Pentateuch and the book of Joshua, it is only with regard to P that something approaching to unanimity has been attained. Cunin, another foremost authority, says of J.E., as the analysis has been carried gradually further, it has become increasingly evident that the critical question is far more difficult and involved than was at first supposed, and the solutions which seem to have been secured have been, in whole or part, brought into question again. Take now some examples on the leading issues. The simile of the whirling flag may often recur to us as we proceed. On nearly every point in regard to the alleged J and E documents, on date, place of origin, relation to each other, earlier or later, extent, it might easily be shown that leading critics are completely at 6s and 7s. Confident statements are often made, for example, that J is Judean in origin, is about a century older than E, etc., but these positions are directly challenged by others equally eminent. The question of priority, Mr. Addis confesses, is still one of the most vexed questions in the criticism of the Hexateuch, yet much depends upon it. So marked again is the resemblance between the two supposed documents that it is admitted to be hardly possible to distinguish them after the criterion of the divine names fails in Genesis. What one critic attributes to J or E, another frequently gives to the rival source. An outstanding example is Exodus 21 through 23, which Wellhausen, Westphal, etc. assign to J, while commonly it is given to E. On the question of extent, the divergence of opinion is acute. Some can trace the presence of J in Judges, Samuel, 1 Kings, with perfect certainty. Others deny it. Wellhausen and Stauernagel maintain that J is wholly absent even in Joshua. So, while many are lowering the age of the documents, a critic like Koenig carries up the date of E, which, with many, he puts before J, as far as the age of the Judges. Or take the still more important example of Deuteronomy. How does the case stand with regard to unanimity here? Many put the origin of the book in the reign of Josiah, often in combination with the hypothesis of fraud. Others avoid this by carrying it back to the reign of Manasseh, a view to which Cunin says there is fatal objection. Others go higher still and place it hypothetically in the reign of Hezekiah. A minority, pointing to the absence of all traces of the divided kingdom, carry it up to a date much nearer Moses and hold the kernel to be Mosaic. On the other hand, a powerful current has set in toward disintegration. Dr. Driver ably defends the unity of the book. Cunin upheld the unity of chapters 5 through 26. Wellhausen, with many others, divided the hortatory and legislative parts and took the original book to consist only of chapters 12 through 26. Now, however, the book is handed over to the mercies of a Deuteronomic school, and its disintegration proceeds apace. The code and its envelopments, says the Oxford Hexateuch, homiletic and narrative, hortatory or retrospective, must thus be regarded as the product of a long course of literary activity to which the various members of a great religious school contributed. Roman numeral 2, page 302. On this view, the law book of Josiah is reduced to chapters 12 through 19, page 95. Have we even yet attained to assured results? Not in the least. Within the last few years, still another theory of Deuteronomy has appeared, that of Stauernagel, which cuts up all previous theories by the roots and starts off on quite new lines. This scholar, whose views have already obtained influential support, thinks the critics all wrong in dividing the books into hortatory and legislative sections, and proposes a new division crossways into sections marked by the use of the singular pronouns thou, etc., and sections marked by the use of the plural ye, etc. I do not believe that the new theory has any more solid foundation than the others, but it assuredly casts an interesting light on the claim to settled conclusions. A glance must now be taken at the so-called priestly code. This is the key position of the Wellhausen theory, and here, if anywhere, the critics may be expected to hold together. But while there is naturally more semblance of agreement on the surface, arising from the marked peculiarities that distinguish the P source, there is found again keen difference on the matters which are most essential. One question is as to the extent of the source. It is found, for example, in Joshua. Most critics say yes. Wellhausen says no. He regards the main stock of the priestly narrative as ceasing with the death of Moses, and denies the identity of the P hand in Joshua with that of the earlier books. A more fundamental question is as to the unity of the source. Graf, the founder of the school, till his death declined to admit that the P sections ever existed as a separate, independent work, and the disintegration of the writing which has been going on ever since, P1, P2, P3, etc., is a practical endorsement of his opinion. The so-called priestly narrative, in fact often a mere thread, is, especially after the hypothetical E has been cut out of it, a broken, unequal, fragmentary thing, which anyone looking at it might see could never have subsisted alone. Its interrelations with J and E are so close that it needs them, and they need it throughout. Footnote: for example, P alone records the making of the ark, Genesis 6. J records Noah's sacrifice, Genesis 8:20. But P alone tells of his going out of the ark, verses 15 through 19. The promise of Ishmael is given in J, Genesis 16:11, but P records his birth, verses 16 through 17. P alone records the ages and deaths of the patriarchs, etc. End footnote. The state of opinion about the priestly code as respects agreement is best seen by looking at that interesting section of it commonly spoken of as the law of holiness. This is a portion of the law, Leviticus 16 through 26 mainly, which critics, with much plausibility, regard as having at one time formed a code or summary of Levitical law standing by itself. It is acknowledged also that the closest relation subsists between it and the book of Ezekiel. What is that relation? Originally, it was confidently held that Ezekiel must be the author of the code. Most now, putting it later, explain the resemblances by the violent hypothesis of an imitation of Ezekiel. Dr. Driver and many others see clearly that it must have existed before Ezekiel and been used by him. Other leading critics discern plain traces of its use in Deuteronomy. Older scholars like Dillman, and some more recent, ascribe to it a very high antiquity. Such views, even that of its antecedents to Deuteronomy, this the more the further we carry the date of that book back, are fatal to the theory of a post-exilian origin of the law. Here also disintegration is active, H1, H2, H3, etc. But the most curious feature is the tendency to enlarge the scope of this remarkable section of the law once freedom is gained by making it post-exilian. First one part, then another, legal and historical, is given to it, till it assumes quite imposing proportions. A single quotation from the Oxford Hexateuch will illustrate this singular process of repristination. Other scholars, again, like Verster, Cornell, Wildeboer, further propose to include within it a considerable group of Levitical laws more or less cognate in subject and style. Are all these passages to be regarded as relics of P.H.? In that case, it must have contained historical as well as legislative matter, on an extensive scale. It must have related the commission to Moses, the death of the firstborn, the establishment of the dwelling, and the dedication of the Levites to Yahweh's service. Even if the latter passages be denied to P.H., the implications of Exodus 6 through 8 suggest that the document to which it belonged comprised an account of the Exodus, the great religious institutions, and the settlement in the land promised to the fathers. Roman numeral 1, page 145. Does criticism not seem here to be in the way of working out its own cure? Transpose this source, as I think we are compelled to do, from a post-exilian to a pre-Deuteronomic age, and have we not very much our old Pentateuch back again? End of section 7. Section 8 of the Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Settled Results in Criticism, Parts 4 through 5. Part 4. Readers may now judge whether, instead of assured results, we ought not more properly to speak of critical uncertainties. Before, however, touching on other points, it may be desirable again to attempt something in the way of a positive construction. This can best be done by taking up the question still held over. Assuming certain results to be settled in the critical schools, I would ask, should they be settled? This brings us back to the critical theories of J and E. The dates of these documents, according to Mr. Addis, are among the things of capital moment on which there is agreement. We have seen how far this is from being the case, but let that pass. He puts the dates at between 850 and 750. Even were these dates granted, it should be observed that we should still be a long way from the conclusion that the contents of the narratives are merely legendary, as is too commonly assumed. The essential thing is not the date at which a narrative assumed its present literary form. A narrative may be late and yet be based on much older and perfectly reliable materials. The older narratives of the Bible, patriarchal and Mosaic, have a character of naturalness and truth, a force and liveliness of representation, a suitability to the conditions of the age, a penetration by the divine purpose, a coherence with the whole plan of God's revelation, which must forever remain a bulwark against the resolution into late popular legends, casually brought together and wrought into their present shape by some unknown writers well down in the monarchy. But I now go further and ask, what are the grounds for this relatively late dating of J and E? The reader will be a clever man if he can discover them. It is sometimes argued that, since J and E are many centuries later than Moses, Deuteronomy must be later still, because it presupposes the history and legislation of the former works. But the argument surely may be as effectively reversed, for if Deuteronomy be an older, still more as I believe a substantially Mosaic, book, the immediate result is to throw back the J and E history and legislation on which it is based into actually Mosaic times. Why should these be put so much later? There is nothing I know of that necessitates or warrants so late a dating as the critics suggest, but much that speaks against it. Allowing the fullest weight to the casual indications on which the critics lay stress to show a post-Mosaic origin of Genesis, none of them points to a date beyond the early days of the kingdom, and all may easily be due to later annotation. There is no trace of allusion in the history to the divided kingdom. Gunkel, a sufficiently advanced critic, will not allow any allusion even to the reigns of Saul or David or Solomon. Wherein, then, lies the reason for this late dating of the critics, which constantly tends, with the development of their theories, to become later? For reason of some kind there surely must be. If the matter is probed to its bottom, apart from the influence of the judgment of a revolutionary theory of religion, I believe the explanation will be found to lie in certain obscure mirrorings of later events in the history of Israel which they think they discern in the simple patriarchal stories. For example, Jacob's vow at Bethel, Genesis 28, is intended to sanction the custom of paying tithes at the calf shrine at Bethel. The Syrians' wars are mirrored in the relations of Jacob and Laban, Genesis 31. The story of the sin of Judah, Genesis 38, is intended as an Ephraimite mockery of the southern kingdom, etc. Footnote: as the stories are supposed to be the reflections of contemporary events, there is no time for the rise of legends, and they must be regarded as the work of deliberate invention. End footnote. The dates must therefore be as late as these events. The reader may decide whether this is science or a play of unbridled imagination. Gunkel rejects these mirrorings in toto. I advance now a step further in the testing of these settled results, and ask, why should J and E be distinguished as two documents at all? This touches a crucial point. I venture to challenge the assertion that the priestly history and legislation ever existed as a separate document. I now do the same about J and E. It is not difficult, indeed, to understand how E came to originally be separated from the Jehovistic and older Elohistic sections, that is, through its use of the name God, and its contrast in style with the remaining Elohistic parts. But no reason was ever shown for setting it up as an independent document, nor do its character or contents favor such an idea of it. The truth is, these so-called E sections stand inseparably connected with the J narrative, are allowed to be all but indistinguishable from it in style, run parallel to it in content, and, generally, would never have been suspected of being part of another narrative but their peculiar use of the divine name. The fact of the distinction in the names of God remains, but it is neither uniform nor absolute, and when not due, as sometimes happens, to discriminative use, may be explained in other ways, possibly, as Klosterman thinks, by editorial revision, as in the Elohistic Psalms. It cannot, in any case, outweigh the other strong marks of unity in the narrative. But is this not an imperfect statement? Are there not numerous marks of language, style, tone, mode of representation, by which the critics profess, irrespective of the divine names, to make a clear distinction between the assumed J and E writings? There are, and the value of them is seen in the fact that, where the clue of the divine name fails, discrimination is admitted to be hardly possible, and the greatest diversity obtains in the results secured. An example or two will illustrate the illusory character of these supposed criteria better than any general statement. I take them from a recent popular book, Professor J. E. McFadyen's Introduction to the Old Testament. Mr. McFadyen writes in an easy, pleasing style, and the reader, if not careful, is apt to be carried away by the flow of his lucid sentences. But let him test the assertions. The basis of it, the attempt at distinction, must of course be a study of the duplicate versions of the same incidents, page 13. The "of course" here takes it for granted as a thing about which there can be no dispute that the stories in question, for example Abraham's denials of his wife Hagar in the wilderness, are duplicate versions of the same incidents. That is, he proceeds, such a narrative as Genesis 20, which uses the word God, Elohim, is compared with its parallel in 12:10-20, which uses the word Jehovah, once in 12:17, but once also in similar connection in 20:18. And in this way, the distinctive features and interests of each document will readily be found. Then comes the proof. The parallel suggested is easy and instructive, and it reveals the relative ethical and theological superiority of E to J. Others reverse the relation. J tells the story of Abraham's falsehood with a quaint naivete, 7. E is offended by it and excuses it, 20. The theological refinement of E is suggested not only here, 20 verse 3 and 6, but elsewhere, etc. Will the reader now take the trouble to look at these chapters for himself? He will discover, perhaps to his surprise, that J's quaint naivete does not prevent him from representing Pharaoh as denouncing Abraham's sin in the severest terms, after Jehovah had plagued the king with great plagues on account of it. See also chapter 20, 17, and 18. And as summarily banishing Abraham and his wife and all that he had out of Egypt for his offense, chapter 12, 17 through 20. While E, who has the relative ethical and theological superiority, makes Abimelech load Abraham with presents, offer him the best of the land, and content himself with a mild rebuke to Sarah, chapter 20, 14 through 16. Would it not be as easy to argue that it was J who had the keener moral sense? The supposed excuse is Abraham's explanation that Sarah was his half-sister, verse 12, a plea the truth of which there is no reason to doubt. Chapter 20, indeed, represents it as a settled policy on Abraham's part that at every place whither they came, Sarah was to pass as his sister, verse 13. Similarly, says Mr. McFadyen, the expulsion of Hagar, which in J is due to Sarah's jealousy, 16, in E is attributed to a command of God, 21, 8 through 21. But the first instance is no expulsion, but a voluntary flight, and the two narratives are quite different. In the first, chapter 16, Ishmael is not yet born, and the angel, in promising his birth, directs Hagar to return to her mistress, verse 9. In the second, chapter 21, Ishmael is grown up, and Abraham, deeply grieved, is directed to send Hagar away, verse 12. Where is the difficulty? I have no doubt whatever that the two stories are distinct and that both were found in the original tradition. Part 5. This must suffice for the Pentateuchal documents. A few words may now be said on one or two other matters. In view of the very radical disagreements of eminent critics as to the most parts of the prophetic literature, to which Mr. Peake, in his aforementioned lecture, bears frank witness, pages 36 to 38, the less said as to the unanimity about the dates and authorship of the prophetic books, the better. There is much more reason for raising the question of this should in regard to these results. The whole treatment is a kind of whirligig. Caution is thrown to the winds. Subjective canons are freely employed in accepting or rejecting. One never gets to feel that his feet are firmly planted on anything. In the unbounded liberty of theorizing, no mortal can predict what cat will jump out of the bag next. For two Isaiahs, there are now no one knows how many: doom, chain. Jeremiah is resolved into fragments, of which only portions come from the prophet and his secretary. The subject, says Mr. Addis, is too complicated and disputable to be treated here in detail. Parts even of Ezekiel are brought down to the 1st century B.C., Schmidt, and the prophecies against foreign nations are disputed, H.P. Smith. The minor prophets are subjected to drastic mutilation. Against these extreme conclusions, other critics wisely protest. But this whole region of criticism is at present a seething sea of controversy, and is bound to remain so till more sober guiding principles are adopted. The interest of the Christian church in these discussions has always centered very naturally in the book of Isaiah, and the problems of that book, despite all that has been written on 1st and 2nd Isaiahs, are still far from being satisfactorily solved. I may be permitted to refer to a piece of personal experience which made a considerable impression on my own mind. In early life, I studied with care what the great Dr. Samuel Davidson had to say on the subject of the unity of Isaiah in his Introduction to the Old Testament, 2nd edition, of date 1857. He had already made considerable advance in his critical positions, but he still held to and defended Isaiah's authorship of the second part of the book. He gave Nobel's objections at length and learnedly replied to them seriatim. He adduced counter-arguments in favor of the authenticity, including arguments drawn from diction, linguistic coloring, circle of ideas and images, etc. A little later, I became acquainted with Dr. Davidson's larger introduction, 3 volumes, 1862, and here met with a surprise. It was not simply that the author had, in the interval, become convinced of the exilian date of Isaiah 40 and following. That was conceivable. What did astonish me was that, in these short 5 years, all his judgments on the details of the arguments had undergone a complete reversal. All the pros, at a stroke, had become cons. All the cons, pros. Diction, circle of ideas, linguistic peculiarities had changed sides. Everything that was convincing before had become invalid. Everything that was unconvincing before had become demonstrable. I felt instinctively that there was something deeper in this than mere change of literary judgment, that a new standpoint had been adopted which controlled the judgment. It was like what the late Professor Romanes tells of Professor Clifford at Cambridge. Clifford had only just moved at a bound from the extreme of asceticism to that of infidelity, an individual instance which I deem of particular interest in the present connection as showing the dominating influence of a forcedly emotional character, even on so powerful an intellectual one. For the rationality of the whole structure of Christian belief cannot have so reversed its poles within a few months. The perception of this in Dr. Davidson determined me to be cautious in accepting critical conclusions in block, and I have never had reason to regret the resolve. It is, I think, a fair question for criticism to raise. One, fairly arising out of the phenomena of the book. Whether in certain of the later chapters the standpoint of the prophet is not actually, as most will admit it to be ideally, in the exile. But the course of criticism itself shows that it is a question not quite so easily settled as many suppose. Gesenius was for long thought, with good reason, to have established, with superabundance of learning, the unity of Isaiah 40 through 66, and his arguments constitute a strong bulwark still against the assailants of that unity. But was it exilic? Dr. Chain took an important step when, in 1880-82, he allowed that there were a considerable number of passages in 2nd Isaiah which clearly had a Palestinian, some of them a pre-exilian, character, and could not be reconciled with an origin in the exile. It is now usual to assume for these portions a late post-exilian origin. But apart from unsuitability of contents and that linguistic unity with other sections which Gesenius established, where is the evidence or probability of a prophet of the rank of Isaiah arising, say, in the times of Ezra and Nehemiah? To such considerations fail to be added the linguistic and other relations which the first part of the book, on which the older defenders of the Isaianic authorship rightly insisted. It will not be surprising if, by and by, criticism declares itself again for the unity of the bulk of the book, with, perhaps, some editorial revision, introducing, for example, the name Cyrus into the 2 verses where it occurs. Such a criticism might find support in the fact that the destruction of the city and temple and deportation to Babylon were unquestionably looked for as near in the days of Micah and Isaiah. See also Amos 2:5, Micah 3:12, 4:10, Isaiah 6:11 and 12, 39, 6, and 7. Always with hope of restoration, Isaiah 11:11, etc. Though, as Jeremiah narrates, 26:17 through 19, the fulfillment of the threatening was postponed on account of the repentance of king and people. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Israel's God and Worship, Parts 1 to 2. Dr. F. Delitzsch has expressively described the Wellhausen theory by saying that its effect has been to, quote, lift off its hinges the history of worship and literature in Israel as hitherto accepted, end quote. Footnote, Rothart's Zeitschrift, 1880, page 279, End footnote. What was at the top, it shifts to the bottom. It is not, however, simple change of place that is in question. The new theory not only inverts the Bible's own account of Israel's history and institutions, it cancels that history in large part altogether and proposes for acceptance another, wholly reconstructed, view of the development of religious ideas and laws among the Hebrews. Some points in this radically changed and avowedly revolutionary theory of religion have already been before us. It is now necessary to give it closer attention in its contrast with the view presented in the Bible itself. It has already been shown that the nerve of the new theory is the idea of natural evolution. The more believing scholars recognize the inadequacy of this principle to fit the facts, and accepting the framework of the scheme, work into it the idea of revelation to explain the higher elements in the prophetic teaching. But the originators and leading expounders of the theory, Kuenen, Wellhausen, Dom, Sment, Stade, Gute, and so on, know nothing of any revelation other than is given in the development of the inherent powers of man's religious nature. As Kuenen states it in a typical passage, quote, "So soon as we derive a separate part of Israel's religious life directly from God, and allow the supernatural or immediate revelation to intervene in even one single point, so long also our view of the whole continues to be incorrect. It is the supposition of a natural development alone which accounts for all the phenomena." End quote. Footnote, Prophets and Prophecy, page 4. End footnote. Kuenen's own book on the religion of Israel is constructed on this principle, and it is from this basis, whatever modifications more earnestly minded men may introduce into it, and these leave much to be desired, that the theory as a whole is to be understood. As recent popular expositions of this theory by writers who do, in some degree, accept the idea of revelation, may be mentioned Mr. Addis's Hebrew Religion to the Establishment of Judaism under Ezra, already noticed, and Professor Karl Marti's Religion of the Old Testament. Footnote, Die Religion des Alten Testaments unter den Religionen des Vorderen Orients. End footnote. It was seen in an earlier paper how vigorously the foundations of this theory of religion in its successive stages of nomad or Bedouin, agricultural, note settled life in Canaan, end note, prophetic and legal religion were assailed by H. Winkler in his Eisenach address. Winkler himself represents the not less extreme but very opposite view that the higher religious ideas in Israel's religion, its monotheism included, were largely an inheritance from Babylonia. They came in, however, at the beginning, not at the end, of Israel's history. The reaction has done good service in that it has set critical writers on the task of very vigorously defending the uniqueness and originality of Israel's religion, thereby strengthening the hold on the idea of revelation, while the Winkler school is not less effectually disposing of many of the false assumptions that underlie the Wellhausen scheme of the history and religion. I shall keep these instructive conflicts in view in the defence of the biblical representation, which reaps its advantage from both. Part 1. The way is now open for sketching, as briefly as I can, the outlines of this new theory of the religion of Israel. It is important to notice at the outset how much at once drops out. The patriarchal period, for example in Mr. Addis's sketch, wholly disappears. Certain writers, as Dr. Driver, recognize a kernel of historical truth in the patriarchal narratives. How much, how little, is never clear, but the prevailing tendency is to resolve the whole into tribal legend, in which nothing remains but vague reminiscences of tribal movements, and ideas and events of later times, thrown back into the form of family history. How can it be otherwise, it is asked, when the narratives are perhaps 1,000 years later than the traditions which they record and embellish? Of patriarchal religion in the biblical sense, therefore, there can be no speech. What takes its place is a congeries of Semitic superstitions, inferred from analogy and stray hints in the narratives, belief in the haunting presence of ghosts and spirits, in the animation of natural objects as stones, wells, trees, animal worship, ancestor worship, use of amulets and charms, and so on. Professor Couch calls the pre-Mosaic religion polydemonism, and thinks that, at this stage, God can hardly be spoken of. Of Israel itself, or the tribes of which it came to be composed, nothing up to this point is supposed to be positively known. The nomadic life led some of these tribes into Egypt, and there they fell into bondage. The history of Israel as a nation begins with the Mosaic Age. It is a moot question, as already seen, how far Moses is to be recognized as a real personage at all. Writers like Chain and Meyer deny his historical existence, but most allow him a more or less shadowy reality and activity. Those who go farthest regard him as the leader who, in the name of Yahweh, Jehovah, first gathered the tribes into a unity, led them out of Egypt and across the Red Sea, then pledged them at Sinai to some kind of covenant with Yahweh. How the Israelites got out of Egypt, escaped pursuit, and effected the crossing of the sea, ascribed to a happy coincidence, is got over by phrases, but is not satisfactorily explained. Who Yahweh was, a god of the Kenites, a new god to the Israelites, possibly a god known earlier in some of the tribes, is again a moot question. Kunin identifies Yahweh with Moloch. A favourite view is that he was the storm god of Sinai. In any case, he became henceforth the God of Israel. He was in no sense the sole God, nor was thought of as such by his worshippers. He was one amongst many, the God of this particular people, a tribal God, like Chemosh of Moab. So also he continued to be till the days of the prophets. It does not follow that, though the personality of Moses is allowed, the history given of him in the Pentateuchal books is accepted. The opposite is the case. The lawgiver's personality and work are enveloped in the folds of late legend, through the mists of which we can make out little that is certain regarding him. The one thing sure is that most of the things we are told about him did not happen. The narratives in Exodus, Kunin informs us, are, quote, utterly unhistorical, end quote. Footnote, Exetuch, page 42, end footnote. He may have laid the foundations of law by his oral decisions, Exodus chapter 18, but he certainly did not receive or write or convey to Israel any of the codes of law connected with his name. His connection with legislation is a late tradition. He did not give the Decalogue, for there was no thought at that stage of forbidding worship by images. Yahweh remained the God of the tribes, but what is told of the mode of his worship is mostly post-exilian fiction. There may, for example, have been an ark, but it was probably originally only a fetish chest, containing perhaps a couple of meteoric stones. There may have been a rude tent to cover it, but assuredly not the tabernacle described in Exodus. Aaronic priesthood, sacrifices, prescribed feasts, and so on. Nothing of that kind then existed or was conceived of. A new stage commences with the experience of settled life in Canaan. The nomadic life is ended. The people have now entered on an agricultural and city life as settlers in a land which had long enjoyed a high sense of civilization. Their new surroundings speedily tell on the form of their religion. Yahweh begins to show his superiority to the gods of the Canaanites, Baalim, according to Bude, by, quote, absorbing them into himself, end quote, and much of their worship now becomes his. The Canaanite sanctuaries are appropriated and converted by legend into holy places of the patriarchs. There is as yet no law against high places or graven images, not therefore even the law of Exodus chapters 20 to 23, and Yahweh is lawfully served under every green tree. The tribes were for long a disorganized throng, weak, oppressed by surrounding peoples, without a sense of unity. The pictures of alternate oppression and deliverance after repentance in the book of Judges are quite unhistorical. Yahweh himself is conceived of as a limited, passionate, vengeful being, arbitrary and cruel in his commands and actions, a god of battles, not yet clothed with any high ethical qualities. The Israelites are still, in short, little better than a barbarous horde. With Samuel, we reach the transition to the monarchy, and somewhat higher ideas begin to prevail. The picture of Samuel, however, and after him of David, given in the history, is not according to fact. The theocratic drapery with which both characters are invested must be stripped off. Footnote, quote, "The mere recapitulation of the contents of this narrative," says Wellhausen, of 1 Samuel chapter 7, "makes us feel at once what a pious make-up it is, and how full of inherent impossibility." End quote. History of Israel, page 228. End footnote. The true Samuel was originally a village seer, selling his oracles for reward, and the prophetic bands that took their origin from him were companies of frenzied enthusiasts, whom the common people were disposed to look on as madmen. See 2 Kings chapter 9, verse 11. The saying, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" is not to be understood, so some, as an expression of reverence, but rather as one of regret that so hopeful a youth should have fallen into such disreputable company. Wellhausen can hardly find words strong enough to express his idea of the low state of prophetic orders before Elijah. David, Samuel's protege, was no doubt a great warrior and a powerful king, a poet too, and fond of music of a kind, but in no way the saint and psalmist that later tradition makes him. Quote, "More easily," says Professor Chen, "could Carol the Great have written St. Bernard's hymn than the David of the books of Samuel, the 51st Psalm." End quote. Footnote, Aids to the Devout Study of Criticism, page 28. End footnote. Yahweh, to him, was still a local deity. The chief thing to be noticed in the intervening period, till the rise of prophecy, is the inversion of the new theory of all customary, that is, biblical, judgments on men and events. Solomon's temple had not the religious significance ascribed to it in the history, but was a private undertaking of the king, of a piece with his other schemes of aggrandizement, and entirely under royal control. Jeroboam's was a justifiable rebellion, and his setting up of the calves for worship at Bethel and Dan, 1 Kings chapter 12, verses 28 to 29, was but a revival of the old time-honoured worship of Yahweh in Israel under the form of an ox. Ahab is rehabilitated as, in Mr. Addis's judgment, quote, "with all his faults, a brave and able king," end quote, to whom much injustice is done in the history. Footnote, Hebrew Religion, page 123. He further writes, quote, "We are not to suppose that Ahab never dreamed of renouncing his allegiance to Jehovah, much less did he tempt his subjects to do so, nor is it credible that Jezebel, his queen, seriously set herself to exterminate Jehovah's prophets, and all but succeeded in her task. He had concluded an alliance with Tyre, so he took it to be a natural thing that a temple of the Phoenician god should be erected in Samaria." End quote. Pages 130 to 131. End footnote. Even Elijah, who, though he opposed the building of a temple to Baal, is held to have had no protest to make against the golden calves. Quote, "Nor again do we hear that he made any protest against the prevalent worship of Jehovah under the form of an ox." End quote. Footnote, page 131. Still less do we hear that Elijah approved of the calf worship. Is not condemnation implied in 1 Kings chapter 21, verses 21 to 24, end footnote. Even Elijah is not allowed by Mr. Addis to be a monotheist. Wellhausen disagrees with him here. Worship on high places and the use of images were of course perfectly legitimate. Kunin goes further and carries over most of the abominations practiced by the heathen and sternly condemned by the prophets into the worship of Yahweh. Footnote: Religion of Israel, Volume 1, page 72, end footnote. Part 2. Thus things remained till the age of the prophets, commencing with Amos, when, as the result of the enlarged conceptions wrought by the Assyrian invasions, a revolution took place in the more spiritual minds in regard to Yahweh and his worship. By a sudden advance in ideas, Yahweh is apprehended as the one sole God and ruler of the world. His character and government are righteous. Ritual is condemned as displeasing to him, and his true service is seen to consist in doing justly, loving mercy, and walking humbly with God. Micah chapter 6, verse 8. Inward purity of heart is set before ceremonial cleanness. The folly of idolatry is perceived, and strenuous efforts are made to effect its overthrow. In all this, the prophets were at war with traditional usage as well as with prevailing practice. It was something new they were introducing. Footnote: Certain critics do not make the transition quite so abrupt, and recognize ethical elements in the conception of Yahweh, which prepared the way for the prophetic teaching. Still, monotheism begins with the prophets. End footnote. They were not endowed with the power of prediction, in the sense of supernatural foresight, but they gave bold, often shrewd forecasts of the future, based on their reading of the times, which sometimes were fulfilled and oftener were not. Their teaching and unflinching conflict and testimony for the truths of an exalted ethical monotheism mark the highest point in the Old Testament religion. As the ideas of the prophets gained strength, attempts were from time to time made to translate them into practice. The best known and most remarkable of these efforts was the Reformation of Josiah, occasioned by the discovery of the Book of Deuteronomy, or some earlier form of it, in the Temple, as narrated in 2 Kings chapter 12. This book, which embodies older laws, was composed with the express design of bringing about a centralization of worship in Jerusalem and putting an end to the hitherto lawful worship of Yahweh and other gods at the high places. Footnote: The laws in Deuteronomy chapter 18 and so on for the Levites are supposed to be a provision made for the disestablished priests of these high places. End footnote. It was hidden in the temple, then produced by Hilkiah and presented to Josiah, on whose mind it made an extraordinary impression. The book was accepted as the authentic law of Moses, 2 Kings chapter 23, verses 24 and 25, and on the basis of it, a new covenant was entered into between the king, people, and Yahweh, chapter 24, verses 1 to 3. The effects were Josiah's vigorous crusade against the high places in southern and northern Israel, and suppression of their worship, the cleansing of city and temple from idolatry, and, when all was finished, the observance of a great Passover, chapter 23. The enthusiasm was short-lived, and the writings of later prophets show that, after Josiah's death, the old evils were soon all in full force again. The nation from this point rapidly drifted to its ruin. The northern kingdom had been extinguished in 721 BC by the Assyrians. Now came the final overthrow of Judah by Nebuchadnezzar, 586 BC, and the carrying away of the people into captivity in Babylon. The temple was burned, the ark destroyed, the ritual suspended. The people were torn away from their native soil. Here came the opportunity of the priests. Let them gather up in written form for preservation what could be recalled of the old cultus, and draw up a new program of ceremonial observance for the future, in case the way should be opened for them to return. So many hands set to work. Ezekiel led the way in his sketch of the temple and its ordinances in a restored land, chapters 40 to 48. His sketch was not accepted, but one feature in it proved to be of decisive importance. In chapter 44 of his book, he had denounced the priesthood for permitting the service of uncircumcised strangers in the sanctuary. Really, it is held the ordinary custom since Solomon's time, and had pronounced sentence of degradation on the unfaithful priests, assigning to them this lower rank of service, while the priesthood proper was reserved for the faithful sons of Zadok. Here, it is claimed, is the clear explanation of the order of Levites in the sanctuary in post-exilian times. There are none other than these degraded priests, therefore not of older date than Ezekiel. Busy brains and pens carried forward the task of the collection of old laws, the concoction of new ones, and the working up of the whole into a grand code, represented as having been given by Moses in the wilderness, but really, in greater part, the fruit of their own invention. Thus rose the fabric of the so-called Levitical law. A history was made to suit, and the finished product was brought from Babylon by Ezra when he came to Jerusalem in 458 BC, some 78 years after the return. 14 years later, 444 BC, it was read, or if, as Wellhausen thinks, it was by this time joined to the older J.E. histories and to Deuteronomy. The whole Pentateuch was read to and accepted by the people as the law of Moses. Nehemiah chapter 8. Thus, post-exilian Judaism was founded, and the development of the religion was completed. The temple had been already rebuilt by Zerubbabel, and everything was ready for organization on the new lines. The Psalter is the hymn book of this second temple, and is mostly, if not wholly, the product of post-exilian times. Many of the other books in the Bible, as Job, Proverbs, Ruth, Joel, of course Chronicles, are also post-exilian, and the process of addition went on till possibly the century before Christ. Daniel is a book written to comfort the pious in the persecutions of the Maccabean time. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Bible under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The Bible under Trial by James Orr. Israel's God and Worship, Parts 3 to 5. Part 3. Thus I have sketched, I think not unfairly, for I wish to give it full justice, the theory of religion as it is ordinarily presented by writers of the Wellhausen persuasion. There are naturally shadings of the picture, sometimes in a more extreme, sometimes in a more cautious direction, but the main outlines are, beyond a question, those which I have indicated. What have I now to oppose to it? I answer in a word, I simply oppose to it the whole literature of the Bible. The whole theory is, as I regard it, an inversion of the facts, the attempt to make a pyramid stand upon its apex instead of on its base, and this, I think, it is not really difficult to prove. Let us revert again to the commencement. One speaks sometimes of the play of Hamlet, with Hamlet left out, but that surely would be a small matter compared with the religion and history of Israel with the patriarchs left out. What is the main thing in the pre-Mosaic religion of Israel, if not the call of Abraham and those covenants with and promises to the fathers, on which the whole after-development rests? Is this merely legend? The whole character of the tradition speaks against the idea, not to refer to the minute corroborations which archaeological research has latterly been furnishing of the fidelity of its contents. Footnote. These will be referred to again. End footnote. But let us take the later history, where it may be thought that the foundations are surer. The book of Deuteronomy continually assumes the earlier history and the Abrahamic covenant as the core of it. Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 8, chapter 6 verse 10, and so on. The so-called JE history also allowed to go back, in one of its forms at least, to the 9th or 10th century as the full record of these things. The clear, consentient narratives of the Exodus embodied in that history have as their indubitable postulate that the God who appeared to Moses and wrought the salvation of the people was the God of the fathers. Exodus chapter 3 verse 6 and following. Who were these fathers? None but the patriarchs of the book of Genesis. Probe the national consciousness of Israel at what stage we may, this thought of the fathers is found fundamental to it. Yet all this is dismissed, as if the ignoring of it did not merit even a word of explanation. What next is the proof of the picture of pre-Mosaic religion, which is substituted for the biblical. It would not in itself be strange if, with the early Hebrews, as among ourselves, traces of popular superstitions were found mingling with the higher elements in their religion. But how scant and precarious is the evidence which the critics can adduce even for this assumption. It consists chiefly of sporadic intimations in the narrative, on which an interpretation is forced, in no way natural or necessary, and often positively inadmissible. Is it stone worship? Jacob set up and consecrated a pillar as a memorial of his vision, and called the stone, or as it is in a neighbouring verse, the place, Bethel. Genesis chapter 28 verses 11 to 22. This is interpreted to mean that Jacob anointed the stone in homage to the indwelling deity. Quote, unction being in the East an act of courtesy to a guest, was fitly offered to the spirit in the stone, which the worshipper desired to conciliate. End quote. Addis, page 26. Where in the book of Genesis are the faintest hints justifying such an interpretation? Is it sacred trees? The patriarchs planted trees and sat under the shade of them. Abraham lived at the oaks of Mamre. Does this justify the belief that a spirit was supposed to be dwelling in these trees? What if certain trees in Canaan had names? Genesis chapter 12 verse 6, Judges chapter 9 verse 37, which might imply such superstitions. Did the patriarchs, with their higher enlightenment, share in these? So the patriarchs dug wells, and there was a place called Beersheba, the well of the oath. Does the fact that Beersheba was a favourite place of pilgrimage, even for subjects of the northern kingdom, in the time of Amos, Amos chapter 5 verse 5, chapter 8 verse 14, justify the inference that, quote, evidently it was a sacred well, end quote. Addis, page 31. Or is this worship of wells proved by the old snatch of Hebrew song in Numbers chapter 21 verses 17 and 18, quote, rise up, O well, sing ye to it, end quote. Mr. Addis wisely discards totemism, or worship of animals, from which the worshipper claimed descent, page 32, but he has a clinging to the idea of sacred animals, of which a proof is seen in, quote, the stone of Zoheleth, note, serpent stone, probably a place name, like hundreds among ourselves, without the slightest connection with serpent worship, end note, which is by N. Rogel, end quote, 1 Kings chapter 1 verse 9. The proof of worship of the dead, which is a favourite hypothesis, rests on no better foundation. What are we to say of the proof drawn from the pillar set up by Jacob at Rachel's grave, Genesis chapter 35 verse 20? That consultation of the dead was prohibited by the law, Deuteronomy chapter 18 verse 11, Leviticus chapter 19 verse 31, is surely a poor evidence that it was part of the recognised religion. Part 4. Where, as a next branch of the case, is the proof to be found that Jehovah, the God of the Israelites, was, till the time of the prophets, only a tribal God? Not in the Bible's own representations, where, from the time of Abraham down, the only recognised conception of God is a monotheistic one. Footnote. New support to this view is found in the recently published book of Professor Bench of Jena on Israelitish monotheism. End footnote. The book of Genesis is, as every fair mind must acknowledge, from its first page to its last, a monotheistic book. If traces of a worship of teraphim are found in Laban's family, Jacob put the images away from his household as incompatible with the worship of the one true God. Genesis chapter 35, verses 2 and 4. Quote, the theological presuppositions of different parts of the book vary widely. Centuries of religious thought, for example, must lie between the God who partakes of the hospitality of Abraham under a tree, chapter 18, and the majestic, transcendent, invisible being at whose word the worlds are born. End quote. So writes Mr. McFadden. Footnote. Old Testament, Introduction, page 8, end footnote. On Mr. McFadden's own showing of dates, very many centuries did not lie between the two narratives. Footnote. Wellhausen makes the story about Abraham the very latest creations of Israelitish imagination. End footnote. And I believe that Genesis chapter 1 is far older than he supposes. But whatever the anthropomorphisms of the so-called J, and God is not immediately to be identified with his theophanies, it is admitted by even so radical a critic as Professor H.P. Smith that in Genesis they are brought, quote, into harmony with the strictest monotheism. End quote. Footnote. Old Testament History, page 16. End footnote. It is possible to produce from J passages on God as exalted as anything in the Bible. For example, Exodus chapter 33, verses 18 and 19. In Exodus and the other books, Jehovah is viewed as the God of all the earth, who of his free grace and love has chosen Israel to be his peculiar people. Genesis chapter 19, verse 5. It is no doubt the case that many in Israel failed to rise to the height of this great conception, so that, even if Jephthah spoke in terms which implied an inadequate conception of Jehovah's relation to Chemosh, Judges chapter 9, verse 24, the fact would mean but little. Most probably, however, his language is only a form of accommodation to the standpoint of the king of Ammon. Parallels in abundance may be found in missionary literature. The other passage commonly cited, namely David's being driven out to, quote, serve other gods, end quote, 1 Samuel chapter 26, verse 19, is strangely misunderstood when taken to mean that outside of Canaan, quote, the worship of Jehovah became an impossibility. He had perforce to serve other gods in the land of his exile, end quote. Addis, page 79. Does any sane mind believe that outside of Palestine, in Moab, for example, David did serve other gods than Jehovah? Or where is a single instance of the kind to be found? Footnote. The same expression occurs in the monotheistic book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verses 36 to 64. End footnote. No, Jehovah, in the minds of his true worshippers, was believed in as the one true God, universal Lord and ruler in providence from the first, and the prophets, when they came on the scene, never dreamed that they were bringing in any new doctrine, but preached loyalty and obedience to this same Jehovah, as their fathers had known since the day he made his covenant with them at Horeb. Footnote. In these contentions we have in the main Winkler with us. It is incredible that ideas so elevated should take their rise in the sudden manner supposed. End footnote. The proof that, till prophetic times, image worship was a legitimate part of Israel's religion equally breaks down. The form which this proof usually takes is, indeed, a choice example of the methods of the theory. We point, for example, to the fact that images are unknown in the legitimate worship of God in Genesis. The answer is that this is late and untrustworthy legend. We point as a cardinal evidence to the prohibition of images in the second commandment. We are told that the second commandment is not from Moses. We ask for a reason. We are told it cannot be, for the worship of images was common in Mosaic times and long after. We inquire, where is the proof of this? We are told that Yahweh was worshipped from early times in the form of an ox. We press again for evidence. We are pointed to Jeroboam's 2 calves. But how do these prove it? Because Jeroboam cannot be supposed to be introducing a new form of worship, and there are traces in the story of Micah in Judges that of old an idolatrous worship was set up in Dan. Judges chapter 18 verses 30 and 31. We urge the facts that this was evidently a schismatic worship, verse 31, that there is no trace of images in the lawful service of Jehovah, that there was no image in the temple at Jerusalem, and that Jeroboam's action is consistently denounced as sin. All avails nothing, and Gideon's ephod and even the brazen serpent of Moses are pressed into the proof that Jehovah was worshipped, forsooth, in the form of an ox. The argument carries us next to Josiah's reformation. That Deuteronomy produced a strong impression in Josiah's mind and led to his reforms is evident from the history. But I maintain that nearly every other point in the critical case rests on assumption and fallacy. The hypothesis of pious fraud, which many advocate, is repugnant to every right-thinking mind. If we turn to the narrative in 2 Kings, we find that the book discovered in the temple was accepted by all classes as a genuine Mosaic work. It violently interfered, on the hypothesis, with powerful existing interests, yet no one, then or after, ventured to question it. If we consult the book itself, we find that it claims to be from Moses, Deuteronomy chapter 31 verse 9. It is a fair literary question how far the book in its present form shows signs of later date in the reproduction, editing, and annotation. Footnote: everyone admits this of the last chapter, and there are other parts of the book which indicate it not less clearly. End footnote. Of those last addresses which Moses is related to have written and delivered to the priests. But there cannot be a shadow of a doubt that the book claims to be substantially a work of Moses. It embodies old laws which were long obsolete in the age of Josiah, and which a writer in that age could have no object in introducing. It is alleged to have been written to further the abolition of high places and promote centralization of worship. But high places are never mentioned in it. The assertion that its provisions for Levites are intended for, quote, the disestablished priests, end quote, of the high places is without a trace of support in the text. As shown before, a central sanctuary was the ideal of worship in Israel from the beginning, and Deuteronomy does no more than hold up this as an ideal to be realized when the people should be settled and have rest from their enemies round about. Chapter 12, verse 10. On the fluctuating critical theories of the book I have already written. Part 5. We are thus brought finally to the exile, on which it is not necessary to add much to what has been adduced in previous papers. When, from flights of theory, one descends to cold facts, it is amazing how unreal the post-exilian hypothesis of the origin of the law discovers itself to be. It has no foothold in any one genuine fact in the history. Ezekiel's degradation of the non-Zadokite priests, which there is no reason to suppose was ever carried out, in no way contradicts, but rather presupposes, the older broken law, assigning the charge of the sanctuary to the Levites. The supposed activity of priests and scribes in collating and manufacturing laws and stamping on them a fictitious Mosaic character, the vehement struggles of the degraded priests to regain their lost privileges, mirrored in the story of Korah, the compilation of the laws into a system and construction of a Pentateuch by, say, Ezra, are bold efforts of imagination which utterly lack historical attestation. What we do find is that, when the exiles returned from Babylon nearly a century before Ezra produced his law, Levites, with their genealogies, were present in considerable force, Ezra chapter 2. The narrative in Nehemiah chapter 8 gives no hint that the law which Ezra read was new. The whole account plainly proceeds on the assumption that it was old. The entire congregation, with priests and Levites, accepted it with unquestioning faith as the law of Moses. The objections to this view of the antiquity of the law are chiefly two: its alleged irreconcilability with the simpler provisions in Deuteronomy, and the supposed silence of the previous history as to its peculiar regulations. In the law, for example, it is said we have priests and Levites, but in Deuteronomy only Levites, any of whom may be priests. But it is precisely this latter assertion I would contest. The difference is explained largely by the different scope of the two writings. In Deuteronomy, Moses is addressing the congregation years after the tribe of Levi had been chosen, and when the functions of its several members were well known. His language, therefore, has regard prevailingly to the tribe as a whole. The Levitical laws, on the other hand, have specially to do with the duties of the priests, and only incidentally with those of the Levites. Indeed, in the whole book of Leviticus, the Levites, with the solitary exception of chapter 25, verses 32 and 33, are not so much as named. The expression priests and Levites is not found in any part of the Levitical code, any more than in Deuteronomy. The objection from silence is one to which, for a reason given in a previous paper, namely the wilderness form into which all parts of the law are cast, too much importance should not be given. But it would be easy to show that this silence has been much exaggerated. There are numerous traces of Levitical laws in Deuteronomy itself, and, as before shown, the main provisions are found in the so-called Law of Holiness, which critics like Dr. Driver admit to be in substance pre-exilian. Dr. Driver allows that the main stock of the Levitical law was in operation before the exile. This gives up the case in principle, for if the main stock is compatible with silence in the history, much else may be. Prophetic denunciations of a religion of mere ritual prove nothing against the divine origin of the ritual, or against its proper use, which the prophets themselves in many ways recognize. On the other hand, prophetic books and historical books alike conclusively attest how a large part of the Levitical law was already in operation. Such a passage as Isaiah chapter 1, verses 13 and 14, for example, is saturated with Levitical vocabulary: new moons, assembly, convocation, solemn meeting, appointed feasts, and so on. In the historical books, besides allusions to ark, tabernacle, Aaronic priesthood, high priest, ephod, showbread, we have evidence of knowledge of festivals, of burnt offerings, peace offerings, meal offerings, drink offerings, probably sin offerings as well, of ritual of worship, of laws of purity, of clean and unclean food, of leprosy, of consanguinity, and so on. Even if it were granted that some final codification or resetting of these laws was accomplished by Ezra, it would not militate one whit against their antiquity and substantially Mosaic character. The post-exilian period is chiefly interesting because of the determined efforts of the critics to carry down into it the Psalms and a considerable part of the other literature of the Old Testament. The attempt is favoured by our almost absolute ignorance of the actual history and religious conditions of the period in question. There is here a vacuum which can be filled up at pleasure, but assertion is not proof, and when we ask, for instance, for evidence that the bulk, if not the whole, of the Psalter is post-exilian in origin, and especially that none of it can go back to David, we are surprised to find how largely theory and unwarrantable speculation take the place of proof. We are told, so far rightly, that the titles of the Psalms are not to be depended on, that David, that is, the reconstructed David of the critics, could not have written Psalms, that the religious ideas of the Psalms are far beyond David's age, and so on. The theory of religion above criticised is in fact brought in to determine what could or could not be. It used to be held as beyond question that at least the 18th Psalm belonged to David, but even this psalm would prove too much and must go the way of the rest. Yet it seems to me nearly as certain as anything can be that a collection of psalms, called from its major part the Psalms of David, as other collections were called later of the sons of Korah and so on, was in existence before the exile. And the uniform tradition ascribing psalms to David is not a fact to be easily got over. Certain groups of psalms, those for example making mention of the king, cannot, without extreme forcing, be regarded as other than pre-exilian. Psalms 2, 18, 20, 21, and so on. We have express reference to the praises of the first temple, quote, "Our holy and beautiful house, where our fathers praised thee," end quote. Isaiah chapter 64, verse 11. And the captives in Zion were tauntingly asked by their enemies to sing to them, quote, "the songs of Zion," end quote. Psalm 137, verses 3 and 4. Singers were a prominent feature in the organisation of the temple at the return. Ezra chapter 2, verses 41 and 65, chapter 7, verses 7, 24, and so on. And this organisation of sanctuary worship is connected again in Chronicles with David. 1 Chronicles chapter 23, verse 5, chapter 25, verse 5, and so on. There are even passages which look like quotations of earlier and later psalms, as of Psalm 1 in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 8. See Ezra chapter 47, verse 12. And the formula of thanksgiving in Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 11. Quote, "Give thanks to Jehovah of hosts, for Jehovah is good, for his mercy endureth forever," end quote. Found only in books 4 and 5 of the Psalter. Few of the Psalms show any trace of the Levitical influences which the critics make dominant after the exile. We may, I think, on a survey of the whole, keep our minds at ease as to the effect upon our Bible of this modern critical theory of Israel's religion. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Archaeology as Searchlight, Part 1. I shall not attempt in this brief paper to sketch the history of modern exploration, but shall confine myself to the larger aspects of the subject, in which it may be felt the confirmation of the statements of the Bible is most effectively exhibited. Let us look first at the groupings on the large scale of the peoples and countries of those ancient times, as these are revealed to us by exploration and the Bible. Here the corroborations are extremely striking. The Bible, for instance, pictures all the streams in the distribution of mankind after the flood as proceeding from Babylonia as a center. Genesis 11. Discovery shows that probably all the great civilizations, Assyrian, Egyptian, Canaanitish, even Chinese, took their origin from this quarter. It goes further and throws a flood of light on the ancient civilizations themselves. The old idea, derived from classical writers, was that Nineveh was older than Babylon, that Babylonian civilization was derived from Assyria, and that both Babylonians and Assyrians were Semites. Now it is ascertained, as the Bible tells us in Genesis 10, verse 8, that civilization in Babylonia goes far back beyond every other, that Assyria was colonized from Babylonia, and that the founders of Babylonian culture, of its letters, laws, institutions, were not Semitic, but a people of different, as we say, Hamitic stock. The very names of the cities in Genesis 10, verse 10, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, Nippur, etc., carry us back into the midst of the Babylonia unearthed by exploration. As specific examples, I may take first the case of Elam. The Elam known to history is an Aryan, not a Semitic people, while Genesis 10, verse 22 describes Elam as the eldest son of Shem. Here, apparently, was a mistake. But the French explorers, in their excavations at Susa, came the other year on an older stratum of civilization, which proved to be Semitic. Dr. Peters, in a recent article, sums up the results thus, quote, "The French excavations both justify and explain the name. As soon as the Semites had established themselves thoroughly in Babylonia, they spread out into the neighboring plain of Elam, and from the time of the Sargonids, with, or a little before, when the Semitic primacy was established, Elam constituted a part of what one may call the Babylonian Semitic Empire. Next, these Babylonian Semites moved northward and took or built Ashur, that is, Assyria, which is in the same list called, in consequence, the second son of Shem." Unquote. Another well-known case, hardly needing to be dwelt on, is that of the Hittites. This great people, described as stretching, quote, "from the wilderness and this Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates," unquote, Joshua 1, verse 4, is frequently referred to in Scripture. For example, Judges 1, verse 26, 1 Kings 10, verse 28-29, 2 Kings 7, verse 6. Yet history outside the Bible knew nothing of them, and their existence was scouted as mythical. Now discovery has restored them to view, shown them to be a power hardly less great than Egypt and Assyria themselves, and made known to us their peculiar hieroglyphics, which scholars are yet vainly trying to decipher. Is it by coincidence, I ask, that this wonderful knowledge of peoples and their relations, stretching back, in some cases, millenniums before Abraham, is preserved in Genesis, the oldest parts of which the critics suppose to have taken shape in the 9th or 8th century? Must not older, authentic records be assumed? I look next at the nature of the old traditions of these ancient peoples, as now made known to us by Oriental discovery. If there is any place where one might look with hope for the most ancient traditions of the world, it is in Babylonia. In Babylonia, the Bible locates the creation of man, the garden in which he was placed, the building of the ark, the new distribution of the race, etc. Where, then, should the traditions of the oldest things linger, if not in this region? Now, however, as everyone knows, the traditions of these ancient peoples recovered from their own monuments on such subjects as the creation, possibly the temptation, the interpretation is disputed, the Sabbath, the flood, etc., are in our possession, and though debased by polytheism and lacking the high spiritual ideas of the Old Testament, their singular resemblance to the biblical accounts is universally admitted. A few lines from the flood story will illustrate, quoting, "On the mountain of Nizer the ship grounded. 1 day and a 2nd day did the mountain of Nizer hold it. A 3rd day and a 4th day did the mountain of Nizer hold it. A 5th day and a 6th day did the mountain of Nizer hold it. When the 7th day came, I sent forth a dove and let it go. The dove went and returned. A resting place it found not, and it turned back. I sent forth a swallow and let it go. The swallow went and returned. A resting place it found not, and it turned back. I sent forth a raven and let it go. The raven went and saw the going down of the waters, and it approached, it waded, it croaked, and did not turn back." Unquote. Here, the chief differences are a ship for an ark and the interpolation of the swallow. The easy explanation which most critics adopted of these resemblances was that the Jews had borrowed their legends from the Babylonians. The Wellhausen school usually put the borrowing late in the history of Israel, much of it in the exile. The favorite view at present is that the Israelites came into possession of the legends through the Canaanites, who are known to have been deeply penetrated from a very early period by Babylonian influences. But there is a prior question about these legends. Were they borrowed at all? Abraham came indeed from Babylonia, and might have brought these stories with him. If he did, it must have been, on the theory, in their crude polytheistic form. But is this likely? Critics forget, when they speak of the spirit of revelation using these legends as a vehicle for the conveyance of great religious ideas, that before they could be purified and used, they must have been appropriated. But is it credible that legends so polytheistic and grotesque would at any time be borrowed by the Israelites, or that the work of purifying them, a huge and formidable task, was one that would commend itself to really pious minds? The character of the biblical accounts speaks against this theory of their origin. They can most safely be regarded as an independent and purer branch of the old religious tradition, cognate with the Babylonian, but not immediately derived from it. Part 2. Another very important aid derived from archaeology is the abundant light cast by discovery on the early and familiar use of writing. The service of discovery here can hardly be overestimated. The Bible makes us familiar with writing from the time of the Exodus. It suits critics now to make light of the objection that writing was not known in the age of Moses. But this was formerly an objection very often urged, and defenders of the Bible, like Hengstenberg, had to meet it as best they could by appeal to the hieroglyphics of Egypt, and to stray indications elsewhere. Now, no one doubts that for a very long period before Moses, and in his own time, the civilized world was full of writing, of letters, books, and libraries. Writing schools go back in Babylonia to an almost fabulous antiquity. Egypt is not far behind. The hieroglyphic character is older than the first dynasty. A book of moral wisdom, much like our own Proverbs, comes down to us from the 5th dynasty. the discovery of the official correspondence of kings of Egypt of the 18th dynasty, circa 1400 BC, at Tel El Amarna shows that Canaan was at the time saturated with Babylonian culture. Cuneiform Babylonian was, in fact, the recognized official language everywhere. The still later discovery of the great law code of Hammurabi, the Amraphel of Genesis 14, proves that in Abraham's age whole codes of laws were engraved on monuments for public use. Other peoples, the Hittites, Cretans, etc., had their own systems of writing. It was still possible to urge that while Egypt and Babylonia had their own forms of writing, hieroglyphic, cuneiform, there was no evidence of the early use of a kind of writing approaching that met with in the Bible. Even this last form of the objection seems destroyed by a discovery newly made at Sinai by Professor Flinders Petrie. In his book, Researches in Sinai, Professor Petrie tells how, in the course of the explorations at Serabit, specimens were found of a new kind of writing several centuries older than the Exodus. Quote, "The ulterior conclusion," he says, quote, "is very important, namely, that common Syrian workmen who could not command the skill of an Egyptian sculptor were familiar with writing at 1500 BC, and this a writing independent of hieroglyphics and cuneiform. It finally disposes of the hypothesis that the Israelites who came through this region into Egypt and passed back again could not have used writing. Here we have common Syrian laborers possessing a script which other Semitic peoples of this region must be credited with knowing." Unquote. Professor Petrie blends with his interesting facts a number of speculations which it is more difficult to accept. Thus he seeks to get rid of the difficulty of the numbers of the Israelites in the desert by the supposition, based on the fact that the Hebrew words for thousand and family are the same, that in the census list in Numbers, the numbers given are not really hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of families. The total is thus reduced to about 5,000, which is all he thinks the desert could support. This difficulty is touched on below. It is perfectly obvious, however, that a host of this size, say 2,000 fighting men, did not conquer Canaan. On the other hand, Professor Petrie takes up the defense of the large numbers in the later historical books which have stumbled so many. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Archaeology as Searchlight, Part 3. This is perhaps the place to refer to another important service which archaeology has rendered, that is, in placing a check on the too easy practice of resolving historical facts into myths. Few things are more remarkable in the later progress of discovery than the way in which historical persons and events, till lately relegated to the realm of myth, have had their rights restored to them as indubitably real. The two first dynasties of Egypt were generally supposed to be mythical. Menes, the founder of the first dynasty, was quite surely so regarded, and writers like Maspero wrote learnedly to show how the myth originated. Now the tombs of these kings have been discovered, and the dynasties are restored to their real place in history. It has been the same elsewhere. Quote, "The spade of Dr. Schliemann and his followers has again brought to light the buried empire of Agamemnon." Unquote. Sayce. King Minos of Crete was universally regarded as a myth. Now, as the result of the excavations of Dr. Evans, his palace has been disinterred, and travelers boast of having sat in his throne. Assyrian inscriptions have established the historical existence of King Midas of Phrygia, 8th century B.C., still described in textbooks as an ancient divinity of the northern Greeks and Phrygians. Quote, "A blessing-scattering nature god," unquote. Possibly some surprises are yet in store for those to whom the patriarchs, Abraham, Joseph, Jacob, etc., are only products of the myth-forming fancy. Even as it is, I would observe next, not a little illustrative and confirmatory light has been cast by exploration on the historical relations and conditions of life of the patriarchal age. I have mentioned already the remarkable code of the great ruler Hammurabi, which presents interesting analogies to the laws of Moses, and has also curious points of relation with patriarchal customs in the book of Genesis. For instance, the law takes account of precisely such relations as existed in Abraham's household between Sarah and Hagar, and directs what should be done should the woman afterwards have a dispute with her mistress because she has borne children. Here is a touch of verisimilitude such as after invention could not have supplied. In the historical sphere, the most crucial example is that of Chedorlaomer. The story of Chedorlaomer's expedition into Palestine in Genesis 14 takes us back at least till about 2100 B.C. It moves in strange surroundings and relates unusual events. It gives the names of a number of kings otherwise unknown to history. These stand in intricate relations to one another. It assumes that Babylonia was at this time under the suzerainty of a king of Elam. Who, writing at a later time, could possibly pick his steps in such a story without falling into error? Yet what does discovery establish? That precisely as the chapter relates, Babylonia was at this time under the rule of an Elamitic dynasty. That a common, if not universal prefix in the names of these rulers was Kuder, servant. That their power extended over Palestine, that the name Chedorlaomer, Kuder-Lagamar, servant of Lagamar, is a genuine Elamitic compound, that contemporary kings were Iriaku of Larsa, Arioch, Amraphel, Hammurabi, Tudgulu. Certain archaeologists, Sethi, Homo, Pincus, even claim that the name Chedorlaomer itself has been deciphered. Here is a clear corroboration of the framework of the story. It is difficult to understand how such facts should come to be known unless old and practically contemporary records were available. In such a detailed history as that of Joseph, we have another form of corroboration, hardly less remarkable. the scene of the greater part of Joseph's life is laid in Egypt. It is always difficult to describe with accuracy the conditions of life, customs, domestic and social arrangements, political circumstances of a foreign country. To picture its life in public and private, in courts and in humbler ranks, in slave market, prison, and household, with ease, naturalness, and fidelity of coloring. Yet this is what has been accomplished in the history of Joseph. Egyptian life, manners, customs, relations of men and women, masters and servants, king and subjects, are, by general consent, pictured to perfection, especially in those features of the description to which exception at an earlier age was taken, as, for example, the use of flesh meat at feasts, the free manners of the women, the use of wine, etc. The monuments have abundantly vindicated the picture given. The same thing is true of the Egyptian coloring in the narratives of the Exodus, so vivid and fresco-like, yet so true to reality. How is this careful accuracy of the narratives to be explained, except on the hypothesis that the story was early reduced to writing by one familiar with the country and the events of which he writes? Part 4. This brings me next to say a few words on the illustration which exploration has afforded of the Mosaic period. One remarkable discovery which cannot be overlooked was the finding of the actual mummies of all the great pharaohs of the 18th and 19th dynasties. As it is certain that it was under one or other of these dynasties that the oppression of Israel and the Exodus took place, we can feel sure that the mummy of the veritable Pharaoh on whose face Moses looked, the Pharaoh under whose oppression Israel groaned, is now in our possession. But who was it? The usual theory is that the Pharaoh of the oppression was the great ruler Ramesses II, and the Pharaoh of the Exodus probably his son Meneptah. There is much in itself to be said for this identification. The conditions in many ways suit, and corroboration is found in the two cities, Ramesses and Pithom, which Pharaoh is said to have caused the Israelites to build, Exodus 1:2. Ramesses is apparently the name of the king, and discovery shows that Ramesses II was connected with the building or rebuilding of both cities. The matter, however, has been complicated by the more recent discovery of a monument of Meneptah, on which the name of Israel is for the first time distinctly found. On this stela, Meneptah boastfully records his victories over several peoples in and about Palestine, and apparently includes Israel among these. Quote, "Israel is spoiled," it reads. "It hath no seed." Unquote. On the assumption that Meneptah is the Pharaoh of the Exodus, this must be understood to mean that Israel, lost to view in the wanderings of the desert, was regarded as cut off, destroyed, so that no successors were left. But the more natural view is that Israel, in Meneptah's reign, was already in Palestine. In this case, of course, Meneptah could not be the Pharaoh of the Exodus. There is, however, another fact that speaks strongly against this identification. That is, the chronology. It is certain, in view of the Chedorlaomer synchronism, that Abraham's date cannot be put later than about 2100 B.C. This leaves fully 850 years between Abraham and the Exodus under Meneptah, after 1250 BC, which is a couple of centuries more than the biblical data will allow. On the other side, the period between the Exodus and the founding of the temple, circa 975 BC, is much too short. Reference 1 Kings 6, verse 1. We seem driven by a superior probability, therefore, to put back the Exodus into the previous 18th dynasty, where the dates absolutely suit, circa 1450, where also the conditions are equally favorable, if not more so. The oppressor on this view, which many now adopt, will be the great monarch Thutmose III, and the pharaoh of the Exodus will be one of his immediate successors, Amenophis II or Thutmose IV. The store cities, in this case, were built under Thutmose, and perhaps rebuilt or enlarged by Ramesses. 50 or 60 years later, we have the great eruption of the Kabiri into Palestine, described in the Tel el Amarna letters. Many scholars who adopt the earlier date are disposed to identify this eruption with the Hebrew invasion. As was naturally to be expected, much attention has been bestowed by explorers on the route of the Exodus and on the topography of the desert in which Israel so long wandered. It is the barest truth to say that the remarkable accuracy of the biblical accounts on these matters has been endorsed by every investigator of importance. Most of the spots in the route have been identified. The descriptions of the utter barrenness and desolation of the desert are confirmed to the letter. See Palmer, Brugsch, Petrie, etc. The difficulty that arises is as to the means of obtaining sustenance in such a place, for so large a host as the Israelites are represented to have been. Professor Petrie, as noted above, will have it that the desert was as infertile then as it is today, and could not support more than some 5,000 souls. Others, as Palmer, believe that in many parts vegetation and wood were originally much more abundant. In any case, the reader of the Bible recalls that the narrative itself emphasizes the frequent dire straits of the people in their journeyings from want of water, famine, absence of flesh food and vegetables, etc., and makes this the very ground of a series of divine interpositions, which relieved their immediate needs and provided them in the manna with a daily sustenance. The one thing we can be sure of is that God did not bring his people into the desert without securing that they would be provided with what things were necessary for their subsistence. Part 5. When we come down to the period of the kings, the notices on the monuments of the relations between Israel and surrounding peoples become more numerous and often read like extracts from the Bible pages themselves. The names and doings of the kings and events narrated in Scripture, like Shishak's invasion, Mesha's rebellion, the fall of Samaria and captivity of Israel, Sennacherib's invasion, are inscribed in the contemporary records of the peoples or rulers concerned. Sometimes additional information is imparted. We learn that Shishak's invasion extended to the cities of Israel and Judah. See 2 Chronicles 12, verse 3 and 4, which enlarges the account of 1 Kings 13, verses 25-26, that Jehu paid tribute to Shalmaneser II, king of Assyria, that Ahab fought as an ally of Ben-Hadad at the Battle of Karkar in the end of his life. See 1 Kings 20, verse 34, 22, verse 1. That Sargon was the conqueror of Samaria, etc. One special service which Assyrian discovery has done is in rectifying the chronology of the kings of Israel and Judah as given in the margins of our Bible. The Assyrians had a very exact system of reckoning, based on the succession of yearly officers and their lists. The so-called eponym canon are confirmed by independent monuments, eclipses, etc. The points of contact with the biblical history are not few and reveal a growing discrepancy upwards from the fall of Samaria, 722 B.C., where the dates coincide, till in the reign of Ahab it amounts to over 40 years, after which it does not increase much. For example, the usual date for Ahab's death is 898 B.C., whereas the inscriptions show him present, probably in his last year, at the Battle of Karkar in 854 B.C. The founding of the Temple of Solomon, placed about 1012 B.C., has to be correspondingly lowered. How is this to be explained? An examination of the biblical numbers themselves suggests the reasons of the discrepancy. In summing up the total years of the reigns of the kings of Judah on the one side, and those of the kings of Israel on the other, till the fall of Samaria, we find that the Judean line is some 20 years longer than the northern one. To harmonize this difference, the ordinary chronology inserts 2 interregnums, one of 11 years after the death of Jeroboam II, and one of 9 years after the death of Pekah, of which the biblical history affords no hints. It is now generally allowed that the real explanation of this inequality lies in associations of certain of the kings, as of Jotham with his father Uzziah, see 2 Chronicles 26, verse 21, and possibly of Uzziah, Azariah himself, with his own father Amaziah, see 2 Kings 14, verse 22. Another part of the explanation of the divergence, no doubt, is the practice of reckoning the king's reigns in round numbers of years, including those in which the reign began and ended. The effect of this would be that with every change on the throne, the year of change would be reckoned twice. These 2 causes explain nearly the whole discrepancy. But one must reckon also with occasional possible corruptions of numbers, which in some cases, as in the 20 years of Pekah, are shown by the Assyrian inscriptions to have taken place. A striking example of how discovery throws light on dark places of Scripture and furnishes corroboration of disputed statements is seen in the case of Sargon, the conqueror of Samaria. In Isaiah 20, verse 1, we read that Sargon, the king of Assyria, sent his tartan unto Ashdod, who fought against Ashdod and took it. But Sargon was a king totally unknown to history. No ancient writer mentions him. Tartan was equally a strange term. Sargon, accordingly, was voted by many a myth. Various expedients were resorted to by others to solve the difficulty, identification with Shalmaneser IV, etc. By a curious coincidence, the very first discovery made in Assyrian exploration, by Botta in 1843, was that of the ruins of the great palace of this very Sargon. Hilprecht, the distinguished explorer, has said, quote, "There never has been roused again such a deep and general interest in the excavation of distant Oriental sites as towards the middle of the last century, when Sargon's palace rose suddenly out of the ground and furnished the first faithful picture of a great epoch of art which has vanished completely from human sight." Unquote. Sargon is now one of the best known of the later Assyrian kings. His name, portrait, sculptures, annals, including this siege of Ashdod, were found in his palace. He was the father of Sennacherib and the final conqueror of Samaria, completing the work Shalmaneser had begun and carrying the people captive into Assyria. Tartan is the official name for the Assyrian commander-in-chief of the army. Another instance of the confirmations of the Bible furnished by the monuments may be taken from the prophecies of Jeremiah. Jeremiah's lot was a hard one after the taking of Jerusalem by the Chaldeans, in fulfillment of his own constantly repeated predictions. He voluntarily cast in his lot with the remnant of the people in the land, but a few months later Gedaliah, the governor, was foully murdered, and fear of the Chaldeans led even those who had avenged the murder and rescued, quote, the king's, Zedediah's, daughters, unquote, Jeremiah 41 and 42, to contemplate flight into Egypt. Jeremiah, in God's name, urged them to remain, and told them that their flight would end in their destruction. Angry at the prophet, Johanan and the rest not only went down to Egypt, but compelled Jeremiah to go with them. They settled in a frontier place called Tahpanhes, where Jeremiah gave further prophecies, chapters 43, etc. As a special sign, he was ordered to take great stones and hide them in mortar in the brick pavement at the entrance of Pharaoh's palace at Tahpanhes, then to declare that Egypt would be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, who would set up his throne on these stones he had laid. Chapter 43. The prophecy is repeated in chapter 44, verse 30, and again in fuller form in chapter 46, verse 13 and following. See Ezekiel 29. This place, Tahpanhes, has commonly been identified with the later Daphne, and its site was discovered in a mound called Tel Defune. Here Flinders Petrie conducted successful excavations, laying bare the palace and the square of brick pavement which stood in its entrance. Critics, nevertheless, have always persistently affirmed the failure of Jeremiah's prophecies of Nebuchadnezzar's conquest of Egypt. Yet at Syene itself, which Ezekiel notes as the bound of the invasion, chapter 29, verse 10, the statue of a royal official has been discovered, in which this personage takes credit for having repaired the temple after it had been laid waste by the Babylonians, whose ravages, he declares, he had checked at Nubia. The following may be cited from Dr. Pinches. Quote, Just as successful were Nebuchadnezzar's operations against Egypt. According to an Egyptian inscription, the Babylonian king attacked Egypt in the year 577 BC, penetrating as far as Syene and the borders of Ethiopia. Hophra, who still reigned, was deposed, the general Amasis being raised to the throne in his place to rule the land as a vassal of the Babylonian king. According to the only historical fragment of the reign of this king known, Nebuchadnezzar made an expedition to Egypt in his 37th year. This was, to all appearance, against his vassal Amasis, who, like Zedekiah, had revolted against the powers that raised him to the throne. The rebellion was suppressed, but the ultimate fate of Amasis is not known." Unquote. Does this look to an unprejudiced eye like non-fulfillment? Part 6. In connection with the discoveries at Taphanes, Professor Petrie points out how readily Greek names of instruments and other words might have found their way into Hebrew and into Babylon. This bears directly on the last subject I shall allude to, the light thrown by archaeology on the book of Daniel. This book has been the subject of severe attack, and there are undeniably difficulties connected with it which are not yet satisfactorily cleared up. The fact that it is written partly in Hebrew, partly in Aramaic, has suggested that it may have existed in two versions, and may latterly have undergone revision and perhaps expansion. The one thing certain is that the attacks on its historical trustworthiness have been carried to quite unwarrantable extremes. I take up a popular work, Professor McFadyen's Introduction to the Old Testament, and find the author reveling in demonstrations of the book's inaccuracy, pages 320 and following. The objections are old as the hills, but they are confidently retailed as if nothing of the nature of an answer to them had ever been heard of. For example, quote, "There was no siege and capture of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar in 605 BC, as is implied in 1:1. Compare Jeremiah 25:1, verses 9 to 11. Nor, indeed, could there have been any till after the decisive battle of Carchemish," unquote, etc. But Jehoiakim's 4th year in the Jewish reckoning, Jeremiah 25:1, was his 3rd year in the Babylonian way of reckoning, Daniel 1:1. And this was the year of the battle of Carchemish, Jeremiah 46, verse 2, probably 605 BC. The expedition is that referred to in 2 Kings 24:1. Compare 2 Chronicles 36, verse 6 and 7, when hostages were no doubt taken. Quote, "Again Belshazzar is regarded as the son of Nebuchadnezzar, though he was in reality the son of Nabonid," unquote. So Jesus was the son of David, quote unquote, though not his immediate descendant. Not much is known of Nabonidus, but there is nothing improbable in the supposition that, like his predecessor Neriglissar, he sought to strengthen his hold upon the throne by marrying a daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. Quote, "Nor is there any room in this period of the history, 538 BC, for Darius the Mede," unquote. On the contrary, there is much plausibility in the suggestion that Cyrus gave his general, Gabryas, for a time a delegated authority in Babylon. As much almost is implied in Cyrus's own words in his inscription, quote, "Peace to the city did Cyrus establish, peace to all the province of Babylon did Gabryas his governor proclaim. Governors in Babylon he appointed," unquote. Such objections have their sole ground in our ignorance, but it is strange that the critic does not tell of the rebuke administered to such reasoning from ignorance by the discovery of the facts about Belshazzar himself. His name, too, was utterly unknown, and defenders of Daniel were fain to identify him with Nabonidus. He was another plain proof of the unhistoricity of the book. Yet inscriptions containing his name have multiplied till we have now a tolerably clear idea of his position and part in the final struggle. It is not improbable that he is identical with the Marduk Sar-Uzer, in the 3rd year of whose reign about this time a contract tablet is dated. Marduk equals Bel. The accounts of the taking of Babylon in the inscription would seem to imply that while Nabonidus commanded the forces in the field, Belshazzar held the city within. When its outer parts were taken after the defeat and capture of Nabonidus, he retreated to the Citadel and held it against Cyrus for several months. At length it was overpowered, and Belshazzar was slain. The linguistic objection is not more potent. We are told of, quote, no less than 5 Greek words, unquote, which occur in 2 verses, chapters 3, verse 4 and 5. Strange that not a trace of Greek words should occur anywhere else, and compel us, quote, to put the book at the earliest with the Greek period, that is, after 331 BC, unquote. But why? Because 1, Centurion, by its change of 1, Salterian, into N, quote, betrays the influence of the Macedonian dialect, unquote. A quite groundless assertion. Quote, and another, Symphonia, is first found in Plato, unquote. Seeing, however, that neither Plato nor any other Greek classical writer ever uses this word in the sense of a musical instrument, the point of the argument is not very obvious. Homel claims for the word a Chaldean origin. I do not dwell on the interpretations given by these writers of the prophecies in Daniel, though I own that they appear to me forced and unnatural in the extreme. What, for example, are we to think of the proposal to date, quote, the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem, unquote, Daniel 9:25, in the prophecy of the 70 weeks from 586 BC, the date of the exile, McFadyen, or to make the first 7 weeks, equal to 49 years, run out with the edict of Cyrus, 537 BC, or to identify the last week of the 70 with 171 to 164, immediately preceding the death of Antiochus. While it is admitted that the intervening period of 62 weeks, equal to 434 years, cannot be got in between 537 and 171, equal to 366 years. Yet Mr. McFadyen is of opinion that, quote, with the first and last of the above periods, there is no difficulty, unquote. And the middle period is got over by the remark that probably, quote, during much of this long period, the Jews had no fixed method of computing time, unquote. Traditional apologetics has little to compare with shifts like these. I have adduced enough, I think, to show that the Bible has nothing to fear, but everything to hope for from the light that archaeology can cast upon it. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Citadel, Christ, Parts 1 through 3. Till recently, attention has been chiefly absorbed in the criticism of the Old Testament. Now, as was hinted in the opening paper, the battle about the Bible tends again to concentrate itself in the New Testament and supremely about the central figure there, Christ himself. This result was inevitable. The question, "What think ye of Christ?" is one to which every age must anew give an answer, and into which, as time rolls on, every fresh phase in the controversy between faith and unbelief invariably resolves itself. Probably the question was never raised in a more acute form than it is at the present moment. It is a marvelous testimony to the truth of the apostolic declaration, "God gave unto him the name which is above every name," Philippians chapter 2, verse 9, that in all the whirl of controversy, the one thing on which earnest men seem to be agreed is that on Christ and his religion, in some form, depend the world's religious hopes. A very negative writer, Vinell, does not hesitate to say, after Jesus there is either his religion or no religion. But who is Jesus and what is his religion? Here the roads part, and a great gulf appears between those who receive Jesus as the New Testament presents him, and those who, professing to revere him as the spiritual leader of the future, yet strip him of every supernatural attribute, and, in loyalty, as they think, to the exigencies of modern thought, reduce him to simply human and natural dimensions. Part 1. For this avowedly is the alternative with which we are now presented. Observers of the signs of the times have long seen it coming. Footnote. I have personally constantly urged that this was the gravitation level of most of our modern theories about Christ. In an essay on the Parisian School of Theology in my volume on Ritschlianism, I wrote, "A universal Father God whose presence fills the world and all human spirits, Jesus, the soul of the race in whom the consciousness of the Father and the corresponding spirit of filial love first came to the full realization. The spirit of filial sonship learned from Jesus as the essence of religion and salvation. Such in sum is the new theology. All else is dressing, disguise, Aberglaube, religious symbolism, inheritance of effete dogmatisms. Will this suffice for Christianity? It is this question which the Church of the immediate future will have to face, and meet with a very distinct yes or no, pages 151 to 152. That crisis seems now upon us. End of footnote. And we should be thankful that disguises are at length being thrown off, and that we are frankly and even passionately told that nothing but a purely humanitarian Christ will satisfy the demands of the modern intellect. It is not denied that the Gospels and other New Testament writings give us a very different picture. Professor N. Schmidt, in his book, The Prophet of Nazareth, fully allows that the Christology of the creeds is a consistent development of what is found in the New Testament. There is no chasm, he truly says, between the latest forms of thought in the New Testament and the conceptions prevalent in other Christian writers of the 2nd century. The creeds are a consistent development of certain ideas that unquestionably hold an important place in New Testament literature. The chief factors in the construction of Christological dogma were an honest interpretation of the Scriptures and an equally honest interpretation of the facts of Christian experience. Pages 4 to 6. This bears out what has been urged on deaf ears, that the assault on so-called dogmas about Christ is not simply an attack on church creeds, but at bottom an attack on the teaching of the New Testament itself, and it is good, again, to have matters brought to this naked issue. Nevertheless, the Christ of dogma, i.e., a truly supernatural, divine Christ, the incarnate Son, is rejected, and the newer science sets itself to disengage the real, historical, non-miraculous Jesus from the wrap pages of tradition and legend in which his image is enswathed. When this is done, his person and religion are naturally found to have no real semblance to the Christ of the Pauline writings, and a cleft is assumed to exist between the genuine teaching of Jesus and the theology of Paul, who is credited with having given the lead to the disfigurement of Christianity that has since prevailed. It cannot be too strongly repeated that here is the true center of current religious controversy. The views just indicated penetrate books, newspapers, magazines. In Germany, an able and intensely active party has set itself to their propagation in the press and by means of cheap, popularly written books, Volksbücher. Writers like Bousset, Neumann, Bernle represent them in translation in this country. The aid of fiction is called in, and the novel Holy Land, Gillian, now also translated, which embodies a life of Jesus on the new lines, sells in its tens and well nigh its hundreds of thousands. In America, the movement is represented by recent books of the kind already named, Professor Foster's Finality of the Christian Religion and Professor Schmidt's The Prophet of Nazareth, all which gives matter for thought, for gratitude too, I think, in the proof it affords that Jesus retains his supreme interest for the thoughts of men, and is today, as ever, compelling decision on his character and claims. Anything rather than indifference. When Christ is fairly set in the eyes of the world, his claims may be trusted to take care of themselves. I shall say little more than I have done on the connection of this new phase of New Testament criticism with the Old Testament criticism we have already studied, though that is an aspect of the subject which should not be overlooked. The one movement is in truth merely a continuation of the other. The same principles, the same methods rule in both. It was to common sense vision an impossibility for criticism to riot in the fashion it had been doing for some decades in the Old Testament, without, at an early period, descending, flushed with its successes there, to wreak a like work of disintegration on the New Testament. Only folly could imagine that it was possible to stand permanently with an advanced liberal leg in the Old Testament and a conservative leg in the New. As Professor Schmidt puts it, the movement could not stop at the Old Testament, page 29. The critics, therefore, have the fullest justification for claiming that their New Testament work is but the logical carrying out of the principles for which assent had been obtained in Old Testament study, and surprise need not be felt when one sees Old Testament scholars like Wellhausen and Gunkel coming forward to take their share in New Testament discussion. To some, this will lend additional sanction to the results reached in the New Testament. To others, perhaps a larger number, the results may cast doubt retrospectively on the whole critical procedure. Part 2. What verdict is now to be passed on this new so-called historical religious view of Jesus, in which the credit of the Gospels and Epistles, not to say the whole conceptions of Christianity as the world has hitherto understood it, is so absolutely at stake? I propose, in the first instance, to let the new view pass judgment on itself by looking simply at the forces of work in its construction and at the kind of results they yield. First of all, it is important to observe that in the new theories of the life of Jesus, as in the radical Old Testament criticism, the assumed premise of the entire treatment is the denial of the supernatural. This is where Professor Julius Kaftan of Berlin, in his pamphlet Jesus and Paulus, formerly noticed, joins issue. You claim, he says, to be applying an historical method. In reality, your procedure has not its roots in method at all. What lies behind it is the so-called modern view of the world, a view which embraces everything in an unbroken causal connection, pages 4 and 5. This being presupposed, the view of Christ and Christianity has to be clipped down to suit, at whatever expense to the history. Footnote. I formerly quoted some of Kaftan's strong words in this connection. I may give another sentence or two. The new procedure, he says, means this: we will know the history not as it is or was, but as it ought to be according to our presuppositions, according to the presuppositions of our modern view of the world, page 5. And he declares that to this mode of treatment, the believing community will never adapt itself. It will feel it to be an apostasy from faith, and this feeling which it has is thoroughly justified in fact, page 9. End of footnote. This anti-supernaturalistic principle is not only admitted, but is paraded in all the works I have named. A man is not a modern who does not admit it. Professor Foster goes further and affirms, an intelligent man who now affirms his faith in such stories, miraculous narratives like the biblical, as actual facts can hardly know what intellectual honesty means, page 132. It has come then to this, that in a book published with the endorsement of the University of Chicago, it is declared that a man who believes any longer in the resurrection of Jesus can hardly be intellectually honest. Such arrogance, like vaulting ambition, o'erleaps itself it only discredits the cause it is meant to support. This, however, is the fundamental assumption of all these writers, of Bousset, of Vernley, of Professor Schmidt, of the author of the story Holy Land, the Jesus of which is a nervous, self-doubting, semi-hysterical being whose ideals are often admirable, but whose sanity is sometimes doubtful. Granting it is easy to see what havoc it makes of the Gospels. Jesus has, at all costs, to be reduced to natural dimensions. He is a man naturally born. Wellhausen simply cuts out Matthew chapters 1 and 2 and Luke chapters 1 and 2. His parents were Joseph and Mary. He wrought no miracles in the proper sense, though faith cures may be attributed to him. It is doubtful if he even claimed to be the Messiah. Schmidt denies it. Foster is doubtful, but allows the probability. When he died, there was an earthly end of him. The resurrection stories are legendary. What really lay behind them no one now knows, and science does not concern itself to ask. Precisely, but then, as no one likewise sees, all this was really settled before the inquiry began. That is, therefore, no particular critical method involved in it. The problem to be dealt with was, assumed to start with, that nothing supernatural entered into the birth, life, and death of Jesus. How to explain away the narratives which say that it did? The whole matter, obviously, is a foregone conclusion, and unbiased consideration of evidence is an impossibility. This raises the question which might be glanced at before going further. By what right is the supernatural thus ruled out of the history of revelation, and especially out of the history of Christ? It will be difficult indeed for these able gentlemen who so freely charge intellectual dishonesty on their opponents to give an answer which does not already beg the question. I notice that the intellectual lineage they claim for themselves as moderns usually has at its head Spinoza, and I grant that, in a system like Spinoza's, where God and nature are one, there is no room for such deviations from, or transcendencies of, the natural order as we call miracle. But it is surely vastly different in a theistic scheme in which God has a being above the world as well as in it, is a being of fatherly love, deeply interested in the welfare of his creatures, is free, self-determined, purposeful, has moral ends, overrules causes and events for the inbringing of a kingdom of God. On this, the Christian view of God, it is difficult to see why, for high ends of revelation and redemption, a supernatural economy should not be engrafted on the natural, achieving ends which could not be naturally attained, and why the evidence for such an economy should, a priori, be ruled out of consideration. The Christian thinker will not lightly accuse his opponents of intellectual dishonesty, but he may with justice charge them with intellectual inconsistency in denying to God, as so conceived, a power of entering for redeeming ends in a supernatural way into human history. This is, in short, a matter to be determined not by a priori assumptions, but on the ground of evidence, and it is equally a begging of the question to say that evidence cannot exist of a kind, degree, and quality adequate to sustain faith in the supernatural facts involved in the life of Jesus. Here is an ultimate dividing line, and there is not the least likelihood that the general intelligence of men will ever endorse the high a priori negations of the modern theorists. Part 3. The chief instrument by which the evidence for Christ's supernatural claims is broken down in these theories, I observe next, is a radical criticism of the Gospels, analogous to what we have seen employed in the Old Testament. The criticism will be looked at by itself in a succeeding paper. Meanwhile, I note only a few results. The Gospels are taken from the writers whose names they bear, are put late, are declared to be in their main contents legendary, are accepted, rejected, altered, reconstructed at the critic's good pleasure. With what result? Everything, of course, that militates against the naturalistic hypothesis is cleared away. As to how much is left, the authorities differ. Some of the more extreme will not allow Jesus to be an historical figure at all. Footnote. Professor Foster writes, "At this writing, the sensation of the hour in theological Germany is a brilliant and effective pastor who has concluded that Jesus was an ideal construction of a definite social circle." Page 326. The book from which quotations are given is Das Christusproblem by A. Kalthoff, 1903. End of footnote. At most, only a few sayings can be attributed to him with certainty. Schmiedel. Others do not go so far and rescue from the sources the more or less vague outline of his ministry, and, probably, certain fragments of his teaching. It was with a deep satisfaction, Professor Schmidt tells us, that he found himself borne along to the conviction that Jesus of Nazareth actually existed, and that some of the events of his life and some of his words may be recovered. Pages 233 to 234. Even if Professor Schmidt retains this as a personal conviction, one wonders how, in the clash of contradictory opinions, he is to convey his conviction to others so as to make it, as he hopes, the basis of a religion of the future. On much, however, even in this minimum of knowledge about Jesus, there rests by admission great uncertainty. It is doubted, for instance, as by Reed, Schmidt, and others, whether Jesus ever claimed to be the Messiah. Testimonies that he did are got rid of by the usual methods. With more plausibility, it is denied by a considerable section, Wildhausen, Schmidt, etc., that Jesus ever used the title the Son of Man as a messianic designation or in an emphatic sense at all. Jesus spoke in Aramaic, and the alleged Aramaic equivalent of this phrase, Barnasha. Footnote. It is very doubtful if this was the term Jesus employed. End of footnote. Means simply, we are told, man. So most of the passages in which the phrase occurs are emptied of their significance, and the word man is substituted, e.g., man hath power on earth to forgive sins. Man is Lord of the Sabbath. Mark chapter 2, verses 10 and 28. But not to refer to other passages where this meaning is impossible, the theory shatters on the simple fact that the authors of our Greek Gospels, who presumably knew Aramaic and were, on the theory, translating from it, plainly attached to the word or phrase the unique sense, the Son of Man. Most scholars, accordingly, now again reject this philological speculation and allow that Jesus used the title as also the title Son of God, which Schmidt would take from him likewise. Still more futile is the attempt to eradicate the messianic claim from the life of Jesus. If any fact in history is well attested, it is that Jesus was put to death for claiming to be the King of the Jews, the Messiah. His words, actions, claims, parables, the functions he ascribes to himself, e.g., judge of the world, his behavior on his last journey, the consentient accounts of his trial, admit of no other explanation. This is a rock-fast fact on which criticism beats itself in vain. Footnote. Even Bousset says in his Jesus, it will be recognized more and more clearly as time goes on that the criticism which attempts to shake these well-established points of the tradition merely succeeds in overreaching itself. Page 170. End of footnote. There is, however, yet another branch of the newer critical method which has of late come into great prominence and bids fair to be more heard of in the future. I mean the application to the Gospels of the method of comparative mythology. This, likewise, is found a serviceable instrument for dissipating such narratives as those of the virgin birth and of the resurrection into fantasies. Professor Gunkel of Berlin has made a noteworthy incursion into this field in a contribution to the religious historical understanding of the New Testament, but illustrations can be found nearer home. Like Gunkel and like Farnell in his Evolution of Religion, Dr. Chain in his Bible Problems applies the comparative method and finds the key to what is most distinctive in the gospel history in ethnic mythology. He, too, complains that while Old Testament criticism was sweeping the field, the higher criticism of the New Testament was practically set on one side. Pages 11 and 12. And he endeavors in this volume to do something to supply the lack. On the basis of Arabian, Babylonian, Egyptian, and Persian parallels, he seeks to show how beliefs, like those of the virgin birth of Jesus, his descent into Hades, not in the Gospels, his resurrection, and his ascension arose. On the ground of facts supplied by archaeology, it is plausible, he thinks, to hold that all these arose out of a pre-Christian sketch of the life, death, and exaltation of the expected Messiah, a thing no one ever heard of, itself ultimately derived from a widely current mythic tradition respecting a solar deity, page 128. Paul's statement that Christ died and that he rose again according to the Scriptures in reality points to a pre-Christian sketch of the life of Christ, partly, as we have seen, derived from widely spread non-Jewish myths and embodied in Jewish writings, page 113. One has only to take with this derivation of essential Christian beliefs from primitive Oriental myths, page 117, the admission of Wellhausen in his introduction to the first three Gospels. The resurrection was the foundation of the Christian faith, the heavenly Christ, the living and present head of the disciples, page 96, to see whither such theories tend. But the reader will also mark the foundation, a purely imaginary pre-Christian sketch. Footnote. Professor Schmidt also has his hypothetical pre-Christian Aramaic apocalypse, which he thinks is used in the Gospels, page 132. End of footnote. Based on Babylonian and other myths, which is first thought of as plausible, then is converted into a certainty, and reasoned from as a fact. By such gossamer theories, it is actually thought possible to subvert the faith of Christendom in its most characteristic facts. As a type of theory of yet more extravagant, but still kindred order, I might refer to the extraordinary speculation on the origin of Christianity in that much belauded, but in this region utterly fantastic book, Dr. J. G. Fraser's Golden Bough. Footnote. The theory is propounded in the second edition of the work. End of footnote. The facts to be explained are the circumstances of our Lord's crucifixion, or the stories about these, and the belief in his divinity. For a clue to the belief, Dr. Fraser goes back to the Babylonians and Persians. These people, he tells us, had a custom at a spring festival of dressing a condemned criminal in the royal robes and throning him, granting him for 5 days all the privileges of the king, an incarnation of the god for whom the criminal was a substitute, then stripping, flogging, and hanging him. At an earlier period, he avers, the king himself, after 1 year's reign, had been wont to be sacrificed. The Jews are supposed to have taken over this custom from the Persians and to have observed it at the feast known as Purim. They further borrowed a practice assumed to have existed of keeping a pair of condemned criminals, one of whom was sacrificed, the other was set free. It was in a scene of this kind that Jesus is conjectured to have taken the part of the mock king, and after having had the honors of royalty with its accompanying divinity thrust upon him, to have been ignominiously stripped, scourged, and crucified. It would be a waste of time to treat this theory of Dr. Fraser's as a serious explanation of the events of the crucifixion, but the reader will certainly be astonished to discover, if he takes the trouble to inquire, that the whole thing, from bottom to top, is a pyramid of baseless conjecture. There is not, so far as appears, a scintilla of real evidence that the Babylonians or Persians ever had such a custom of sacrificing a god-king or a substitute at a spring festival, or that the Jews borrowed or possessed it, or that such scenes as are described were enacted at the feast of Purim, or that any such ideas were connected with Christ's mockery, scourging, and death. Footnote. See the whole theory with its germ in an anecdote, possibly mythical, attributed to Diogenes the Cynic by Dion Chrysostom, and a 1st century, subjected to a minute and shattering examination in Andrew Lang's Magic and Religion. End of footnote. It is pitiful to think of such a tissue of fancies being seriously put forward, even though with diffidence, by a scholar who is far too enlightened to accept the straightforward narratives of the Gospels. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Citadel, Christ, Parts 4 and 5. Part 4. It is now our turn to look at these theories of a non-miraculous Christ with critical eyes, and to ask how far their own principle in the hands of these writers can be consistently carried through, and if it is, with what results. Suppose, for example, the physical miracles are surrendered in obedience to this denial of the miraculous. Of course, they are not surrendered. What of the spiritual miracle, the sinlessness of Christ? Here is something, supposing it granted, quite as much above the sphere of nature as we know it, as truly requiring a supernatural cause to explain it, as any miracle of power. Here in the Gospels is the picture of the one being in history who, with unparalleled spiritual insight, betrays absolutely no consciousness of sin in himself, who knows no repentance, who was accepted by those who knew him best as without sin, who is the physician, Savior, forgiver of sinners, but never classes himself with them, whose recorded words, acts, spirit, and total behavior bear out this character of spotless holiness and unbroken unity of will with God. How is such an one to be fitted into the natural scheme? Can it be done? It cannot be done. Not one of these writers but hedges when he comes to the question of the sinlessness of Jesus. Professor Foster will go no further than to say that he is the best we know, page 482. Professor Schmidt says he seems to have had no morbid sense of sin. His consciousness of imperfection was swallowed up in the sense of divine love, page 25. Footnote. Sin has little place in this writer's book at all. His index does not mention it in any connection. End of footnote. Both writers lay stress on Christ's word, "No one is good but God," and infer from it that he remained conscious of this great distance from God. Foster, page 345. C.F. Schmidt, page 152. Bousset, page 202. The author of the novel Holy Land affirms boldly his nature was not wholly free from evil, and refuses to be bound even by his morality, page 359. Indeed, plays loose with morality in his book to the degree of sanctioning immorality. Footnote. A sympathetic expounder of the ideas of Frenson's book writes, if his theological teaching is considered dangerous by many, his moral teaching and its probable effect on the youth of Germany is regarded with still more trepidation. No wonder that even one of his friends in the liberal camp says, "We are afraid for the youth of our land." Scotsman, October 20th, 1906. End of footnote. Thus, under the new influences, the decomposition of even Christ's moral image and moral doctrine proceeds. All, it must be contended, in wanton defiance of the historical reality. Or take what is left us by the better class of these writers, a great, spiritual, forceful personality, with true nature of God and elevation and originality of moral character, qualifying him to be the spiritual leader of mankind. How is even this to be accounted for? Does the non-miraculous view of Christ explain it? Here, strangely enough, in Professor Foster's book, we come on something singularly like a retraction of the proposition with which we had set out, viz., that nothing can be admitted of the nature of miracle. For now we are explicitly told what is most true, that Jesus is inexplicable psychologically, causally, or by evolutionary development, pages 265 and 267. That something derived creatively from God is necessary to explain his consciousness. Psychological analysis, we read, collapses on the immediacy of his consciousness. Ultimately, we stand before the insoluble datum of his certainty of a special communion with God and of his knowledge of God arising thereby. It is not possible to escape from the recognition of an active and creative moment in the consciousness of Jesus, which, just on that account, cannot be causally explained. Page 265. The empirical inexplicability of Jesus may as well be conceded. Page 267. True, but is there not here the breakup of the author's earlier scheme of thought, in which no room seemed left for the immediate entrance of God into either the material or the spiritual order? And if empirically inexplicable facts occur in the spiritual order, why may they not occur in the natural order as well? Is the former less a domain of law than the latter? All this, however, it is to be confessed, does not carry us very far. It leaves us still far short of that perfect oneness of thought and will with the Father, Matthew chapter 11, verse 27, which, combined with Christ's consciousness of his own unique dignity and place in revelation, and with claims, functions, prerogatives which no ordinary messenger of God ever dared to claim, only finds its adequate explanation in that relation to the Father, going beyond all time, which the Pauline epistles and fourth gospel unfold to us. This perfect solidarity of Christ with God, to use a phrase of Ritschl's, is as much a fact of the first three Gospels as it is of the Gospel of John. It was not, as alleged, from Alexandrian philosophy or any form of metaphysics, but, as John tells us, with his feet on the earth, as the result of what he had himself seen, heard, beheld, handled of Jesus, that this apostle rose to the assurance that in him the life was manifested, even the eternal life, which was with the Father and was manifested unto us. 1 John chapter 1, verse 2. Or, as he states it in the Gospel, we beheld his glory, glory as of an only begotten from the Father, and so were able to affirm, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth. John chapter 1, verse 14. It is in vain that criticism tries to eliminate these supernatural traits from the portrait of Jesus in the Gospels. The parts of Christ's history and teaching which the critics accept stand in inseparable relation with the parts which they reject, in the unity of a picture so superhuman, so original, so perfect, that the idea of its creation by irresponsible legend-mongers of the second or third Christian generation may be put out of court as an impossibility. Only the most arbitrary manipulation, e.g., can expunge from the Gospels the lofty messianic claims and the eschatological discourses and utterances in which Jesus predicts his return in glory to judge the world. Footnote. The alleged failure of these predictions will be remarked on after. Cafton well shows that Christ's mind never wavered, as the new writers represent, on his messianic calling. If anything in his life is historically certain, it is this, that Jesus, from beginning to end, reckoned with unshaken confidence on the vindication of his messiahship by the Father, page 21, end of footnote. He is not, like others, a simple member of the kingdom of God, but himself the founder of the kingdom and king and lord over it. He alone mediates to men the knowledge of the Father. They are sons of God by admission into the kingdom. He is the Son, distinct and unique in his relation to the Father. Others are exhorted to faith. The term faith or cognate terms are never once applied to Jesus in the Gospels. He knows the Father. His relation is too intimate, immediate, reciprocal to be described by the weaker term. The difficulty of the critics is to reconcile with these claims the modesty of one whom, with all Christendom, they recognize as the perfect pattern of meekness, self-abnegation, and suffering dignity. Part 5. What more is to be said on this subject must be reserved till we come to the discussion of the Gospels themselves. Meanwhile, I would only point out that, for such an one, even as the first 3 Gospels depict him, there is no incongruity, but the divinest fitness, alike in the manner of his entering the world by a supernatural birth, and in the manner of his exit from it by resurrection and ascension. I may close this paper accordingly by a few words on these cardinal points: the virgin birth of Christ and the resurrection. In recent years, there has been an almost virulent assault upon the narratives in Matthew and Luke of the virgin birth of Jesus, and led away by plausible reasonings, too many have been induced to surrender these narratives as legendary, or lightly to admit that belief in this article is unessential to faith in Christ as the incarnate Word. The alleged discrepancies in the narratives are paraded, but special stress is laid upon the fact that the story of the Nativity is not found in Mark, the oldest Gospel, or in John, was apparently not known to Paul or other writers in the New Testament, was not known in the early church, etc. But a great deal more is here asserted than anyone can ever prove. On the historical point, it may be sufficient to say that, apart from the Jewish Ebionites and certain of the Gnostic sects, no body of Christians is ever known to have existed which did not receive as part of their faith the birth of Jesus from the Virgin. It is a curious irony which makes the narrowest and most retrograde of Jewish Christian sects, the Nazarenes, or more tolerant party, accepted the belief, the true representatives of apostolic Christianity. As respects the witness of the New Testament, the facts about the Gospels are not correctly stated. It is true that Mark, who commences his Gospel, however, with the words, "the beginning of the Gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God," has not this narrative, but then he has nothing to say of the infancy and early life of Jesus at all, is therefore not a witness either yea or nay. John similarly does not narrate the earthly birth of Jesus, but contents himself with the heavenly descent. The Word became flesh, he declares. How, he does not tell. But surely the very assertion of so transcendent a fact is in itself in keeping with what is narrated in the other Gospels. John had unquestionably the other Gospels in his hands, and there is not the least reason to suppose that he meant to contradict them. The silence of these 2 Gospels, therefore, proves nothing. On the other hand, we have the fact that the 2 Gospels which do narrate the birth of Jesus declare him to have been, in the words of the Creed, conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary. Paul's silence, again, is not wonderful if we remember that it was not Paul's habit to relate the facts of Christ's life. It is Paul's companion, Luke, nevertheless, who gives one of the narratives of the miraculous birth, and Paul can hardly be supposed ignorant of what Luke knew. Has Paul, moreover, nothing supernatural in view when he speaks of the second man from heaven, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 47, and of Jesus as born of a woman, born under the law, Galatians chapter 4, verse 4. Footnote. Literally made or become of a woman, not as in Matthew chapter 11, verse 11. End of footnote. There were obvious reasons why much should not be said publicly on this subject while Mary lived. The bearings of Christian faith of this miracle of Christ's entrance into the world will be belittled by no one who reflects clearly on what incarnation means. Miracle is probably involved, in part, even on the physical side, in the creation of a sinless personality. It is certainly involved in the entrance of the eternal Son of God into union with our humanity. This may not prove, indeed, that precisely this mode of miraculous entrance by birth from a virgin was necessary. But if the general fact of miracle in Christ's birth is admitted, there will not be usually much stumbling at the gospel narratives. Footnote. I have discussed this subject with some fullness in a paper on the miraculous conception in my volume on Ridgelianism. End of footnote. That Christ was not holden by death, but rose from the dead on the third day, is the belief on which, by universal admission, the Christian Church from its first beginnings reposed. The fact is certain that within a few weeks of their Lord's crucifixion and burial, the first apostles were energetically proclaiming that Jesus was risen from the dead in the streets of the very city where he had been crucified. It was in no weak and credulous spirit that this fact was accepted. Paul writes on the subject with the fullest sense of responsibility. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 15, and gives his evidence in detail, verses 4 through 8. The Gospels fill out the story with circumstantial narratives, which must have emanated from the first circle of disciples, and which, despite a few difficulties in harmony, very natural in the circumstances, vibrate with the consciousness of truth. Pentecost follows Easter, Acts chapter 2, and confirms and ratifies its message. The doctrinal bearings of the resurrection are manifoldly elucidated. By it, the seal was placed on Christ's whole work and claims. Through it, he became the first fruits of them that slept. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 20. In it, the work of redemption is completed with inclusion of the body. Romans chapter 8, verse 23. And a sure hope of immortality is opened to the world. 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10. 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 3. Against this great cornerstone of Christian faith and hope, the waves of skepticism have ever beat in vain. Theory after theory has been invented to explain it. Imposture theories, swoon theories, vision theories, spiritualistic appearances, but each effectually refutes the others, and the empty grave and manifestations of the risen one remain as inexplicable as ever. The newest hypothesis I have seen, that of Oscar Holtzman in his recent Life of Jesus, is, I confess, a novelty. It is, in brief, that Joseph of Arimathea, in whose new tomb Jesus was laid, not liking the idea of a crucified malefactor reposing in his honorable family vault, had the body secretly removed. Hence the empty tomb and the belief of the disciples that Christ had risen. Could anything, one may ask, be more exquisitely wooden than this suggested solution of the mystery of faith on which the Christian Church is built? The outcome of the whole is that naturalism does not hold in its hands the answer to the question, who is Christ? The Christ of the Gospels and the Epistles still lives and rules. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Bulwark of the Gospels, Parts 1 through 3. As mentioned in the last paper, the attack on the supernatural claims of Christ is conducted in part through an unsparing criticism of the Gospels. The Gospels are, besides, an offense in themselves through the miraculous elements they contain. Every means known to criticism, therefore, is employed to weaken their testimony. The Gospel of John is treated as a historical romance. The first three Gospels are discredited by separating them from their recognized authors and by an account of their origin, relations, and dependence on late and unreliable tradition, which undermines all certainty in regard to them. Yet it is precisely here, I believe, that the attempts at an anti-supernaturalistic construction of the life of Jesus and of the beginnings of Christianity can be most successfully beaten off. The Gospels stand as a foursquare bulwark upon which assault will be found to be in vain against all such endeavors. Many are of a very different opinion. They see the work of historical disintegration being actively pursued and appear to take it for granted that the task is already finished and that only inveterate prejudice can prevent anyone from acknowledging that the credit of the Gospels is hopelessly destroyed. This is a great illusion. I have already pointed out how, along with these disintegrating forces, other influences not less powerful are at work, tending to reestablish confidence in the trustworthiness of our records. I illustrated the complete breakdown of the older to begin theory of the Gospels and other New Testament writings. Yet more recently, there has come aid from unexpected quarters in restoring the credit of ancient tradition. It is 10 years since Harnack declared in the preface to his work on Old Christian literature that, I quote from Dr. Sanday, the results might be summed up by saying that the oldest literature of the Church, in its main points and in most of its details, from the point of view of literary history, was veracious and trustworthy. In his recent book on Luke the Physician, Harnack reaffirms this opinion even more strongly. That book is itself a masterly vindication, in opposition to current tendencies, of the Lucan authorship of the third Gospel and of the Acts. The Gospel of John has been most uncompromisingly assailed when suddenly, as Dr. Sanday says, the air was cleared by the publication of Dr. Drummond's The Character and Authorship of the Fourth Gospel, a convincing defense of its genuineness, which, as coming from a Unitarian, could not be ascribed to theological bias. With Dr. Drummond's treatise has to be taken Dr. Stanton's valuable work, The Gospels as Historical Documents, Part 1, and Dr. Sanday's own important volume, The Criticism of the Fourth Gospel. The remarkable thing in these and other works which have recently appeared is, in my opinion, not simply the evidence they afford of a change in the trend of critical judgment, but the trenchant way in which they assail the methods and principles by which, in the later periods, critical results have been reached. 1. It is not possible, in a brief paper, to enter with any minuteness into the complicated questions connected with the authorship and relations of the Gospels, but a few outlines may be traced, and some facts brought forward which may help to show the strength of the evidence by which the credibility of the Gospels is supported. A little may be said first on the general nature of the evidence, and on the principles which should guide us in judging of it. The manuscript evidence for the Gospels is, in comparison with that, say, for the classics, early and extraordinarily abundant. The existence of an ancient book, however, may be proved in many other ways than by possession of actual manuscripts of it. The existence of a book may be proved by references to it, quotations from it, or accounts of it, by catalogues, by early translations or versions, by controversies in which its principles are discussed. A very little evidence, if we are satisfied of its genuineness, is often sufficient to carry us a long way. An illustration may set this in a clearer light. In Macaulay's essay on the authoress Madame D'Arblay, who died in 1840, we have the following sentences. The news of her death carried the minds of men back at one leap over 2 generations to the time when her first literary triumphs were won. Since the appearance of her first work, 62 years had passed, and this interval had been crowded not only with political but also with intellectual revolutions. We are further informed that this first work was called Evelina and was published in 1778. Now, few, probably, of the readers of these pages have ever before heard of Madame D'Arblay, and still fewer, I am sure, have either seen or read the book referred to. Yet no one, I think, would dream of doubting that this single reference in Lord Macaulay is amply sufficient evidence that such a book, bearing the name of Evelina, existed, that Madame D'Arblay, then Frances Burney, was the author of it, and that it was published in or about 1778, now over a century and a quarter ago. Thus one step takes us back over that long interval, and we would accept with equal confidence Macaulay's testimony to a book of the time of the Puritans, or of the Reformation, or a work of poetry or theology from even earlier centuries. In fact, we seek, as a rule, no better proof of the genuineness of a work than the fact that it is and has always been received as a genuine work of the author to whom it is ascribed. Few persons doubt that the poems ascribed to Robert Burns are really his, or that Bunyan wrote The Pilgrim's Progress, or that Charles Wesley composed the hymns that bear his name. Yet the chief ground which most of us have for these beliefs is that the works in question now are, and we understand, universally have been, attributed to the authors concerned, with the impossibility of supposing that they could have been published and circulated, and have obtained this undisputed acceptance without the mistake or fraud being at the time, or soon after, detected and exposed. These are the ordinary principles we apply in judging of books, and it is only by bearing them in mind that we can fairly judge of the exceptional strength of the evidence which supports the 4 Gospels. Applying, then, this test of general reception, let the reader take a stand for a moment in the last quarter of the 2nd century, an interval from the time of the composition of the Gospels shorter than from the publication of Madame D'Arblay's book to our own day. Plenty of literature has come down to us from that period, and in the clear light it casts on the conditions of the time, what do we find? The 4 Gospels, the 4 we have, and none else in universal circulation and undisputed use throughout the Church, unanimously ascribed to the author whose names they bear. Footnote. There is a slight exception in the obscure sect of the Loki, who rejected the 4th Gospel on dogmatic grounds. End of footnote. Circulating not only in their original tongues, but in Latin, Syriac, and other translations, freely used not only by fathers of the Church, but by pagans and heretics, and by these also ascribed to the disciples of Christ as their authors. We find harmonies made of them, commentaries written on them, and catalogues of books drawn up in which they stand at the head, and all this with just as little doubt or trace of dissent as in the case of the works above named among ourselves. Footnote. I would invite attention, says Dr. Sande, to the distribution of the evidence in this period. Irenaeus in the letter of the churches of Vienne and Lyon in Gaul, Heraclion in Italy, Tertullian at Carthage, Polycrates at Ephesus, Theophilus in Antioch, Tatian at Rome, and in Syria, Clement at Alexandria. The strategical positions are occupied, one might say, all over the empire. In the great majority of cases there is not a hint of dissent. On the contrary, the fourfold gospel is regarded for the most part as one and indivisible. 4th Gospel, page 238. End of footnote. 2. I take a few examples. The most representative names in the Church in the last quarter of the 2nd century are those of Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyon in Gaul, Tertullian of Carthage, and Clement, head of the catechetical school in Alexandria, whom Origen succeeded a little later, 203 A.D. It is said that from the works of Origen alone the New Testament, if lost, could nearly be reconstructed. But Origen, with all the others named, bears emphatic testimony to the universal acceptance, sole authority, and undisputed authorship of the 4 Gospels with which we are familiar. The testimony of such as Irenaeus is particularly valuable in that he not only conveys to us the witnesses of the Church of his own day, but himself stood in a line of succession which reached back to the very days of the apostles. Irenaeus was brought up in Asia Minor, and as a youth sat at the foot of Polycarp, the disciple of the apostle John. In later life, having gone to Gaul, he became Bishop of Lyon in succession to Pothinus, an old man whose life must have stretched back into the 1st century, before the Apostle John died. To the end of his life, Irenaeus retained vivid recollections of the discourses of Polycarp, and how he would describe his intercourse with John and with the rest who had seen the Lord, and how he would relate their words. And whatsoever things he had heard from them about the Lord, and about his miracles, and about his teaching, Polycarp, as having received them from eyewitnesses of the life of the Word, would relate them altogether in accordance with the Scriptures. Footnote. This in a letter to a fellow disciple of Polycarp, Flornus, who had lapsed into Gnosticism. Referring to the vain efforts of critics to get rid of this testimony, Dr. Drummond says, critics speak of Irenaeus as though he had fallen out of the moon, paid 2 or 3 visits to Polycarp's lecture room, and had never known anyone else. In fact, he must have known all sorts of men of all ages, both in the East and the West. Page 348. End of footnote. Is it conceivable that a man of this kind could have been deceived about the Gospel of John, of which his master Polycarp must have been able to tell him something, and the genuineness of which he himself unhesitatingly endorses? Leaving aside the testimony of lists and versions, I take an older instance. Early Christian writers inform us that Tatian, the disciple of Justin Martyr, wrote a work called the Diatessaron, a combination of 4, and that this work, extant in their time, was a harmony of the 4 Gospels. The date of this work may have been about 170 A.D. It was pretty obvious that if a writer of that date was engaged in making a harmony of the 4 Gospels, these must already have had a long-established position and authority in the Church, and this was fatal to the theory of their late origin and unauthoritative character. Every attempt, therefore, was made to shake the force of this evidence from Tatian. It was attempted to be shown, as by the author of Supernatural Religion, that no such book existed, or, if it did, that it was not a harmony of the Gospels, or, if it was a harmony, it was not of our 4. This was held, though ancient writers testified that a well-known personage, Ephraim the Syrian, had written a commentary on the work. Thus the question stood till in 1876 a Latin translation of an Armenian version of the commentary of Ephraim was published, and in 1888 an Arabic translation of the Diatessaron itself was brought to light. Then it was found, what should never really have been doubted, that the famous Diatessaron was, after all, a blending of our 4 canonical Gospels. Tatian is likewise a witness to the 4th Gospel in his earlier work, an address to the Greeks, circa 150 A.D. Tatian's master was Justin Martyr, one of the most important witnesses in the middle of the century. The works of this early writer embody in large part the history of the first 3 Gospels and show acquaintance with the Gospel of John in numerous passages, as notably the following: For Christ also said, Unless ye be born again, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. But that it is impossible for those who are once born to enter into the wombs of those who brought them forth is evident to all. The quotation is free, but one cannot mistake the reference to John chapter 3, verses 5 through 8. Nor does Justin leave us in any doubt as to the sources of his information. He tells us that he draws from Memoirs of the Apostles, which are called Gospels, composed by the Apostles and those that followed them. In them he found written all things concerning Jesus Christ. These memoirs were read, together with the writing of the prophets, in the weekly meetings of the Christians. Is it possible to doubt that these are the same Gospels which Tatian combined in his harmony? But here they are already found in settled ecclesiastical use. I need only cite one other witness, Papias of Hierapolis, the first who mentions Matthew and Mark by name. His date may be 120 to 130 A.D., but Dr. Sande is disposed to carry back the extracts preserved from him to about 100 A.D. This would give them high authority indeed. That Papias knew the 4th Gospel is rendered almost certain by his attested use of the first epistle of John, but the extracts now in question, preserved by Eusebius, relate to the first and second Gospels. Papias had been on terms of intimacy with the immediate followers of the apostles, possibly with John himself, and his object in the work from which the extracts are taken was to set down faithfully, along with his own interpretation, what he had learnt from the elders and those acquainted with them. There can be no doubt further that what Eusebius quotes from Papias about Matthew and Mark he takes to refer to our present Gospels. That indeed is plain on the face of it about Mark. There is a certain difficulty, as we shall immediately see, about Matthew, but as Eusebius had the works of Papias before him, the presumption is that he was right in his understanding about the first Gospel also. The testimonies about Matthew and Mark, then in brief, are as respects Matthew, that he composed the oracles, logia, in Hebrew, and each one interpreted them as he was able, and concerning Mark, that Mark, having become the interpreter of Peter, wrote accurately all that he remembered, though he did not record in order that which was either said or done by Christ. By Hebrew in the first passage is to be understood Aramaic. Both of the statements here made, that Matthew wrote his Gospel in Aramaic and that Mark wrote as the disciple and interpreter of Peter, appear in all the subsequent tradition. Yet there is the difficulty that the only Gospel of Matthew we know, the only one also in the hands of these fathers, is in Greek, and bears no marks of being a translation. We have accordingly the two facts to face. First, that Matthew is said to have written his Gospel in Aramaic, and second, that our Greek Gospel is held by all the early writers to be virtually identical with this Aramaic work of Matthew. How this is to be cleared up will be considered after. The other statement as to the origin of Mark has every right to credence. Mark is, in substance, Peter's Gospel. These are voices from within the Church, but it is not different when we pass outside the Church. Celsus, e.g., was a bitter opponent of Christianity, but he calls our Gospels the writings of the disciples of Christ, and urges against them the usual charges of contradiction and absurdity. Marcion, agnostic, earlier than Justin Martyr, used what all now acknowledge to be a mutilated version of Luke. The Ebionites, in like manner, used a mutilated version of Matthew. The Gnostics were specially fond of John, and one of them wrote a commentary on the Gospel. I spoke in an earlier paper of the use of John's Gospel by Basilides, c. 125. I need not pursue this branch of the evidence further, for as regards dates, it is now admitted by all but extreme writers that our first three Gospels, the Synoptics, at any rate, fall well within the limits of the apostolic age. Harnack, e.g., whose dates are probably still too late, puts Mark's Gospel between 65 and 70 A.D., Matthew's between 70 and 75, Luke's between 78 and 93. Blas, representing a yet further return to tradition, puts the composition of Luke's Gospel in 59 or 60. Even as regards authorship, we have found that Mark, Luke, and John are now being restored to their accredited authors, and Matthew is allowed a substantial, if still insufficient, share in the composition of the Gospel that bears his name. These are long strides towards the corroboration of the tradition of the Church which Professor Foster, while rejecting it, thus correctly represents. According to tradition, 2 Gospels are by Matthew and John, who were apostles, 2 others by disciples and companions of apostles, Mark, the companion of Peter, Luke of Paul. 3. Thus far, I have been dealing with external evidence. On that side, I believe that the case for the Gospels is irrefutable. Even of the Gospel of John, the most contested of the four, Dr. Drummond permits himself to say at the conclusion of his inquiry, the external evidence, be it said with due respect for the eloquy, is all on one side, page 514. Now the question arises, does internal criticism confirm or overthrow these results? Truth being one, it would be strange if it did the latter. Yet, if we take up the books of any of our critics of the newer school, of a Schmeidel, a Vernley, a Foster, a Schmidt, we find that nothing less than this is their contention. The external evidence, in their view, has hardly the weight of a feather. The books themselves must be critically examined, and when that is done, their credit is gone. The supposition that John is the work of an apostle or has any historical worth is not to be entertained for a moment. The synoptic tradition is put into the crucible and is found to be in part gold, but largely also base alloy. Subjective weights and measures are employed to determine what is true and what false. Unfortunately, there is little real agreement in the results, and one fails often to see why anything should be left at all. A few specimens, taken almost haphazard, may illustrate. Here is Bousset, that Jesus was directly indicated by John as Messiah, as the Christian tradition has it, we do not believe. Page 7. What was Jesus' object in collecting his band of disciples? Not, at any rate, to found a community or church. Page 60. The stereotyped way in which the synoptics represent Jesus as using the title Son of Man is not historical. There speaks not the earthly Jesus, but the dogmatic conviction of his followers. Page 193. Above all, he did not lay claim to the judgeship of the world. It is true that in the narratives of our Gospels the opposite seems to be the case, but it is inconceivable that Jesus should now have arrogated to himself the judgeship of the world in place of God. Page 203. Foster, who closely follows Vernley, is ever on the track for motive. Mark has done much to parry this thrust, yet much too little to suit those who came after him. Luke cancels the mortal distress of Jesus in Gethsemane. Matthew removes every appearance of helplessness. Legions of angels were at his disposal. Page 354. At the beginning of the discourse on righteousness, on missions, on Pharisees, there are harsh national Jewish sentiments. Jesus, the fulfiller of the law, even to jot and tittle, etc. In these utterances, an exclusively Jewish party inimically disposed towards Paul and his work claims Jesus, page 378. The closing words concerning the last judgment do not come directly from Jesus. Jesus did not consider himself as the judge of the world, nor would he have said that all the Gentiles were judged solely according to whether they supported the itinerant Christian brothers or not. Page 381. The word to Peter, "Thou art Peter," etc., is not Christ's, but is a saga of a later time glorifying Peter. page 381. And Schmidt goes further, denying the Messiahship and the titles Son of Man, Son of God altogether. The passage in Matthew chapter 11, verse 27, "No one knoweth the Son," etc., on which Harnack founds, is rejected by this writer as a somewhat irrelevant statement that has the appearance of a gloss. No other passage in the Synoptic Gospels indicates that Jesus made the discovery that God is a Father, or conceived of his fatherhood in such a manner as to lead him to the conclusion that he alone stood to God in the relation of a true son. Page 151. At Caesarea Philippi, where Bousset and Foster see an avowal of Messiahship, Schmidt discerns a sharp rebuke to Peter for venturing to proclaim him the Messiah. Jesus charged his disciples not to say that he was the Messiah. He did not wish that men should believe in him as the Messiah and confess him as such. Page 277. Enough, the reader will probably say of this upside-down criticism, which can make anything of anything, and cuts and carves till the Gospels are perforce made to speak the language the critic desires to hear from them. It is time to turn to the real problems of the relations of the Gospels which arise from a less prejudiced consideration of their contents. Have the Gospels any literary dependence on each other? The theory which finds acceptance at present is that Mark is an original Gospel, while Matthew and Luke depend on Mark and also on a second source, a collection of the sayings or discourses of Jesus, the Logia, of which the Apostle Matthew was the author. I cannot say that I feel satisfied with this now widely accepted two-source theory. I cannot readily believe that Luke would include an important gospel like Mark's among the attempts at a narrative which his own better-ordered gospel was to supersede. Luke chapter 1, verse 1. And while it is true that there is little in Mark's gospel not found in the other two, it is also the case that the language and style of narration in the latter are often quite different. The hypothesis of a logia, source common to Matthew and Luke, is likewise cumbered with great difficulties. The two Gospels often verbally agree in their reports of Christ's sayings, but in other places the language widely diverges. It is quite inexplicable why the same saying should be so differently reported if taken from the same document. Besides, the tradition is that Matthew wrote his Logia in Aramaic, while the source used by Matthew and Luke must be supposed to be in Greek. Chiefly, I feel difficulty with the theory about Matthew's Gospel. There is no good reason for supposing that the oracles, Logia, which Matthew is attested to have written, were only a collection of the Lord's sayings. B. Weiss and others seem to me to have established that it must have embraced narrative matter as well. Footnote. Schmidt appears to me to have reason on his side in his remarks on this point, and in his remarks on the Logia theory generally, pages 219 to 220 and 227 to 228. He disputes the priority of Mark and makes Matthew the oldest of the Gospels, but, of course, in its present form, late, pages 223 and 227. End of footnote. If so, it can hardly have been other than our present Gospel, as Eusebius and the other witnesses took it to be. The statement of Papias that Matthew wrote in Hebrew, Aramaic, must in that case have arisen either 1. from a confusion with the related Gospel of the Hebrews, which Papias may have mistakenly thought to be the original, or 2. From some tradition of an older draft or sketch of the Gospel in Aramaic, which the later Greek Gospel of Matthew afterwards replaced. It is in itself highly probable that such notes would be made by Matthew at an early stage, and copies and translations of these and of the teaching of the other apostles may, as both Luke chapter 1 verse 1 and Papias hint, have been in circulation. It is difficult to see how otherwise so accurate and well-defined a circle of sayings and narratives could have been preserved. It is to be remembered in further elucidation of this common basis of the first 3 Gospels. 1. That for a considerable time the apostles labored together and taught in Jerusalem. 2. That Peter, as foremost spokesman and an energetic personality, would naturally impress his type upon the oral narratives of Christ's sayings and doings in the primitive community, the Mark type. 3. That Matthew's stores, in part written, would be the chief source for the sayings and longer discourses. 4. That the instruction imparted at Jerusalem or by the apostles and those taught by them during visits to the churches would everywhere be made the basis of careful catechetical teaching. 5. That records of all this, more or less fragmentary, would be early in circulation. This would readily explain the Petrine type of the common narrative tradition and the seeming dependence of Matthew, without the necessity of supposing that one gospel copied from another or drew from a special logia source. This also, it seems to me, is precisely the process suggested by Luke's remarkable preface to his gospel, which furnishes in so interesting a way a glimpse into the mode of gospel composition in that early age. Luke is dealing, he tells us, with matters which were already fully established among Christians, the knowledge of which had been derived from eyewitnesses and ministers of the Word, in which Theophilus had already been catechized, of which many had already taken in hand to draw up narratives, regarding which the evangelist, as having traced the course of all things accurately from the first, was able to give him certainty. Luke chapter 1 verses 1 through 4. Could there be a much surer guarantee for the credibility of a narrative? Footnote. It need not be said that all this which Luke tells us is perfectly compatible with his feeling that he was moved to do what he did by the Spirit of God, and with his being conscious of the Spirit's guidance in his work. End of footnote. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. The Bulwark of the Gospels, Parts 4 and 5. 4. We have still to glance at the most difficult of these problems in the relation of John to the Synoptics. The slightest inspection of the fourth Gospel shows that it is very different in style and character from the former 3. Yet the internal evidence of the Apostles' authorship is nearly as conclusive as the external. No one can read the Gospel fairly without perceiving that the author claims, in numerous direct and indirect ways, to be an eyewitness of the events which he describes. e.g. John chapter 1 verse 14, chapter 19 verse 35, 1 John chapter 1 verses 1 through 3. He lays emphasis on his witness, and in an appendix to the Gospel, the truthfulness of his testimony is attested by others. John chapter 21 verse 24. He is quite evidently the disciple, the other disciple, the disciple whom Jesus loved. John chapter 13 verse 23 and chapter 21 verse 20. So often mentioned in the Gospel but never named. The simple fact that John's name never once occurs, but that he is always referred to in this periphrastic manner, is itself convincing proof that John and no other is the author. In one way, the very difference in style between the fourth and the other Gospels is corroboration of this conclusion. John, according to the consentient tradition, was an aged man when he wrote the Gospel. He had so often retold and so long brooded over the thoughts and words of Jesus that they had become, in a manner, part of his own thought, and in reproducing them, he necessarily did so with a subjective tinge, and in a partially paraphrastic and interpretive manner. Yet it is truly the words, thoughts, and deeds of his beloved Lord that he narrates. Footnote: Godet has said, "The discourses of the fourth Gospel, then, do not resemble a photograph, but the extracted essence of a savory fruit. From the change wrought in the external form of the substance, it does not follow that the slightest foreign element has been mingled with the latter." Com. on John, Introduction, page 135, E.T. The comparison has often been suggested of the reports of the teaching of Socrates by Xenophon and Plato, respectively. End of footnote. His reminiscences, even of minute details of time, place, circumstance, were vivid and accurate, and he sets all down faithfully and carefully. Yet the differences between John and his fellow evangelists should not be exaggerated. The statements made on this subject by critics bent at all costs on destroying the credit of the Gospel are often quite unwarranted. John writes to convince his readers that Jesus was the Son of God, chapter 20, verse 31. And in his prologue, he declares that in Jesus the divine Logos had become incarnate, chapter 1, verse 1 and 14. But the term Logos is never put into the mouth of Jesus himself, who, notwithstanding his lofty claims, and none could be greater, is pictured as living a truly human life, hungering, thirsting, being wearied, sorrowing, sympathizing, weeping, being troubled in soul, agonizing, dying. In none of the Gospels does Jesus appear more tender, sympathetic, loving, and eager for the salvation of men, even in the point of the discourses, which are apt to appear long and controversial in comparison with the synoptics. Dr. Drummond has shown by a careful induction that this impression is largely a mistaken one. The speeches in John are not really longer than those in Matthew, and they abound in short, concise sayings, like those in the synoptics. Footnote: Character and authorship of the fourth Gospel, pages 16 to 20. His tables, which draw out the evidence in detail, should be studied. Professor Peake also reminds us that, as Matthew Arnold pointed out long ago, when we look into the speeches we find a large number of sayings of the same pithy aphoristic character as those contained in the Synoptic Gospels. London Quarterly Review, October 1905, page 283. End of footnote. It should be remembered also that a writer like John uses the direct form of speech where we would use the indirect. a fact which gives the appearance of literal quotation, where sometimes the author is not professing to do more than give the substance of a remark or conversation in his own words. But beyond these considerations, which bear directly on the form of John's narratives, there are certain others which require to be taken into account as yielding the right perspective for a just estimate of this gospel. It is necessary, e.g., to remember 1. How small a part of Christ's ministry is really covered by the fourth gospel, some 18 or 20 days perhaps at most. 2. That the scenes in this gospel are mostly laid in Judea under quite different conditions from those of the Galilean ministry. John's narratives and those of the synoptics therefore hardly ever intersect. John was acquainted with the other Gospels and purposely refrained from reproducing matter already found in them. 3. In the few cases where the narratives do intersect, as in the narrative of the feeding of the 5,000, John chapter 6 verses 6 through 13, and part of the scenes of the Passion, the resemblance is often very close. 4. That the reports of Christ's sayings and discourses in the synoptics, in part also in John, are but notes, summaries, condensations of what must often have been addresses of considerable duration. 5. That in the privacy of familiar intercourse with his disciples, e.g. John chapters 13 through 17, Jesus would express himself in a very different way from what he did in his popular preaching to the multitudes. The objective, parabolic character of the latter would give place to a style more intimate, flowing, and tender. I conclude that there need be no hesitation in accepting the fourth gospel as a genuine work of the beloved disciple. Such being the general character of our four Gospels, it needs no elaboration of argument to prove how strong and reliable is the evidence they afford to the character, claims, words, deeds of the Jesus whose portrait they enshrine. A fourfold aspect. If Matthew writes predominantly for Jews to set forth Jesus as the Messiah, Mark for Gentiles to exhibit him by his wondrous works as the Son of God, Luke as the companion of Paul to picture him as the gracious Savior, John rising above time relations to declare his oneness in eternity with God, it is yet the same Christ that, under these several aspects, they depict. The harmony of character is as remarkable as the variety of representation. Of special interest is the value of the evidence which the Gospels afford to the element most impugned in the life of Jesus, his miracles. That evidence is often represented as weak. Rightly apprehended, it is irresistibly strong. The special fact to be kept hold of here is that behind the individual miracle there stands the whole mass of evidence sustaining the historicity and credibility of the Gospels as a whole. There are three main strands in this evidence for the miracles of Jesus. 1. There is the fact that the miraculous element cannot be eliminated from the narratives of the Gospels. The miraculous is minutely and inseparably interwoven with the texture of the Gospels, and it is impossible to get rid of it without destroying the whole. Instead of the miracle discrediting the narrative, the internal marks of truth in the narrative and other evidences of historicity sustain the credit of the miracle. As little can miracle be got rid of by mutilation of the text. It is a purely arbitrary procedure, e.g., on the part of Wellhausen, to leave out the first 2 chapters of Matthew from his version of the Gospels. The account of the Nativity in Luke, again likewise omitted by Wellhausen, is an integral part of the Gospel, exhibiting the well-known marks of that author's style. 2. The miracles are sustained by the fact that the narratives of the ministry to which they belong rest on firm apostolic tradition, or better, testimony. The story as it stands in the Gospels does not rest on the individual testimony of the author of the Gospel. He is putting down what was known and believed in the church generally as derived from those who had been eyewitnesses and ministers of the word. There was a fixed tradition carefully conveyed to the churches and made the basis of catechetical instruction. The Gospels are the deposit of it in writing. 3. Taking the Gospels by themselves, they rest ultimately on the testimony of eyewitnesses. The value of the testimony does not suffer by its being, in some cases, the testimony of the 12 or 11 combined. The resurrection, e.g., rests on the combined witness of all the apostles. But in the Gospels we have individual testimony also. Few now doubt that at least the ground stock of Matthew is from the pen of that apostle, and we have seen reason to believe that the whole Gospel is so. Even if logia are assumed, it is certain that these embraced narrative elements. Mark, it has been seen, is really the Gospel of Peter, whose testimony to the facts of Christ's ministry the evangelist preserves. Luke, in his preface, carries us back to eyewitnesses as the source of his information. In John's Gospel, finally, we have the testimony of an eyewitness. All these witnesses include miracle in what they report of the life of Jesus. The miracles themselves have a congruity with the character of Christ and the ends of his ministry, which give them a claim upon our faith. 5. Only 1 point more and I leave the subject. It relates to the alleged falsification by history of Christ's repeated predictions of his return in glory. These also form an essential part of the gospel testimony about Jesus and cannot be separated from it. Yet well nigh 19 centuries have passed and the Lord has not returned yet. As Professor Huxley puts the point in one of his essays, one thing is quite certain. If the belief in the speedy second coming of the Messiah, which was shared by all parties in the primitive church, whether Nazarene or Pauline, which Jesus is made to prophesy over and over again in the Synoptic Gospels, and which dominated the life of Christians during the 1st century after the crucifixion, if he believed and taught that, then assuredly he was under an illusion, and he is responsible for that which the mere effluxion of time has demonstrated to be a prodigious error. I do not stay to discuss the many subsidiary questions that arise here, whether, e.g., the parousia of Christ was conceived of by him as a single event or not, rather as a process with many stages, culminating in his personal return at the end of the age. I accept the fact that the personal return of the Lord was clearly predicted by himself in many passages, and that in the New Testament it appears throughout as the great impending event of the future, for which his people are exhorted to watch and wait, which therefore must ever, if they truly look for it, be near to them in spirit. And I make on the predictions of this great event but 2 remarks. 1. It is repeatedly declared and by none more emphatically than by Jesus himself, that the times and seasons of these final events were kept by the Father in his own power, and were not made known to man. Acts chapter 1, verse 7. Even in Matthew chapter 24, Jesus distinguishes clearly between these nearer things, which were to be fulfilled in that generation, verse 34, and that day and hour of which he says that no man knoweth, neither the angels nor even the Son, verse 36. Mark chapter 13, verse 32. 2. Has the church itself no responsibility for the delay in the Lord's coming? This is an aspect of the subject often overlooked. Prophecy is conditional. Cf. Jeremiah chapter 18, verses 7 to 10, etc. From the point of view of the absolute knowledge of the Father, the time of the Advent, like the day of one's own death, is fixed. But relatively and humanly, we can do much either to hasten or retard the fulfillment of God's promises and the triumph of his kingdom. The Westminster Catechism interprets the second petition in the Lord's Prayer as a prayer that the kingdom of grace may be advanced and the kingdom of glory may be hastened. But if the kingdom of glory may be hastened, may it not also be kept back? Had the Church been more faithful in the apostolic and in subsequent ages, would the consummation not have been nearer? Would it not have been here? This is, to my mind, an all-important fact to be considered when we ask the question, why has the Lord not come? End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Bible Under Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Bible Under Trial by James Orr. Oppositions of Science. It is taken for granted in many quarters that there is a wide and growing gulf between science and Christian faith. This impression, fostered by such books as Draper's Conflict Between Religion and Science, White's Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, and now Foster's Finality of the Christian Religion, is commonly accompanied by the belief, often by the bold assertion, that the general attitude of scientific men is one of alienation from Christianity. While criticism has been undermining belief in the Bible from within, science, it is assumed, has been demonstrating its irreconcilability with the actual constitution of things in the outward world. The whole array of sciences is brought in as witness against the Bible. The Copernican astronomy, it is alleged, has destroyed its view of the cosmos. Geology has disproved its cosmogony and view of the age of the earth. Anthropology has similarly confuted its teaching on the age of man. Evolution has taken the ground from its belief in Eden and a pure beginning of the race. Once it is realized, say the objectors, that the earth is not the center of the universe, but a mere speck in the infinity of worlds, that the world existed for untold ages before man's advent, that man himself is a slow development from inferior forms, and appeared as far back as 100,000, 200,000, or 500,000 years ago, that his original condition was one of brutishness, rising into savagery, then, after long struggling into civilization, the whole scheme of Christianity, based on the idea that our planet was the peculiar scene of God's revelations, of the fall and redemption of man, and of the incarnation of God's Son for the purposes of that redemption, sinks in irretrievable ruin. Advancing knowledge has given it its death blow. Part 1. It may be of some service if I attempt in this paper to show that such statements are extremely wide of the mark, and that neither Christianity nor the Bible are in the slightest danger from any results that genuine science has succeeded in establishing. There are certain things, however, which it is desirable I should say at the outset on this alleged conflict between the Christian religion and science. The first is that much which passes under the name of science is not science at all, but crude and unwarranted speculation, and often extremely bad philosophy. This is peculiarly true of that remarkable mixture of scientific facts, rash theorizing, and bad metaphysics met with in the works of the Genesavant Haeckel, recently popularized among us. Haeckel sets himself to disprove on scientific grounds the cardinal religious ideas of God, the soul, immortality. But the weapons by which he assails these ideas are not derived from anything properly called science, but from a semi-materialistic theory of monism, a so-called law of substance, which scarcely anyone possessed of a smattering of philosophic knowledge at the present day would discredit himself by countenancing. It is a singular fact that by confession of his own pages, most of Haeckel's chief authorities, Virchow, Dubois-Reymond, Wundt, Romanes, etc., later in life deserted him and became advocates of an opposite and spiritualistic interpretation of the universe, Romanes becoming decidedly Christian. Wundt, in the second edition of his work on human and animal psychology, declared that the first edition, in which he had advocated views like Haeckel's, quote, weighed on him as a kind of crime, from which he longed to free himself as soon as possible, unquote. A second thing I desire to observe is that the alleged divorce between scientific thought and Christian belief in our own time is, to say the least, a gross exaggeration. Multitudes of scientific men themselves, if they were consulted, would resent the imputation. I give two illustrations. When, many years ago, 1879, Mr. Froude had indulged in the usual declamation about the ablest, the most advanced, the best scientific thinkers, having abandoned Christianity and even theistic belief, the late Professor Tate of Edinburgh, as distinguished a representative of physical science as then lived, replied in an article in the International Review with, quote, a prompt and decided no, unquote. He asked of any competent authority who were the advanced, the best, and the ablest scientific thinkers of the immediate past, or of that time, and after giving his list of those whom he considered such, he declared them to be on the side of faith. He summed up, quote, the assumed incompatibility of religion and science has been so often and confidently asserted in recent times that it has come to be taken for granted by the writers of leading articles, etc., and it is, of course, perpetually thrust before their too trusting readers. But the whole thing is a mistake, and a mistake so grave that no truly scientific man runs, in Britain at least, the smallest risk of making it. With a few, and these very singular exceptions, the true scientific men and true theologians of the present day have not found themselves under the necessity of quarreling, unquote. Lord Kelvin has recently spoken in the same strain for himself and others. My other example is from the late George G. Romanes, who, after a long eclipse of faith, died a devout believer in full communion with the Church of England. In his posthumously published Thoughts on Religion, he has left the avowal that one thing which specially impressed him was the large number of Christian men of scientific attainments in his own University of Cambridge. Quote, "The curious thing," he says, "is that all the most illustrious names were ranged on the side of orthodoxy. Sir W. Thomson, Sir George Stokes, Professors Tate, Adams, Clerk, Maxwell, and Bailey, not to mention a number of lesser lights, such as Routh, Todhunter, Ferrers, etc., were all avowed Christians," unquote. Page 137. It may be thought, perhaps, that it is different now. Romanes himself, with his return to faith, is an instance to the contrary. But generally I should be disposed to say that the conditions were less favorable to faith a quarter of a century ago than they are in the more spiritual atmosphere of today. I have the privilege of the acquaintance of many professors and teachers of science, and the majority of them are Christian men. There is yet another fact which it is important I should emphasize. The assumption commonly made in discussions of this sort is that in the conflicts of science and religion, it is invariably science that comes off the victor. This, however, is a proposition which needs much qualification. It would be truer to say that in the alleged conflicts of science and religion, the victory is seldom or never all on one side. If theology makes mistakes, so assuredly does science. Progress has been accomplished in science as in theology by the gradual unlearning of errors and discarding of defective theories for new and more adequate ones. If theologians looked askance on Copernican astronomy, or on Darwinian theories of evolution, they were not alone in this. The science of their time did the same. The foolish attacks of theologians on science have been more than paralleled by the foolish attacks of scientific men on theology. What is more to the point, the opposition of religion to new scientific theories has not always been wholly wrong. It will be seen as we proceed that many of the theories to which defenders of religion took exception were really in their original form liable to objection, and have since, by the progress of science itself, been greatly modified. This is specially true of the Darwinian theory of evolution, and of the anthropological speculations connected with it. Theologians were not unjustified in the strictures they passed on the specific Darwinian theory with its apotheosis of fortuity. In the progress of discussion, it is not too much to say that the objections they took to the sufficiency of that theory have in the main been found valid. One further caution I would venture to give, that is, that in science, as in criticism, it is well not to allow the mind to be overborne by the mere weight of expert opinion. Experts may err, and do err, and their judgments often seriously conflict. Examples might easily be given of the danger of trusting too implicitly to untested assertions, even in plain matters of fact. Part 2. Looking now first at the bearings of science on religion on the wide scale, can we say that science has destroyed any of the great fundamental ideas of the religion of the Bible? God, the soul, the future life, moral and spiritual government of the world? Or has it not rather brought manifold confirmations to these ideas? Has it succeeded, for example, in breaking down the barrier between the spiritual and the material, the vital and the non-vital, the free and the necessitated, or in banishing from the interpretation of nature the ideas of creative power and of wise and purposeful action? Everyone acquainted with the best scientific thought knows that the opposite is the case. The trend at present is all in the direction of a spiritualistic interpretation of nature. The idea of teleology, ends, design, final cause, has had a remarkable revival in connection with evolutionism, in opposition to naturalistic theories. Professor Foster may be our witness here, for he devotes a whole chapter of his book to illustration of the fact, and what he says is only the echo of what the men of insight are proclaiming everywhere. Footnote. Chapter 6 of Professor Foster's work is entitled, quote, "The Naturalistic and the Religious View of the World," unquote. It is really largely indebted to a German work by Rudolf Otto, mentioned below, Naturalistische und religiöse Weltansicht. This book is now translated in the Crown Theological Library under the title Naturalism and Religion. End of footnote. The attempts at a mechanical or merely chemical explanation of life have broken down utterly. The declaration in May 1903 of Lord Kelvin, than whom no man stands higher in physical and mathematical science, that science not only did not deny, but positively affirmed the reality of creative power and directive intelligence, will long be remembered. Take the question of the soul and the future life. Science, of course, cannot make positive assertions on immortality, but it lends at least powerful support to that belief in the distinction which every advance in deeper knowledge of ourselves enables us to make between spiritual mind and material brain, between our souls and the corporeal organism which meanwhile they inhabit. I leave aside the strange region explored by physical research and keep to open everyday facts of common experience. And here, if one thing emerges more clearly than another, it is the fallacy of a materialistic explanation of mental phenomena, and the truth of the impassable distinction between mind and brain. I will not use my own words, but will quote those of one of the acutest of recent German writers, Rudolf Otto, on the subject. Consciousness, thought, he says, nay, the humblest feeling of pleasure or pain, or the simplest sensuous perception, are nothing that can be compared with matter and force, with movements of parts of masses. They are a foreign, perfectly inexplicable guest in this world of matter, molecules, and elements. Even if we could follow most precisely and minutely the play of the nervous processes with which feeling, consciousness, pain, or pleasure are connected, if we could make our brain transparent and magnify its cells to houses, so that wandering among them and glancing around, we could count and watch all that takes place, and follow even the dance of the molecules, we should never see pain, pleasure, thought, but always only bodies and their movements. A thought, say the recognition that 2 times 2 equals 4, is not long or broad, not above or below, not to be measured or weighed by inches or pounds like matter, but is something entirely different, which must be known from inner experience, yet is known from this far better and more immediately than anything else, and which can absolutely be compared with nothing but itself." Unquote. Is it, then, in the idea of a reign of law that science strikes athwart belief in a revelation from God undeniably involving miraculous elements? So, as we saw before, think Professor Foster and a multitude of others in these times. But their confident assertion that law excludes miracle would not have been endorsed by such thinkers as Professor Huxley or J.S. Mill, and is without justification in either science or reason. The Bible also recognizes law in nature. Quote, "Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Thou hast established the earth, and it abideth. They abide this day according to thine ordinances, for all things are thy servants." Unquote. Psalms 119, verse 89. But law is God's servant, not his master, and nothing prevents his acting above, without, or beyond it, if the highest ends of his government call for such action. We may go further and say that in the history of nature itself, science reveals to us facts which rational thought can only construe as miracles. Nature's course is marked by the breaking forth of ever new powers, as in the transition from inorganic to organic, and the founding of higher orders of existence, for the explanation of which we are compelled to go directly back to the central creative cause. Footnote: Sabatier has said, quote, "At each step nature surpasses itself by a mysterious creation that resembles a true miracle in relation to an inferior stage," unquote, and infers that, quote, "In nature there is a hidden force, an incommensurable potential energy, an ever-open, unexhausted fount of apparitions, at once magnificent and unexpected," unquote. Philosophy of Religion, page 84. Call this power God, and the analogy with miracle is complete. End of footnote. In another way, science does something to remove the offense of miracle by its constant discoveries of the depths of hidden powers in nature, of which omnipotence can avail itself for the accomplishment of its purposes, thus softening the transition from natural to supernatural. But no powers of mere nature can avail for the restoring of sight to the totally blind, the instantaneous cleansing of the flesh of a leper, or the raising of the dead to life, so that the idea of miracle, in the stricter sense, remains. Yet such acts are neither beyond the power of God nor unworthy of him, if sufficiently weighty reasons, of which he alone can judge, are present for its exercise. There is a further difficulty connected with law on which a word, and it can only be a word, may here be said. Does not a reign of law, it may be asked, at the very least, exclude special providence and prayer, both elements in the religious conception of the Bible? The difficulty is to many minds a very real one, yet help, I think, may be got from considering that laws and forces of nature of themselves explain nothing, apart, that is, from the way in which these laws and forces are combined and cooperate to the production of special results. As the Apostle puts it, all things work together for good to them that love God. Romans 8, verse 28. To borrow a phrase for which J.S. Mill acknowledges his indebtedness to Dr. Thomas Chalmers, in order to explain nature as we find it, we need to take account not only of laws, but of the collocation of laws. A machine, for example a printing press, produces its results through the operation of laws. Yet the laws would accomplish nothing were it not that the machine is put together in a certain way, and that the forces at work in it are regulated and directed to a certain end. Laws alone, therefore, do not explain the universe. There is needed plan, direction, guidance. There is needed the mind and the hand behind the machine, the combination of laws and forces guiding it in the work it has to do. When it is remembered that the mind behind nature, the mind which has the whole plan at every instant before it, is that of the infinitely wise author of nature himself, it will be seen what large room there is for a providence as special as Jesus teaches us to believe in. Matthew 6, verses 30 to 34, 10, verses 29 to 30. A prayer as effective as his promises are great. Matthew 7, verses 7 to 11, and Mark 9, verse 24, Luke 18, verse 1 to 7, and John 14, verses 13 and 14. Part 3. From these general considerations on the scientific conception of nature, we are brought back to the difficulties presumed to arise from the special sciences, some of the chief of which may now receive attention. The result, I believe, will be to show that there is as little reason to fear for the Bible in this special sphere as in the general. I mentioned in the opening paper that few Christians are now troubled in mind, even in the least degree, by the stupendous enlargement of our knowledge of the physical universe through the discoveries of astronomy. Yet there are scientific men, with scholars in other departments, who seriously persuade themselves that the acceptance of the Copernican system is absolutely fatal to the ordinary Christian scheme. Quoting, "The Earth," says Professor Foster, "is but an ordinary satellite of a planet which is itself only a star among numberless stars, a mere vanishing point in the illimitable all, this grain of sand on the shore of the infinite sea. How could centrality and supremacy be still accorded to it? And that which takes place upon its surface, how could it be decisive of the fate of the shoreless all? unquote. Page 165. Footnote. It is not easy to see how, with his own view of the Christian religion and of God's great and final revelation to the world in Christ, Dr. Foster is in much better case than others for meeting this objection, in his eyes, so formidable. End of footnote. How could such an insignificant point in space be conceived of as the theater of the grand divine drama of incarnation and redemption? This is the so-called astronomical objection, to which Dr. Chalmers sought to reply in his astronomical discourses, and which has so often been replied to since. It was an objection keenly felt at first by believers in the old Ptolemaic astronomy, which made the earth to be the center of the universe. Luther, Melanchthon, Calvin, John Owen, John Wesley even, all opposed the new doctrine as contrary to Scripture. They were mistaken. It has now long been recognized that what enlarges our thoughts of God's universe enlarges our thoughts of God himself. It has come to be perceived that these good men made a wrong use of Scripture, and that it is no part of the function of the Bible to anticipate modern physical discoveries. The Bible is no manual of 16th or 20th century astronomy, but speaks of the world and of natural appearances from the point of view of the ordinary observer, as indeed we ourselves do when we speak of the sun rising and setting, and of the movements of the moon and stars across the heavens. Does anyone now dream, for example, of interpreting the language of the Bible in the 19th Psalm in any other way? The Copernican discovery helped men to get the right point of view in relation to the Bible, as well as the right point of view in the relation of the earth to the sun. But does not the Copernican system in itself, it may be said, conflict with the biblical teaching on man's place in the universe, and with God's great love for him and care for him in his salvation? I do not think that, once the true state of the case was clearly grasped, Christian people in any great numbers have ever felt that it did. It is to be remembered that even when the world was believed to be the center of creation, man was not thought of as the only intelligent being in the universe. Beyond this visible system were the heavens of heavens, peopled with innumerable hosts of spiritual intelligences, quote, thrones, dominions, principalities, powers, unquote, standing many of them in the immediate light of God's presence. The change was not very great when the visible universe also was thought of as possibly tenanted by rational beings more nearly resembling man himself. What, as regards the main fact, does it matter, even if it were so? As I have put the point elsewhere, quote, be the physical magnitude of the universe what it may, it remains the fact that on this little planet life has effloresced into reason, that we have here a race of rational beings who bear God's image and are capable of knowing, loving, and obeying him. Even supposing that there were other inhabited worlds, or any number of them, this does not detract from the soul's value in this world. Mind, if it has the powers we know it has, is not less great because other minds may exist elsewhere. Man is not less great because he is not alone great, unquote. It does not exalt, but really derogates from the perfection of God to suppose that he will love man less or do less for his salvation because the universe holds other objects of his love and care? Is it not the part of the Good Shepherd to leave the 99 and seek out the one lost sheep? Luke 15, verses 3-7. This alone is sufficient to meet the objection, but science itself now forces on us another question of surprising import. Is it, after all, the case that the universe is infinite in extent, and that it teems with worlds peopled with intelligences like to or greater than our own? So, on a priori grounds, it is often supposed. But those who have read Dr. A.R. Wallace's recent book, Man's Place in the Universe, will know how much courage it takes to answer that question in the affirmative. Dr. Wallace's book is nothing less than the reaffirmation of the thesis on what claim to be grounds of, quote, the new astronomy, unquote, that our Earth, or rather the solar system of which it forms a part, is situated somewhere at or near the center of the stellar universe, shown by him to be limited in extent, and that according to every probability, the inhabitants of this planet are the only rational intelligences in the worlds the telescope reveals. The book has been criticized on astronomical and other grounds, but on the whole, the author seems to have made out his case that our system is situated in the medial plane of the Milky Way and near the center of it, and that the constitution and conditions of the other planets of our system, and of the more distant parts of the universe now known to us by the telescope and spectroscope, are entirely unfavorable to the idea of their being the abodes of intelligent life. If such geocentric speculations are admitted, what becomes of the astronomical objection? Science throws an altogether unexpected weight into the scale against its cogency. End of section 17.